let me die. Shoot me, let me die. Shoot me, let me die. Shoot me, I'm ready to die. Shoot me. Shoot me, let me die. Shoot me, let me die. Shoot me, let me die. Shoot me. I'm ready to die. Nigeria. Nigeria. I'm ready to die. Shoot me, let me die.
Hello, welcome. My name is Rudolph Okonkwo. This is 90 Minutes Africa. Today, we had to change our scheduled program due to an emergency meeting of the Peter Obi campaign. Of all the spokesperson of the campaign, the scheduled appearance of Mr. Dele Farotimi on 90 Minutes Africa for today, Sunday, October the 23rd, 2022, has been postponed. Mr. Dele Farotimi will be our guest on Saturday, October 29th, 2022, for the edition of Have Your Say 247 at noon, New York time, and 5 p.m. Nigerian time. We apologize for the inconvenience. But for today, you are going to be our guest, and we invite you to join us so that we can talk about Nigeria and the developments in Nigeria today and in the past 1 week. We are asking our viewers, audience members to join us and discuss if Nigeria is worth dying for. We're also going to look at the speech made by General T.Y. Danjuma yesterday. And we want to put it in context of what's going on in Nigeria. Let's play a little bit of that speech.
I warned that the armed forces are either not capable or unwilling to protect us, and that we must defend ourselves. The first denial of what I said came from the Ministry of Defense. They said I was lying. And they set up a kangaroo board of inquiry to investigate the truth or otherwise of what I spoke. And they invited me to come and testify. I did not go. I did not go.
Also yesterday, Bola Tinubu, the APC's presidential candidate, was in Kano to meet the business community. He spoke in Kano and he said some interesting things. Let's take a look.
Ignorant people have been standing before you. I'm not running for 100 yards or 500 yards or do. I'm running for presidency. I'm not competing for WWW wrestling. Even if I go out there, they say, sick, I am standing before you. Do I look like a sick man? Nigeria, you vote me out of their reach. Vote for me 100%. They will stop complaining. It's mostly because I'm smarter than they are.
All right, we're going to discuss all these topics with our guests. You know, people, audience members, they are the guests today, so we are going to let them in. Those who are already here, Ikolala, welcome to the show. Janaba, welcome to the show.
Thank you, Dr. Rudy.
Man of Prestige, welcome to the show.
Yeah, thank you, Rudolph.
James, welcome to the show.
Thank you, Dr. Rudolph. Sorry,
Good afternoon from the Gambia.
From the Gambia, James from the Gambia. Paul, welcome to the show.
Thank you and good morning.
Yeah, once again, I have to apologize. It was something outside, not within our control, why our guest couldn't make it. But I was able to get him scheduled for Saturday at 5 p.m. So we will have him join us on Saturday. All right. So our topic for today, we want to start with the conversation. Is Nigeria worth dying for? Let me play. Hold on. Okay. Let me see where the noise is coming from. Okay. Let me play a video from just a long time ago, more than 10 years ago, where Sahara reporters went on the streets of New York and asked some people questions about what they think. Would they die for Nigeria? Let's see what they say.
Oh my gosh, what a tough question. To achieve the promise of Nigeria, the real promise of Nigeria, because I think that Nigeria could have been and should be one of the greatest countries in the world. That potential, that promise is worth dying for.
Too many Nigerians have died already for Nigeria. People need to stop dying for Nigeria. We need to start living.
There's no cost that is not worth dying for. It depends if you.
Would you die for Nigeria?
Would I die for Nigeria? That's a question I've never really thought about, but it's a possibility.
It's my country. I love Nigeria. I believe Nigeria has potentials. It is worth dying for. It's worth dying for because we have men, women, people like you and I living in Nigeria. Yes, it is. I would die for Nigeria.
You would die for Nigeria?
I will die for Nigeria because my family is back there. It really doesn't matter who's back there. There are people like us. People striving to leave.
All right. So this a small section of responses. So let's hear from people who are here. I don't see anybody here from who lives in Nigeria, but let's see. Ikolala, are you going to die? Is Nigeria worth dying for?
Hey, thanks, Dr. Rudolph. Dr. Damages, it's good to be back here. Is Nigeria worth dying for? I think anybody would die for their interest. If something is a matter of life and death, and you see that it's personal to yourself, you'll be ready to die for it. So, but unfortunately, Nigerians don't see Nigeria as their interest. They could tell you, talk is cheap. Oh, I love Nigeria. Or you're living far off in Switzerland, you're living far off in America, you're living far off in Britain, and you love Nigeria. Where is the love? How can you have a woman far off in the southern part and you're living in the north? So we haven't seen our interest attached to Nigeria as a nation. And it was well explained by Zeke. Zeke said, it is only when your nation progresses, then you will progress. Nigerians don't understand that message. You see, no matter where you are, no matter where you go, no matter what you become, you're still seen as when they ask you, what is your country of origin? And you say Nigeria. It doesn't matter your caliber. That person starts looking at you in a different way. Because, how can you be this intelligent, be this progressive, be this, achieve all this, and the nation where you come from is nothing to write home about? And Mandela said it in another way. He said, it is only when Nigeria or a giant of Africa progresses, then every black man wherever they are, would gain respect. You see, we
Okay.
haven't understood those.
Let me ask
Sorry,
you again. Are you willing to die? Will you die for Nigeria? Is Nigeria worth dying for you?
That's what I was trying to get to. That was what I was trying to get to. That was what exactly I was trying to get to.
Okay.
Now,
okay.
If my personal interest, my next meal comes from Nigeria working, there's no choice. I mean, a man just jumped into the river yesterday. I mean, some of you must have seen the footage.
Yeah, I wanted to show
That is
it,
him
but
dying for Nigeria. Whether we take it, whether we see it as personal or suicidal, that is him dying for that country because he has nothing to live for anymore, and the nation he's living in has nothing to bail him out with. Just like that guy set himself on fire in the middle of Tunisia, and it started a revolution. That is them dying for their country.
So
we
should
have
I
to
go?
see. We have to see death. We have to see death for a nation in a certain context.
So what should we?
Yeah.
Where are
Sorry,
you in the column? I'm saying, where are you in the column? Are you? Is Nigeria worth dying for? Yes, no.
Yes. But like I said, yes, very yes. But what like I'm still saying, I mean, you cannot be living in. I want you to still understand the context I'm making. You cannot be living in Switzerland in a comfortable life and say you're going to die for the place. But when you living in Switzerland is attached to Nigeria as a nation, it is your interest is attached to Nigeria as a nation, you wouldn't have a choice.
Okay, let's go to other people because let me say this. Someone like Shore, for instance, we all know that he was just like you, living in a Western country, and he decided to go to Nigeria and to go there and try to participate.
This is what I'm trying to make you understand, Dr. Rudolph. You see, when your interest, I mean, okay, imagine one thing. When you have lived in America or wherever you live in, and you have grown to a certain level, and you see that no matter what else you achieve, there's no growth in that place anymore. You know, the only place you can grow again is to go back to Nigeria. That is your next level of growth. And you realize that, look, the system wants to put you down. Then it becomes your interest. You're now the growth of that nation becomes your interest. So you're ready to fight and die for it. It's not as if the man woke up one day. I mean, he secured his family, he secured his children. Maybe he has nothing else to achieve in America, and he decided, okay, I'm going where the next level is.
Okay,
and the next level,
we'll come back to you. We'll come back to you. Let me go to Janaba. Janaba, welcome to the show.
Thank you, Dr. Rudy, and thank you, panel.
Are you willing? Is Nigeria worth dying for?
I will get back to that to answer you, but to speak to the guy that said that he's been talking that it's about interest. Nigerian, okay, let me answer your question. Nigerian worth dying for? And if they're calling upon me, what for me to die for it? And that is a mandate, yes. Did I answer that question?
Yes. If they are calling on you, are you who do you expect to call on you, and what kind of call are you expecting?
Well,
this is not how you say. This is 90 Minutes Africa, so you are the guest, so you take questions. Okay, go ahead, Janaba.
Yeah, thank you so very much. The call upon you will be beyond your lifespan. Martin Luther King died, and he started his career with as a civil rights activist. That's a calling for him. And if I go to Nigeria or trying to push what I may consider my own vision, or the vision how nations should be. And it was taking my life because that is what I believe, and that is what those that are trying to protect their own interest said that you would die for it. Nobody want to really die. Even Martin Luther King said in his speech, it's not he want to live like any other person, but if we call for him to die, he would die for it.
I'm saying, Janaba, who will call you? What are you waiting for? What kind of call are you waiting for?
Okay, now, Dr. Rudolph, let's be nice to each other.
You see, the job is
okay.
It's difficult.
Okay. Now, what is a call of Nigeria?
Okay,
Let me go back.
I'll come back to you. Let's get to that.
No. I want before we go too far, because I'm going to leave shortly. Yes, I've told you that the calling. Or let me answer you. When you go to Nigeria, like our friend and our brother and the civil rights activist Sowore is in Nigeria, and said the first guest says a personal interest, and he put himself together before he went. I completely disagree with such a word of it's his interest. It's not a personal interest. If it is personal interest, it's not jobless in America. And now it's not like
yeah, I know. Leave Sowore alone. Let's talk about you. Are you hearing the call? Do you think there is any call? What are you expecting? That's what we're talking about. Sowore can answer for himself.
Yes.
So are you going to? Is Nigeria worth dying for?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Are you hearing any call to go and die for Nigeria or save Nigeria?
Don't you journalists approach to me? Hearing call meaning what?
The way you had a call and you became a pastor, did you hear any call that Nigeria needs you?
When you get to Jude, we talk about that.
All right. Thank you. Man of Prestige, welcome to the show.
Yeah. Good morning, panel. It's the morning here, and Rudolph, I believe where you are in the eastern part of this country, it's close to the afternoon, and it's probably good evening in Nigeria. So everybody in this panel, I greet you all.
Thank you.
You started this question about talking about call. Who is going to call me? Are you talking about call from God? But anyway, it's just a rhetoric. Let me begin. The question is Nigeria worth dying?
Dying for.
I'm going to begin my sermon said. In a country where leaders have become virtual enemy, our future has been mortgaged. So if I have to answer the question, my own answer is going to be unequivocally no. Nigeria is not worth dying. And if you want me to give my reason, Nigeria is just simple like a plot of land. Anybody can prepare to die for a plot of land. Has a little regard for their life. This is what I believe. So Nigeria doesn't worth dying. Not for me, and not in anybody in my family. I don't see why I should die for that country. So I will elaborate, through my.
Well, when we come back, Thank you, James. James, I'm coming to you. Let me give a little bit of background. The guest that we should have had today wrote a book, "Do Not Die in Their War." Okay, but there's another war. There are other wars going on. The war for Nigeria, the war against Nigeria. Is any of these wars worth dying for? And we know that politicians, someone like Bola Tinubu, or someone like even Peter Obi. Yesterday, we saw Peter Obi, the video of him touring Benue State where there was flooding. And some people were worried about the risk he was taking. He was taking a risk for Nigeria. So the question is, for you, James, is Nigeria worth dying for? I can't hear you. Can you unmute yourself, please?
Thank you. To start with, I've not read the book, so I will not be able to comment on the contents of that book. Let me quickly draw the attention of Mr. Ikolala to something. He was quoting Nelson Mandela. There is an African saying that you should be wary if a naked man offers you his clothes. African countries are very good at flattering us. You are the big brother. Without you, we cannot do X, Y, Z. They talk all sorts of nonsense. And they treat us with despicable ignominy wherever they see us in Africa or anywhere. So we should be very wary if they are flattering us. Okay, so that's that. Is Nigeria worth dying for? I don't like mistakes. The answer is no. It's not worth dying for. Fortunately or unfortunately, I happen to be one of those who benefited tremendously from the free education program of Obafemi Awolowo. And people believe that because I'm a beneficiary, so I should be prepared to lay down my life for the country. No. The substantial amount of wealth the country has pulled out of my region is unquantifiable, and what they have given me is even less than a peanut. It is not even up to a grain of sand. The way the country is managed is despicable. Let me just cite only one example to give others the chance to talk. Here in the Gambia where I live, the Nigerian High Commission is not, they don't have the facilities to issue passports. So we have to go to Dakar to get the passports renewed. Some so-called immigration officials came from Nigeria to issue passports here for reasons best known to them. So those with expired passport like myself went to the High Commission to get the passports renewed. On getting there, they said I should bring a letter from my tribal union certifying that I'm a Nigerian. Then I told them I'm above tribalism. I see myself fundamentally as a Nigerian outside the country. So I don't associate with people on tribal lines. They insisted that they will never issue me a passport. So I went to my place of work. The registrar of the university issued a letter certifying that I'm a Nigerian member of staff for X number of years. I've been traveling on, he quoted about 3 or 4 passports I've used in this country in the letter. I took it to the High Commission. They declined to issue the passport. Then the immigration officials left. 2 weeks later, I went back to the High Commission. The consular officer of the commission issued me a letter to the ambassador in Dakar certifying that I'm a Nigerian traveling on a Nigerian passport that has expired. They should issue me a passport. I went to Dakar and the passport was issued. So how do you reconcile such irreconcilables? So in my opinion, the country is not worth dying for. I remember I remember a case of some people in 1980. They died in a plane crash on their way to Sao Tome and Principe. Fokker 23 or 28 aircraft, Russian-made aircraft. One of the victims was Audu Bako. I cannot remember the names of the other people. Since those people died in that plane crash and they were buried, who among you here today can please remind me the name of anybody who died on that trip? I can only remember Audu Bako. Those people have been forgotten and they are forgotten for good. So look, let's call a spade a spade. The way the country is run is despicable. Nigeria is not worth dying for. But whosoever will die for the country, that is his cup of tea.
Thank you, James. Let's go to Shade because she's driving. I hope it's okay. Shade, are you okay talking to us while driving?
Yeah. So Dr. Damages, good evening. Good evening, everybody.
Yeah. Good evening.
Okay. Thank you. I like Dr. James because my husband worked partially in. My husband is working in the Gambia. He's been there for the past 5 years, and I find whenever I land on Gambia soil, I have this kind of peace on my mind. Peace. If I'm going to spend 1 month in Gambia, I'm going to spend 1 month of peace. I'm going to spend 1 month of tranquility. But I live in Nigeria because I heard when you were asking if people are anybody in Nigeria. I cannot die for Nigeria because Nigeria is already killing me before death. Dr. Damages, it's so bad that I have a neighbor, my next door neighbor.
Okay. I didn't know Shade is in Nigeria, so we always give preference to people in Nigeria because
Nigeria just kill our internet again. They just kill our internet.
She must have said something that Fantami didn't like. And she pressed the button.
Months ago.
Okay, Shade, go ahead. Okay, all right. So we get whenever she comes back.
Hello. Yeah, okay. Yeah. Okay. I cannot die for Nigeria, and I cannot advise anybody to die for Nigeria. Like I was saying, my neighbor has been with the kidnappers for the past 6 months. His children were released after the payment of 100 million. I contributed part of the 100 million, and other people in the estate. Now they've released the 3 kids. The allergy is still with them. They are demanding fresh 100 million naira. And so many instances. I work in a government establishment that should work, that should function. Unfortunately, the rot there. When you are coming to Nigeria, when you are going outside Nigeria, is one bribe or another. The roads are not safe. I'm not safe when I'm in. I cannot die for Nigeria. I'm very sorry.
Wow. Thank you so much for sharing your story with us. Okay. So who am I? Paul. The point is that people are already dying for Nigeria. We have the military who are dying. We have the police who are dying. We have protesters like NSAS protesters who are dying for Nigeria. And knowing that people like us, a lot of people are not willing to die. The politicians, they have a few there because people are not willing. They understand the psychology of Nigerians. They have a few there. So, Paul, tell me again, are you willing to die for Nigeria? Is Nigeria worth dying for?
Doctor, first of all, I will follow my senior brother's step, what Mr. James said. I will not die for Nigeria, and I will trickle down to the nitty-gritty. I cannot even die right now for my own family. My siblings, I cannot die for them. My siblings in Nigeria, I cannot even die for them. Nigeria don't worth dying for. I'll tell you something. I just came back from Nigeria this year. I traveled to Nigeria this year. While I was waiting on the queue in immigration, I make mistake. I didn't know why I went through that route and everything. I should have just used my US passport and pay for visa and just get out from there. Immigration is collecting money from people just to get Wi-Fi for you to probably maybe call your siblings. I just arrived. I'm in this place. They are collecting money, knowing fully well very many persons will only have foreign currency to give you Wi-Fi. You know the funny part of it? They gave one lady, then I asked the lady, I said, so how did you do it? Did you give them $50 or $100? She started laughing, said she have Naira. That reminds me, oh, that's true. I even have Naira. I have almost like 15,000 Naira because I always carry Naira every time I travel to get my card. And I asked the immigration guy, I said, can you give me? He said, yes. He said, bring your phone. I said, no, I don't need to give you my phone. Just tell me. He said, okay, I should give you money. I said, how much? He said, 5,000 Naira. I said, I cannot give you more than 100 Naira. And if you don't want to give me, go, no problem. When I get outside, I will always find my way. I prefer to dash the ordinary man 500 Naira to use his phone to make a call. So I don't really need you. So the man said, okay, you the best, so who provoked you? I said, now you. You know the funny part of it? He said I should bring the 100 Naira, that he liked my confidence. Access Bank and GT Bank is giving free Wi-Fi. It's Access Bank Wi-Fi that they are giving free in the airport. Immigration officer is taking money from people. Nigeria, my family in Nigeria does not worth dying for. They've been killing me slowly for a very long time. Now I am not worth dying for them. That's my answer.
All right. Thank you. CM, I got someone who rephrased the question. Vic, he wanted to say, are you willing to die to make Nigeria better? Maybe that will make it clearer. Are you willing to die to make Nigeria better?
I will answer this question. I will answer the original question. You cannot reframe when it gets to my turn. You reframe it. I won't answer. Yes, now it's my choice. I will answer. I will answer.
You are right, bro.
All right, I'll come around. Don't worry with the second question, the rephrased one.
Second question. Because the note you sent to my phone is Nigeria worth dying for? Greatness. That is what I prepared to. That is I'll give you the answer. You see, the simple answer is, in my opinion, Nigeria is not worth dying for at all. You see, the way to do it is, you will say those that died for Nigeria before me what is their fate. And I'm not joking. On the 12th August 1989, at the National Stadium, Sulere, on Western Avenue, for those that know. Then we were living at, was it not Jegule? Yes, Ezagu Street,
Sam
off Okoye.
Okwaraji.
Trust people.
Sam Okwaraji.
Okay. Okay, so ordinarily we came to watch in those days, Keshi is there, Okwaraji, professionals. Trust us, we are quite ahead of our time in terms of football analysis. So we came there, and the stadium was packed. All of a sudden, when you are in stadium, you may not know the news. You think that somebody slumped and it's just a change or whatever. It's only when we get out of the stadium, people started crying. I say, why are people crying? Despite they say Sam Okwaraji died. I say, no, how can it? We were here now. He said, no, you didn't know. Anyway, the long story short is that in anywhere in the world, the stadium will be named Sam Okwaraji Stadium. It's there's nowhere you can be debated. It's as simple as that. Anywhere in the world, the fact that he died in active service, wearing Nigerian jersey, written in those days they write it Nigeria, with green and then the way they designed it. Let me say the best professional in that team during his set, he died while on active service, slumped and died. Ordinarily, he could have been buried in that stadium somewhere, but because of cultural, somebody will say take it home and all these things. That stadium should have been bearing today Sam Okwaraji Stadium. That is the way it is done. Nobody, even if anybody you ask, he said no, he deserves it. So as a person, I watched, and this guy just died. No follow-up, nothing. And you want me to come and die for Nigeria? God forbid. So you see, it's not, I don't really think, my conclusion is, Nigeria as a country is yet to come into being. So which country are you going, which nation are you dying for? You can't die for Nigeria. Please, if anybody is planning to die for Nigeria, please change your mind. Nigeria as at today, 23rd October 2022, is not worth dying for. It has never been worth dying for. The only people that may like to die for Nigeria, even they won't even die. Even the accountant general that looted over 109 billion naira, if you tell him to die for Nigeria, despite gaining from Nigeria, he will still won't like to die for Nigeria. Is he me, the son of a poor Anambra farmer, Agwata farmer, Isnifte, that did not benefit shishi from Nigeria? You want me to come and die? I beg you, please. Next question, please, if there is.
All right, thank you. Jude, your turn. Is Nigeria worth dying for?
Hello, good morning, everybody. Good afternoon, good evening, depending where you're watching from. And good morning, happy Sunday, fellow panelists. The answer, or the bold answer to that, is emphatic no. Nigeria is rather killing me, suffocating me every day. When I mean me, I'm just using me as a metaphor, just to too many Nigerians out there that Nigeria is killing. You can only die for something that has a promise for you. Nigeria has no promise for you. Let me point you to a country where you can die for. It's a country like Ukraine. Now they've been fighting war there. Did anybody see any of their leaders run out? No. All their leaders are there fighting for their people, risking their life. But let anything happen Pagam now in Nigeria, all of those evil leaders will jump into their private plane and leave. Already their families are no longer in Nigeria. And these are the so-called owners of Nigeria. And this is a country that you want to die for? Well, if you want to die for Nigeria, good luck. I say, please transfer some of your money in the bank to me. I can help you take care of those ones while you die. Nigeria, I cannot die for Nigeria because every day, Nigeria continues to kill his own. Nigeria is represented by the president of Nigeria, which is Muhammadu Buhari. Now, this man who represents Nigeria, a terrorist, a known terrorist, killing his people, especially my people, the Biafran. a country I want to die for, a country that is killing his own people, a country wherever you are, any part of the world, if you are being killed, if you are being persecuted, Nigeria will never ask what is happening. But today, if anything, if I come to Nigeria or I go anywhere in the world, anything happens to me, even if I am not born here, no matter the kind of racism that still go on, but somebody will ask a question. Why was this person killed? At least they will ask a question. But Nigeria will never ask any question for you, against you. Look at how many Nigerians have died in China. Look at the way they're persecuting Nigeria in China. What about South Africa here 2 years ago? Look at how they persecuted Nigeria. Was it not a private individual that went to bring back Nigerians in air peace, that went to bring out Nigerians that were stranded in South Africa, that were being persecuted and killed, their properties burned and everything? Did any of us hear Buhari spoke, even address the country about that incident? Did any leader came out to address Nigeria about that incident? How can you die of such a country? Well, if you want to, good luck. Good
All right, thank you.
A country where injustice abound, where injustice is the order of the day, wickedness is the order of the day, perpetrated by leaders that are supposed to protect us. You want to die for such a country? Good luck.
Jude, thank you, Jude. Joshua, is Nigeria worth dying for?
Yeah, thank you for giving me the opportunity to share my view on this matter. I think everyone has answered the question, tending towards where I feel, and the answer is also no. So I wouldn't have actually participated again because people have answered, but I actually want to list some points. And the reason why I believe Nigeria is not worth dying for is that Nigeria is another man's property. So I don't feel part of Nigeria personally as a Nigerian. I mean,
who's man's property?
It
belongs to a few people. It belongs to few people.
Let him.
Okay. It myself, it belongs to British, but personally to me, people that are currently benefiting in Nigeria are just few people that have called themselves politicians, sharing the money. They say, okay, 700,000 barrels is getting lost. You can't tell me that the leadership of Nigeria doesn't know about it. So even the little money coming in, they share it among themselves. They decide what happened, disregarding whatever happened to the whole society. For instance, in a state now, one person decides who become governor, become everything. So you can't call that a country. If it's my company, I can decide what happened there. Everybody have to just play by my rule. But if it's our nation, we all decide what is going to happen. And no one person can just decide and say, okay, this is what will happen. So let me just quickly list those points. So that's just the first point. And I would say that Nigeria doesn't treat people that have died for them well. People that maybe their relatives, you see people complaining, their family soldiers that died, they chased some of the family out of the quarters they were living in. So how can you do those cruelty? Some of them, the money they're supposed to pay them, they don't pay them. Let me just move as fast as possible so they don't treat them well. I said people that have given all to Nigeria, they receive nothing back. So it's people that don't give anything that get everything. So that system is rigged against the whole population. Another good example is that we can see, another thing is that, okay, the question you asked that, okay, can we die to make Nigeria a better country? So example is the NSAS protest that happened not long ago, I think 2 years ago. So you see people holding Nigerian flag. What did they do to them? They actually shot at them, killed a lot of people, and the government even came out to deny it, that it doesn't happen, that people are just fabricating it. So those kind of things, you say, okay, for me to go and die for Nigeria, for it to change, personally, I don't see it changing. So, and I can't go and fight a battle that I know that I cannot win. So I can't go alone, say I want to go and die, that Nigeria will change, just kill myself for nothing, and everybody will still carry on. So I think the best way is either I can live my life in Nigeria, get what I can get, or go elsewhere and get a better life. That is it.
Joshua, are you in Nigeria?
No.
Okay. All right. Kingsley, is Nigeria worth dying for? Akaboku, Kingsley. Is that not Kingsley?
Yeah. Can you hear me now?
Okay, good. Yeah.
All right. Thank you for this conversation. Firstly, personally, I would prefer that Nigeria is worth dying for. Whether you want to look at it as Nigeria is worth dying for, or a better Nigeria is worth dying for or not, I prefer to say that Nigeria is worth dying for. Okay, firstly, I want to say that even people who are campaigning for a new state out of Nigeria, like the state of Biafra, the Oduduwa Republic, and all that, when Nigeria disintegrates, you will find out that the corrupt politicians all belong to these new states that will emerge, and they will all become politicians in those new states. So eventually, Biafra will be having the likes of the old establishments that made up the Nigerian politicians that has kept their legs on our necks up to date, that make Nigeria look like it's not worth dying for. So this question will come back to Biafra to say, is Biafra worth dying for? When we begin to see the same things repeat themselves in the new states that we are all clamoring for. Again, I would also want to say that in the dark days of America, America was not worth dying for, but some people put their lives on the line. The likes of Martin Luther Jr., they kept believing, because if not for yourself, there are people whose lives, because life will continue to exist, your ethnic group or your states will continue to have people who will be born, new people that would emerge from that state, from that ethnic stock. So when you say that Nigeria is not worth dying for, it makes you to deny the opportunity that your contribution would have availed the system of getting better. So in my own view, Nigeria is worth dying for.
All right, Kingsley, we lost you. Let's hear from Mr.
Today than it was. I think that's my submission on that note.
Thank you, Kingsley. Mr. Scribe, is Nigeria worth dying for? I'll come back to you, Kalola. Hold on, okay? Let's get to everybody. Go ahead, Mr. Scribe.
Good morning, everybody. Nigeria is not worth dying for, and particularly I join every other person. And I think every other person has spoken very well. And I think it's an issue of identity. It's an issue of how Nigeria makes you feel. Because for somebody, the way I understand it, to my limited knowledge, for somebody to die for something means that it has a vested interest. So, and that means it's from the thumos, it's from the internal. So I don't believe Nigeria is worth dying for. I mean, as someone who's funding things back home, and the price keep going up, man. The place is killing me financially. So why should I want to die for something that's empty in my bank account?
All right. Festus, let's get to Festus, and I want to reframe the question. Maybe that will give a better answer from Festus. Go ahead. Is Nigeria worth dying for? Festus, can you hear me? All right. Festus cannot hear me. So, all right, let me go around again. This time I want yes or no. Okay? Yes or no. Ikolola, hold on. I know you're outside Nigeria. I don't know where you are. Can you tell us where you are and if you are willing to die for the place you are? So the country where you live. Yes or no? Ikolola, I'm talking to you, please. Yeah. Where are you?
Sorry, but before I answer that, Mr. Rudolph, can I please, answer some of the things I've had here? Look, I'll still go back to my point. For everyone that has said no, listen to what they're saying. It's the interest. It's the personality. Oh, that country treated me like that. This country treated me like this. Oh, that country treated me like that. I had this experience. It's still that personal interest. But as someone here mentioned, you see, we are so engulfed in ourselves. It's me. And if it doesn't benefit me in this life right now, then it's not worth it. But what we forget is this. Someone said, oh, he lives in one place, whereby I don't want to make it seem personal. He lives in one place whereby if he goes to another place and dies now, that country will look for him. Another one mentioned another nation. But let's not forget that before you benefit, you are benefiting all this. Those places, the people that were living there before now would say the same, oh, that country is treating me like this. It's not worth dying for. But some people stood and said, no, we would make it better. I wouldn't benefit from it. It's not what me benefiting from it, but I'm going to give it to other people. And some people are starting from Martin Luther. No, America did not start with Martin Luther King. America started with Alexander Hamilton. They fought the British Empire. He was at the war front with George Washington. Those names you hear today. I mean, if you were in the days when these people existed, you have all this benefit you have of living in a luxury house. Probably most people were sleeping in the snow outside. So all this benefit everybody goes somewhere and enjoys now was done by some people. And believe you, in those days, that place was as worse as what you are seeing right now. And somebody now just mentioned Ukraine. Yes, they are fighting now. But at the end of the day, look at the damage that is going on in Ukraine. But that is not even a very good example. Look at the damage that is going on in Ukraine now. Do you think that place will be built back in the next 50 years? No. So they've made up their mind that I am the sacrifice. So we keep, and like you have said, you rightly said, Mr. Rudolph, our leaders have seen our selfishness, our low esteem, our unwillingness to fight for our rights, and they always use that. Oh, they're not going to do anything. Let me do it. I mean, at the end of the day, all they will do is run and leave me with the loot.
Okay, that's a good. I like that.
Sorry, just one statement more. But in those places you live in, they are not. It's not as if their leaders are angels. They are not saints. They are not. They are not from God's side. No, it is because they know one thing. If they decide to rob the people are willing to come to the streets and fight for their lives. So It is the cowardice. I'm sorry to use that word, but it is the cowardice that Nigerians have resented to that has left the nation as that. So they are in a chicken and egg situation. I can't do that. Let the situation continue. And all I will do is complain about it.
Okay, you know why I have to stop you, because I like what you're saying, but I won't be able to give everybody the same kind of chance to say this kind of thing. I want this to be quick so that we get to other topics.
Thank you for letting me express that. That is all I wanted to say.
Okay, now the question for you is, will you die for the country where you are? Can you tell us where you are? I don't remember. And will you die for that country?
Oh, yes. Oh,
what country are you in? What country are you in?
UK.
Okay, and you die for
because
the UK. You don't need to.
And I'll tell you why. I wouldn't just say yes.
No. We don't know. We don't need why. We know why. I think we know. Yeah, because if everybody would tell us why, then it would be.
I'm still on my yes. As much as it's for the UK, it is for Nigeria as well.
Okay. All right, man of prestige, will you die for? I'm not sure where you are. I think you're in America. Go ahead, man of prestige. Tell us where you are and whether you will die for that country.
I'm in USA. I'm struggling to answer this question. I mean, I love where I am right now. The question is probably no, but let me elaborate.
So hold on. I like the no answer, because the yes, we know what the yes people are saying. The no people, I will have to ask them follow-up question. So if it's no, does it mean that if there's a war in the US and you are needed to fight, you will leave?
If I'm needed to fight in the war? No.
Yeah, if they call you up.
Well, I'm not. I don't have the military involvement in me, to fight. But if I'm compelled to fight, yeah, of course I will do. But let me say one thing, Rudolph. The question I have to ask the people that say they will die for Nigeria. will your death bring any positive change to Nigeria, or will it go back to what it is right now, what it's going to be? So if you can answer that, if you die for Nigeria, will it bring any positive change to Nigeria? That's the question I'm going to ask. Because in my own opinion,
Okay,
I've
all
been
right.
struggling.
Rudy, some of us that say we will die for Nigeria, can we
know
answer him?
until you die.
CM, just relax. We are not the one that talk. You say you're not going to die, so don't worry about that. It's the way that say that we say we're going to die.
Let's follow what am I saying? I'm going through. I'm going round. I'll get to you. James, will you die for the Gambia? James, we can't hear you.
Okay, I'm sorry. If I were a Gambian, the answer would have been
No.
I'm coming. The issue is this. I'm here to market my labor. I'm marketing my labor, and I'm being paid for the work I'm doing in this country. This is why I live in the Gambia. If they no longer need my labor, I go elsewhere. So it's not.
No. The question is, will you live there now?
Excuse me.
You can say no. No is an answer. Yes is an. You see, I want this to be easy so that we can get to other people, other questions, the other things we are talking about.
We are dealing with human affairs, societal problems. We are trying to resolve here. It's not a question of yes or no.
Okay.
Let me tell you something. There are Nigerians living in this country, born and bred in this country. Let me cite one or two examples. If you are a Nigerian child born in the Gambia, your parents have been apply for their residence permit regularly. When you get to university, they treat you as a Gambian national. The Vice Chancellor of the University of the Gambia has scholarship award for those with 8 credits or 9 credits at a city and the school certificate level. Free scholarship. Ministry of Higher Education has another batch of free scholarship. Basic education, the same thing. Gambia Ports Authority, MRC Holland, and so many of them. That if you are a good, academically all right, you don't need to apply. Automatically, you are given. So those Nigerians who are benefiting from it, if they say they are willing to die for the Gambia, it's fine.
So you are not benefiting from the Gambia, James? Is that what you're saying?
Excuse me. I am marketing my labor.
No, wait. But are you benefiting from the Gambia?
No. The issue is this. I pay my tax. And when I pay my tax...
Who is not paying their tax? Are you saying that there are people who are not paying their taxes in the Gambia? People who are from there, they're not paying taxes?
All over the world, there are people who evade tax, and there are some who pay regularly.
James, I want people to give me straight answers. We have a lot of things to talk about today. So you are not going to die for the Gambia. Let me take it that way. That's the answer.
Excuse me, I'm not a Gambian. I cannot die for the Gambia. I'm not a Gambian.
So if there's a war in the Gambia, you leave. If there is peace, if there is peace, you stay and collect money.
Thank you. You are deliberately misunderstanding me. The issue I'm telling you is this: I am marketing my labor. It's just like me living Delta State, and I go to Kano State to work. I cannot die for Kano State. If there is war in Kano State, I relocate to Delta State.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Jet. Thank you, James. Paul, will you die for the United States? And you are young enough to go to war.
No. I've passed the age.
It depends on how serious the war is. If it's very serious, it doesn't matter what age. If you're a man, they give you a gun. Go ahead.
Yeah, those ones that we have, those private ones that we have at home.
So, are you willing to die for the U.S.?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Because it worth it. Yeah, because it worth it. Something happened the other day, some weeks, if not months now. There's a Yoruba man in Maryland. You understand? Made up his mind, went back to Nigeria, and something happened. They killed him over there. And he traveled. He went back to Nigeria as an American. That is, he uses his U.S. passport to go back to Nigeria. He didn't use the Nigerian passport to go back. The U.S. government came to Nigeria to pick his human remains. You understand? They went there, bought a very nice casket, everything, because he went back to Nigeria. He didn't go with his family. The U.S. government went back to Nigeria. Calculate. I work in the airline. It costs nothing less than $25,000-$30,000 to carry human remains. You know, as at that level. You know, then you see everything that they did. This is in Nigeria. Who this thing happened to him in Nigeria, not like he went to Ghana. He went to Nigeria, but he went back to Nigeria with his U.S. passport. So which means they felt an American is in Nigeria. And the family over here wanting the U.S. government take full responsibility of everything to bring back his human remains. You know, come on, I am willing to die for them. You understand? Now, not
right.
the Nigerians in diaspora who call Nigerians or they give us stereotyping names and everything. That is the person that was here to represent us outside America, outside Nigeria. Call us Ode. You know the meaning of Ode? Foolish people. You understand? No, I'm willing to die for America.
All right, thank you. CM, are you willing to die for the UK? For King Charles III?
No, I'm not willing to die for UK. At least it's my life. I'm not willing to die for UK. The fact that I'm here doesn't mean that I will die for them. After all, those that are, some of them that are down there in my village, down in they won't die for them now. So why would I? So yeah, there are British people. There are British people. Hang on. There are British people in Anambra State. For instance, Catriona Lang, the one that follows everywhere politicians goes. He goes in Nigeria. He was in Obi of Onitsha's palace the other time. If you ask him, will you die for Nigeria? He will
but there's a difference. There's a different. CM, there's a difference. They are not carrying Nigerian passports. You are carrying British passport. So, are you willing to die for the UK?
See, they didn't say I should die. Well, part of the thing they said they did. It wasn't written that you must die for this. So I mean, you are changing the rule at the end. So the day they were giving the thing, they didn't say you must die because you are holding it.
Did you read what you swore? Did you read the statement you read that I swear to whatever I don't know how they do it in the UK. Did you read that?
I pasted it in the chat. Read it very well.
The one from the UK. The one from the UK, yeah.
The one from the UK. They didn't say you should die.
Okay, yeah, that is there now. So there's no die there. That just be faithful. It doesn't mean you will die there now.
I'll be faithful. I will bear true allegiance. What does that mean to you?
Your allegiance, that is, maybe you obey the Queen's laws and the rules and everything.
And if the Queen decides that you are going to fight now in Ukraine, what are you going to do? If the King now, King Charles,
before they send you to fight, you have to be trained now. You can't just pick.
They will train you. They will train you. That's not the problem.
I'm part of the training. They have to examine me physically, health-wise, whether I need the height, everything. I will fail. You see, no, this is a serious.
Hold on. Are you going to break your leg just to make sure you don't fall?
No.
Because in Russia, some people are breaking their legs so that they won't go to war. Are you willing to do that?
Remember, you are talking about. If it were Nigeria, they can rush you. But here, you have to go through. I mean, you know the answer now. So no need. Everybody knows the answer. So I'm not willing to die.
Let's get to Jude. Jude, you are in California. Are you willing to die for the US?
Well, I would have been able to answer this question perhaps much better.
Hold on, Jude. You had all this time. I started this question with Ecolola, and all the way I got to you, you still have no answer.
No, right now I have no answer because I am currently going through a very terrible, horrible injustice happening to me, and which question the justice and fairness, not just only here, but in the world. You know, people are not just unfair. So as a result, I can't die for a place where I am being treated very unjustly, just perhaps because I bear a certain name. You know, that is not one of those King Wood or Wood Andrew or Andrew Smith or something like that. Yeah, I wouldn't.
All right, thank you. But not to get into your private business, but also maybe there will be a time to discuss injustice, because you touched on there is also injustices in where we live, because we live abroad And sometimes we pretend as if home is so terrible, that abroad is so good. But some of these things we face here, we don't seem to share that with people at home. Anyway,
Yes,
Kingsley, you are next.
if you, I don't even mind sharing my experience right now.
Okay. Yeah, my direct question.
Kingsley, hold on. Let's
okay.
see. Jude, let Jude finish. Yeah, let's see. Jude.
Okay, now my experience here now. I'm in the medical profession. I'm a registered nurse, right? I traveled to Nigeria early this year, and before I came back, my license was revoked. What was the reason? There was a letter I wrote to live in Texas, but I picked a job as a travel nurse to California. So there was an issue in Texas, and duty requires you to inform the new state where you have gone to about the issue. And then I came here, I wrote a letter with my address, currently where I'm living, where I'm speaking from now, had my address, had my phone number, had my email address. I wrote that letter to California Board of Nursing to notify them. Meanwhile, a lot of people don't even care, don't even do that, the same thing that I did. But as a law-abiding citizen, always doing what is right, I wrote that letter to notify them. Listen, I have this issue in Texas that is going on, that is going on, so that they'll know about it. And then while they were about to respond back to me on the letter I wrote them, I live here in California. I wrote them a letter. They sent a letter to me in Texas, and because I didn't receive the letter, do you know these people revoked my license? This is the letter they sent to my attorney, describing why they revoked the license. Now, license revocation in any profession is the highest level of penalty you can give to that profession. Even when whether a medical doctor or a nurse or any physical therapist in the healthcare, before your license would be revoked, they would have taken you to the court. You will plead your case, and if the judge finds you wanting, or if you are found wanting, and it will warrant revocation, they will now go ahead and do it. But to give somebody the most punitive measure on a situation that does not reflect, has nothing to bear with the person's professional conduct, that to me is the worst injustice ever. And look at what they wrote what the argument for revoking my license. That on the letter I wrote them, I did not state, please note the current, they say, please notice my reverse mailing address. This is their reason. That I did not state such thing as, please note, this is my current address. I wrote, they have my address, they have my phone number, they have my email address on current place where I live. They choose not to use this, and then they use my Texas address. Yeah, and I don't live in Texas, I live in California, and I work with the city, with the civil servant here, I work with the city hospital here. What kind of injustice is that? My lawyer wrote a letter to them, petition to them, they turned it down. This was the letter with which they turned my petition down. Just because of a mere address, you're punishing somebody. I am one of the best ones in America. That if there's any way they can find that, assess that, you at least before they mention 100 best nurses in America, you mention me. And I work more than anybody in the United States. During the pandemic, I was working 90 hours every day and every week. You know why? Because many nurses will call me whenever they see that there's a lot of COVID patients on the floor. They even call in to ask, is there new admission of COVID patients? Once they find out this, they will call in. And they will ask you, please, you're always there for us, you're always there to help us. Please, can you come in and work? And I will oblige them. 2022, 2021, 2021, during the heat of the pandemic, I was clocking in an average of 90 hours every week. Nobody works like that in the United States. And then for me to be punished like that for just ordinary address. Now, what kind of injustice? I don't think I remember Nigeria. If Nigeria were to be good, will I be here suffering for the past 7 months? I don't have a job. Just because of ordinary address. What kind of injustice society with an injustice is there? I have contacted Obama, I have contacted the governor of Texas, I have contacted the senator, I have contacted Sharpton, civil rights. None of them has responded back to me. And these are parties where I contribute thousands of dollars every time, every election period. I contribute thousands of dollars to further the cause of Democrats. And now I've been in the problem, nobody wants to help. I have been at home, paying rent, paying bills, struggling, for no cause, for not committing any single offense. This has nothing to do with my professional conduct. My job is still waiting for me. The reason why they ask me to, because they can't keep me because on the roster because I don't have a license. So once I get my license, I'll go back to my job. Every time they call in my office, they keep calling me, what is the situation of the case? My union, they keep calling me, what is the situation of the case? Have you resolved your job so that you can come back to work? We miss you so much. You know, you're always working. Whenever I work, I'm like 2.5 nurses. If I'm not at work, it's like 2.5 nurses is absent because of the number of hours I put in. That's why every time they're calling me, dude, we are really suffering. We don't have enough staff. You know, you are the only one that's always helping out. And then for you to be going through this kind of injustice, just because of ordinary address. You have my address, but you choose not to use it. And you're putting law. I did not state such information, such as, please notice the reverse mailing address. And my letter was registered to them. I mean, this is their response to my lawyer, why they turned back my listing.
Wow.
So in order to therefore a country with that have penalized me, they don't care about my family, they don't care about the people that depend on me. Many Nigerians at home every year, even the overtime I do, I deliberately do overtime to have enough money to assist people at home, people that I don't even know. Every year I spend millions and millions assisting people at home that I don't even know, random people like that on the internet and stuff like that. And I do it with joy because that's the only way I can reach out for them because their government doesn't care for them, their leaders doesn't care for them. During the pandemic, I sold my car to help people in Nigeria, the car I use in Nigeria, because I see that Nigerians lock up their people without even helping them, giving them food or anything. I had to ask my brother to sell this car and help distribute it to everybody, whatever the money amount, distribute it to people at home. And then some to my class members on WhatsApp.
All right, Jude, we're sorry about what you're going through. Hopefully it will be resolved. I know that no matter how bad the situation is in America, there has to be a solution somewhere, okay? We check on you, how things are going. And if there's anything we can do, we'll talk. I'll talk to you later after the show. Kinsley.
Thank you.
Okay,
Kinsley, so...
yeah, Juden.
Where are you? Where are you first?
I'm in the UK.
The UK, okay.
UK, yeah. So let me also sympathize with Juden. It's a terrible situation, and I know how it is. Sometimes you can just be in a terrible mess when you can't afford your bills and everything. Okay, so straightforward to the question, my simple answer is a yes. I can die for the UK where I currently reside. Yeah, but if you let me, I would have responded to a few reactions based on my last submission. My saying yes to dying for Nigeria is simple. When I made a referral to Martin Luther and others, they didn't die for America, and nobody is going to die for Nigeria. You die for a cause. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is incarcerated. He is dying for a cause, but he's being persecuted by Nigeria. So eventually, he might die for Nigeria, God forbid, but that is the price he has to pay for a cause he believes in. So all of us must also understand that, there is a cause that we all bear for being alive and for answering coming from a particular ethnic stock. There is a cause. Now, I'm in the UK, I have children here. There is also a cause I need to protect because even when I'm no more here, I have people that will live here after me. So whatever contribution I make to make UK a better place, I'm not doing it for myself. there are children and offsprings from me that would benefit from those sacrifices. Same thing applies to dying for Nigeria. Whatever I do to make Nigeria a better place, there are people that will benefit who are directly or indirectly linked to me. So those are just my explanations. So our contributions are just a building block to making the country a better place.
Thank you. Thank you. So what we're going to do, once I get to Scribe and Jonaba, I'll plead that some of you here might, give room so that we get other people to hear their opinions, and then we'll come back for the second part of the show, which is about Danjuma and the statement he made yesterday. So, Mr. Scribe, are you going to die for Canada?
No, I can't. No. Canada. Okay. I've been fortunate to have traversed some countries. But the only passport that I actually genuinely travel with is the British passport. So I can't. I pasted it. I knew this was going to come. That's why I pasted it in the chat. So you read what I swore. I only swore an allegiance. So I'm not ready to die for the UK at all. I'm not ready to die for. And also, Her Majesty, my sovereign, is also the sovereign of Canada. So I am not ready to die for Canada either.
So if there is a war, hold on. So if there's a war in Canada and you are required to fight, you run.
Well, look,
where will you run to?
There are ways around these things, and I think CM has already explored, implicitly giving you my own perspective on that. And
what did he say?
You already know the British were not kind to our village.
So no. Let me. Where will you run to? The same Nigeria that you won't die for. Where will you run to?
So, like I said in my opening, I've been fortunate to have options. Don't worry.
No. All right, Jonaba. All right, Jonaba.
Before thank you, Rudy, for bringing me back. I'm going to leave shortly, but I want to say one thing here. Quickly, my brother Jude, I asked you to come back to Texas. I will always love you, and you are very welcome. Whatever you are going through is for a moment. God will bring you through. The God that created the universe. I know now I'm growing in where I live in spiritual life. So I don't use so many things that I used to use. That the God of Igbo land, whether when they created Biafra, if Nigeria is not good for you, Biafra will be good for you one day by God's grace. Thank you, and I'm with you all the way. We'll talk to Rudolph and we'll see whatever we can do to support you. And then come to the dying for America. I was off the line temporarily. Thank God for the person that rephrased that question that said that, can you die to make Nigeria better? Yes, and I said whether to make Nigeria better, whether to die for Nigeria the way it is now. Yes, my answer is still be yes and yes and yes, and I understand completely of those that say no, and those that are living in a neighboring Nigerian country. I will not mention your name because I have respect for my uncle. It's also a good you can't die for the African neighboring country, and you cannot die for Nigeria. I hope they will have another country coming up soon that you will die for, because we all have to die for a cause, whether we believe it or not. And then come to me dying for America. I will die for my interest of my children anywhere and on the world. And I will, like I've said, I will die for Nigerians first, regardless of whatever the injustice in Nigeria, whatever what is going on. Then I can die for the second country. So if I can die twice, then that is my answer.
All right, thank you. Okay, this one I really want yes or no, and this is what I want, so that we can get other people in. There are many people who are interested in joining this conversation. So if I come to you, tell us the ethnic group where you come from in Nigeria, and say whether you are willing to die for that ethnic group. I'm doing an unscientific experiment here. So, Ikolala, tell us where the ethnic group you belong to in Nigeria, and whether you're willing to die for that group.
Okay. Thank you for coming back to me. And I'll be leaving to give other people some space after this. But let me encapsulate everything I have to say and answer that question. You are about to play a message from T.Y. Danjuma that he was saying that
no, that will be, you
government.
can come back. You can come back at
Yeah,
that
yeah,
time.
yeah, yeah.
You know.
But I'm going to leave. So, and it's
Okay.
going
But
to
he's
answer your
gonna need
question.
to give away for you.
Yeah. So please,
Right.
about T.Y. Danjuma saying since the federal military are not defending them, they are going to defend themselves. Now, this is a very good example of when I say our personal interest has just not aligned with who we are. That is why we are saying, no, I cannot do that for that place. Now, ethnicity. I am Igbo. Say some bandits decide to come to a village I live in. And unfortunately, the legal security system that should defend that village is not there. And that village holds my parents, holds my family. Would I walk away? Because unfortunately for me, the leader of that village is irresponsible. That makes me irresponsible. Then I would stand and defend for the sake of my family and the future generations unborn. But if I keep looking at myself, then the best option would be for me to run away and leave them to their fate. This is what you are hearing here. Everybody saying no emphatically. That is what you're listening to. But if they look at it in this perspective you are bringing up now, then they would understand that that no is no solution. You're just looking at yourself, and that is selfish. So that is my answer, Dr. Rudolph. And I'll see you next Saturday.
All right. Thank you so much. I appreciate
it. Thank you, everyone. Thank you for your time.
All right. Man of prestige, tell us where you are from in Nigeria and whether you will die for that ethnic group.
Yes, thank you, Rudolph. I'm from the Igbo extraction of Nigeria. Yes, I will die for, I will die for Igbo extraction, just because of my sentiment in that area and what I anticipate that, that part of the country, will be. I will definitely die for Nigeria. But let me make one more statement. The reason why on a political aside will not die for Nigeria. I mean, the issue is clear. No one can die for Nigeria as of today. So let us be very real. I mean, we have a leader that has baptized the and rule of law. I don't see why anybody would die for that country. This is my own opinion. I mean, pretty much mortgage the future of that country. So I'm not gonna die for Nigeria, but I would die for from Igbo. That's my opinion.
All right, thank you so much. You can join us in another hour. Let's get a few people in and have a conversation with them. James, James, tell us where you're from? Okay, yeah. James, tell us where you're from in Nigeria and whether you die for that ethnic group.
I'm from 3 parts of Nigeria, 3 parts. I was born in Ondo State, Old Western, during the colonial era. My parents are from Niger Delta, and culturally I was brought up in Benin City. So it is very difficult for me to tell you categorically that this is where I come from. I speak Edo language better than my father's native tongue. So it's not possible for me to tell you that I'm a Yoruba man or a Edo man or an Urhobo man. It's not possible. But because I was brought up in Benin City, I'm prepared to die even for the Oba of Benin for a very simple reason. If I run into problems today in Nigeria, I can confidently run to the palace for them to come to my rescue. As somebody brought up in their native customs and traditions, they are willing to come to my rescue if I go through the right people. Now, the issue is this. Every society, the citizens of every society has rights and responsibilities. If your rights are denied you by your society, who are you to discharge your responsibility? This is the crux of the matter. Mr. Ikolala should realize that rights and responsibilities is what governs people's existence in any society. They go together. I think in Latin, I'm not very sure, pari passu. That is, they go, I mean, you cannot separate them, rights and responsibilities. When the Israeli, what's it called, were held hostage in Uganda during the days of Idi Amin, the Israeli government went all out to carry out a 90-minute raid on Entebbe airport in Uganda, Kampala, and they rescued their people. So why should an Israeli not die for his country? So this is the issue. Nigeria is not worth dying for. If fools are ready to die for Nigeria, may they go to heaven or hell, wherever they wish to go. Thank you.
All right, thank you, James. Paul, you're Robo. Are you willing to die for Robo?
The answer is also no, from what my senior brother James also said again, because I was born, raised in Lagos. I can remember when I was out of school, my parents, at the time, after some time, a few years after that, my parents relocated back to Delta State. My parents also, they lived the better part of their life in Lagos. You know, though my father touch base, but they live in Lagos. My father worked in Nigerian Port Authority, so that makes him between Lagos, Rivers, and Delta. But you know the struggle with the oil thing and everything. They said I'm not part of the struggle because I was born in Lagos, but I'm an Urobo man from mother and father. But I was born in Lagos, so I'm not part of the struggle. So, like, I would say today that my daughter is New Yorker, but live in Arizona. But today, my daughter and my son, they get every benefit in Arizona just because of they are residents of Arizona. You understand? Their struggle may start from New York. You understand? But they get everything. But we don't get those type of pattern in Nigeria. I cannot die for Robo people. I trickled down the other time. I cannot even die for my siblings. You know why? The ideology and my ideology is completely different. It's like night and day. So why do I want to die for a just cause? You understand? If I die for them, they will say it is my stupidness, my rebelliousness that makes me die. That's why we reserve money to give police in Nigeria. We reserve money to give customs. You understand? So so the person who argue and died for the right thing, they blame you for it. I cannot die for my tribe. I cannot die for my siblings, and I cannot die for Nigeria. But I can die for America because I understand the way they do things, and they work with me.
All right, thank you. CM, you're next.
Okay,
So, doctor.
Yeah. I'll see you.
Doctor, then, please, 1 second. Then Theophilus Danjuma, you want to say, because I'm going out right now. Theophilus Danjuma once fought for Nigeria and benefit tremendously is the 1% of the 1% in Nigeria. Today, it has started affecting his businesses and every other thing. So he said, now let us fight for ourselves, or as the case may be, maybe even fight Nigeria. That's what he's telling us. So you can reason that and use it as your case study. Thank you. Bye.
All right, thank you. All right, CM, go ahead.
Okay. Like I said, I'm Igbo, and I'm willing to die for Igbo because I love the Igbo civilization. My forebears, what they've done in history. I mean, if somebody like Olade Kwaino is Igbo, I should be happy. And there are lots. Only I'm not a historian to recount so many of them, but the ones I've read, I mean, I'm quite happy where God placed me. I'm quite happy. That's why I can't swap it for anything. I can carry any passport, but eventually I want to die as an Igbo because it's people that are. Well, I don't want to offend so many people or provoke thoughts, but let's just say I'm Igbo and they're willing to die for it for the reasons best known to me. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Laughing. Okay.
Jude, you're next.
Yes, I am. Yeah, I'll be willing to die for my Biafra people, or extension, also for my native tribe, Igbo, because this is a place where I know if we have our own country, I'm sure we would have been developed long time ago because there's a promise there. And moreover, for those who are always saying that if you break up, you will not, the other politician will still come and infiltrate, and the whole thing will be worse than what it is in Nigeria. The answer is no, it's not going to be, because by the time we start, we're going to have a constitution. Everybody will gather together and have a constitution, sit down and say how we are all going to be ruled. So that if you're disobeying any law, the constitution, there's an agency that will handle you. Not like Nigeria, the free fall. The governors, the leaders are the one breaking the laws. Anyway, let me not go into that.
Let me before I continue, let me just give 1 minute CM and Jude to respond to this. You're willing to die for the Igbo, but the question is, when will you? Okay, let me reframe it. There are people who believe that this is the time. There is a call now to come and save the Igbo in Nigeria. When will you hear the call? What will be the situation that will make you think, okay, this is time to go home and go and fight and die? ECM, just 1 minute. Under what condition will you be able to say it's time? The call, I can hear the call now. I have to go and fight for this, my people. Because there are people who believe that this is the time.
Let Jude go first.
I like that.
You go first. CM. No. It was systematic. So you go. Are you kidding me?
Well, all right. Forget it. I take it that you don't want to take the question.
Okay. The thing is this. Even during the civil during the Biafra genocide during the so-called civil war, my elder brother went to the war. Thank God he came back alive. I have a lot of extended family that went and they didn't come back alive. Okay, and they fought for a just cause. And if that cause were to have been achieved, by now we would have been better off. All right. So if there's a call like that warrants me coming home, I am willing to go home and fight for that and fight for the cause that I believe in, because I believe before I used to be one of the people that believe in one Nigeria before. Because I wasn't raised to think like an Igbo man. I was born in Benin, brought up in Delta State, school in different places in Nigeria. So I am someone that I believe in one Nigeria, and I've done it throughout my growing time, my growth. I've done everything I could to show myself as a one Nigeria. Okay, I was one of the people.
I said 1 minute. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. I got the idea. Okay. CM, so when will you hear the call? What kind of situation will warrant you to go and fight?
Well, normally, if they are threatened, the type that happened 1967 to 1970, because that is pure genocide, to wipe them out of existence. I mean, my humanity has been questioned, so I must do something, no matter how little, no matter what it is. Just like the best known African poet, Christopher Kibu, he said this thing called gun, I've never handled it before, but because of this, I'm going to handle it. So if that type of situation presents itself, I mean, I'm a human being. If you challenge my own very humanity, that we shouldn't be in existence, I mean, why life is nothing if it's not examined. So I will go. But for us to note, I was born at the largest baby factory in West Africa, which is Lagos Island Maternity. But if I should claim a Lagosian now, I know it won't sit well with some people, because I can claim anything in Lagos. I mean, so that's where I was born. But in Nigeria, you understand what I mean. You know what Nigeria is. So let me stick with the identity of my tribal identity of my parents. Otherwise, I'm as good as any Lagosian, because I was born there. Lagos Island Maternity. If they doubt it, I go there and bring the date of birth and say, this is my name. Let them bring the record. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Okay, Kingsley, you're next. The question is, where are you from in Nigeria, and will you die for that place?
Okay, yes, I'm an Igbo man. I'm from the eastern part of Nigeria. So, yeah, I can die for the Igbos. In fact, the main reason I said I would die for Nigeria is for the cause of the Igbos. As a Nigerian, there are certain things you must also understand. Waiting for existential threats on the Igbos, the real existential threats on the Igbos, before you decide to die for Igbos, will be like taking the last, last straw of the last straw of the gun. For me, I believe that Igbos, as long as we are still in Nigeria, we need to have equal rights. We need to have equal benefits from that same country until we have the privilege of having the Biafra. We can't live in a Nigeria where Igbos are marginalized, are and the worst of conditions in Nigeria. So for anybody who wants to fight for Igbos, the best approach is to fight for Igbos inside Nigeria, because that is the only route to getting Biafra. You cannot get Biafra by fighting for UK or for America. You have to fight inside Nigeria to be able to get that Biafra. And to be honest, there is no Nigerian in existence. The only people that exist in Nigeria are people living within the geographical expression called Nigeria, who are from different ethnic stocks. And the only way to exist in Nigeria happily is to make sure that there is equal benefit for everybody who lives within that geographical expression. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Okay, let me again ask those that have given the answers to give space for new people to join us. We want to get a lot of people to respond to these questions, and then we will come back. You can come back later for the second segment about Tiwa Danjuma. Mr. Scribe, you're next.
Yeah, so I'm Igbo, and I am willing to give my life for the preservation of the Igbo culture and my people. If the minute they burn the Niger Bridge, I'll get into a plane and I'll offer my services. How I would say, like, my father made us to study the Biafran books, by Achuzi and Co, because he felt that what happened in 1967 might happen again, and he wanted, and also for us to understand what actually happened, and he gave us those stories. So I feel very strongly connected. But albeit in the Biafran question within the Nigerian context, I am in like CM. I was born in Lagos Island. My birth certificate is I'm a Lagosian. My accent, everything, Yoruba attitude. I take more of Yoruba ways than I take more of Igbo ways. But the way Nigeria is suggests to me that my identity, and I'm unapologetic about that. That my identity, I put my hereditary identity first. So I will do that. In terms of Britain and other countries that I've been fortunate to live in, that is just as the consequence of. I think I'm a child of fortune in the sense that when I graduated and my dad challenged me and said, "Look, this thing you're doing here in Nigeria, it doesn't look like you're doing it properly." He said, "Oh yeah, go. I want you to compete with the best in the world." Because when I was a software developer, when I started as a software developer, Nigeria wasn't as good as it is now. So the only option those days was like bail and go and compete with the best in the world. So yes, Britain and all these things, they've been I'm very, very grateful. His Majesty the King is my sovereign, but I swore I pasted that thing there. I swore to give allegiance to him and his
Okay.
successors. So I'm not going to die for you guys, but my tribe comes first.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Scribe. Thank you so much. Can you make room for some other people to join, and you can come back in an hour. Janaba, you're next.
Tell my brother Jude that his brother did not go to war. My mother kept him safe, and after the war, he returned back home. Tell my brother Jude that one. When it comes to me dying for my
where you have to say, where are you from? Where in Nigeria are you from? I mean, I know you are Benue, but what is it? Tell us.
I'm an Idoma guy.
Idoma, okay.
I cannot die for the whole Idoma people. I can die for my siblings. The reason why is that I don't want Idoma people to misunderstood me. The reason is that Idoma people is a big body with we speak not even the same dialect, and we have different belief, different culture, and in that regard. But I can die for the place I come from for a change, but I cannot die for who they are.
All right, Janaba, thank you so much. And there's no wrong answer.
I'll see you in a little bit.
Yeah.
I'll see you in a little
thank
bit.
you. All right, I appreciate this. All right, so we have a new team, and let's see. Welcome to the show, Dr. Tokin. Can you hear me?
Yes, Solomon Wagbole. There is there's quite a lot there. As I use this handle to go online, token traders, trading research is my main business, so that's another day. Yes, thanks.
Nice to have you. Nice to have you. Forefathers, welcome to the show.
Is it my turn?
No, just welcome. I just want to hear your voice.
Thank you.
Sure Abby, welcome to the show. Abby, okay, all right. I think everybody, is here. Peter, welcome to the show. Festus, Rohan, Ike, and Akeja. So the question we are posing, because we're just starting again, and let me rephrase it now. Use a better question. Are you willing to die to make Nigeria a better place? I'll start with you, Dr. Solomon.
Yes. In my daily life, I'm quite an activist, and I always put myself in the front. Though I don't live in Nigeria, I am heavily involved in activism in my day-to-day life. I have actually sacrificed my life for an Igbo man. I'm an Edo as a origin. I was, we were somewhere in Asia. They attacked him, and I came to his rescue. So, but some other time, the people took a revenge on me, and actually, basically, they thought I was dead. And when it came for a time for testimony, it was unfortunate that the guy I sacrificed my life for some few months earlier didn't testify or didn't bear witness, and Indonesia has to bear the witness. This was somewhere, but it was not in Indonesia. It was a neighboring country. I don't want to mention the name. So that doesn't stop me from dying for Nigeria. So the essence for that, having traveled across the world, is you need to die for, if you are from a country, you need to die for them, for that country. America or UK, I live in UK, people die for their country. Even when there was hunger in Europe, people have to go out to enslave Africans and come back and build their country where some of us now run to. Yes, for me, I would die for Nigeria. I still do it day to day. So I put my life online, defending Africans and yes, advocating for anything that is that people have done to Africa. Yeah, I would die for Nigeria.
All right, thank you. Forefathers, you're next.
Yeah, thanks for having me. Greetings to everyone on the panel, the chat, and the viewers. Rudolph, I really thank you for asking this question because it really goes to the core of our problem in Nigeria. Because some of the people that say they will not die for Nigeria today are the ones offering opinions about Nigeria. Their opinions are probably diluted from today henceforth. One should note them down. Because when you go around criticizing and pissing on a country constantly and offering solutions, but you're not willing to die for that country, what does that say about you? When you go look at the world, what has Nigeria done to so many of our people that we are acting as if it is so bad? 20 million died under Stalin. 15 to 50 million died under Chairman Mao. What has Nigeria done to us that is so bad? It's only our people with this their slave mentality that think that, you know what, dying for another man's country is better than dying for their own. Do you know how many people that it takes to get to these people that are denying their heritage, like Esau today? You know what it takes? 10 generations. It takes about, let me see, how many people? This is about 1,000 people or so. By the time it goes to 2 generations, it takes over 1 million people to create them. And they are willing to sacrifice all that to go and fight for another man's distant country and destine their children to genetic extinction. What they don't understand is they think that they're having children. In a space where you don't control genetic flow, eventually that your race that you think exists will become 2% in that genetic flow. You are killing yourself, but slowly. Why do you think people fight for their heritage? This is what people die for most in this world. Look at Ukraine fighting a nuclear power, knowing full well these people could do nuclear bombs on them, but yet they fight. Yet our people, when you choose, it's only slaves that I know will be willing to die for a man's this heritage. Only slaves do that. Normally it's by force. But now some of our people have actually been brainwashed to the point whereby they willfully die for other people's distant countries. Personally, I consider that a traitorous attitude and a cowardly attitude, because what is the use of a man's life anymore? Tell me, what is the purpose if you cannot defend your family, your women, your children, and your land? Tell me what other purpose there is for a man that is more important than that in this life. And these people come around and they just say things and they don't understand. And they criticize Buhari, they criticize everybody, but at the same time, they are not even willing to defend their own heritage. Esau, we have some of the best heritage on this earth. We are like Esau, literally like Esau. We have some of the best. We have been given everything, and we are willing to sell it for trinkets. We go to America, we're willing to die for America. We go to Europe, you are willing to die for Europe. When you have Africa, where if you dig inside the ground, gold is coming out. If you go to your backyard, oil is there. Everything is given to you on this continent. And you are fortified with the stronger genetic line. And you give it up, and you ask as if you are not cursed for some reason. Anybody that says those type of things, they really need to ask themselves what they are doing.
All right.
I don't understand that kind of mindset where you feel that you give up what God has given you. So much He has given you. I'm telling you, if I was God, oh my God, what I would do to those such people? I would reserve a special place in hell for them. Because I didn't give other people that much.
Forefathers, thank you. We'll come back to you. Ebi, unmute yourself. We can't hear you, Ebi.
Sorry, I had a hard mute on the button and I was unmuting on the software. Hey, forefather, you didn't tell us your stance. You've engaged in the other people's opinion. We didn't hear you. Are you going to die or not?
It's obvious.
No, just tell us, all right?
Of course, I'm willing to die. If I'm telling you right now, even at my age, if they tell me that they want to recruit 1 million man army, I will go and join. Because what is the purpose of my life?
Okay. You are eating into my time. It's my fault. Okay. so this is why I've been listening. Okay. This is how I will first of all respond. All right. I have some quotes here. Okay. And then I will tell you my opinion. He said, no bastard ever won a war by dying for his country. He won it by making some other poor, dumb bastard die for his country. And who said this? General Patton. And somebody said, he said, but seriously, if you think the best way you can help your country is through your death, you have a bleak view of your self-worth. If you want to make this country better, dedicate your life to making an improvement wherever you can, as big as you can manage. We will all benefit more through life than through death. Now back to Ebenezer Olaoluwa Komalafe. I will not die for nobody. I'm not Jesus. I will put in all my effort, which I am already doing, to make sure that the country works well. And let me tell you this, nobody goes to war to die. They go
maybe also just you resign in the country you are hiding so that they can come and raid it too.
Let me finish, bro.
You're not willing to die. Make all of them resign. Let's see how you are going to be comfortable there talking.
Bro, I am telling you the fact.
Let him
Even
finish.
Jesus Christ did not come to, I don't do too much of religion anymore. Even Jesus Christ did not come to die without a reason. Okay? And it's reciprocal. Even here in Canada that I am, that they say they come and kill the other people, is to take what the other people have. That's why they kill so many people. And they, come and sat on their tents. In Australia, where I also lived for some years. Now the same thing. Okay? I am not going to die, but I am ready to offer my skills, my time, my resources to make Nigeria die. But I will not go and put my neck in the guillotine for nobody. That is where we stop it for now. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ebi. Peter, welcome to the show. Peter, where are you? Can you put on a little light so that we can see your face? And unmute yourself. Okay, good. Please, go ahead. We can't hear you, Peter. Can you unmute yourself? Okay, we'll come back to you, Peter. Let's go to Okija. Okija, welcome to the show.
Good day, everyone. That's a good question. An Igbo adage says, "It is from the compound of the coward that we point at the compound of the brave." The weed-infested compound of the brave. I mean, the brave has gone. War came, whatever came, emotion, driven by emotion, he goes and he dies, and the coward is still alive. He's going to take the inheritance of the brave. And if you didn't think fall apart, you see the brave Okonkwo, and he was so brave. He wanted to stop Christianity, and then he went and then he committed suicide, and then the Christianity still went on. And then you go to another book by Chinua Achebe, The Arrow of God. Ezolo, the priest, he was bent on having custom, maintain the custom. And the white people came and they put him in prison. And then before he came, he started to start things all over. But the people moved. They went to church, blessed the Yam, did New Yam Festival, and he was still stuck in that. So what I'm trying to say is, if I want to die, I know where they sell poison. And I've seen some beautiful bridges, whereby if I want to jump, I can just, memorize myself.
We all die anyways. That's shocking. Jesus Christ. Everybody dies.
Let me finish. So I go to like San Francisco Bridge, go there and then immortalize myself and do some jumping.
Can you hear me? Do I speak now?
I mean, like
no, Peter, not yet. Somebody else is speaking. Just hold on.
America America is an an idea created by man. Nigeria is an idea created by man, and they want me to die for an idea created by somebody else. If I want to die, I create out of my own idea. Persecute myself. Commit suicide, kill myself. I'm not dying for any country. I'm a US citizen. I'm not dying for US. I'm not dying for Nigeria. I can only die for my children. I can't even if my parents were alive, I won't die for them. Can only die for my children, and I can't die for Igbo. Who am I going to die for? Like Okogo has shown you that. Ezulu has shown you that. Even in the Bible, Jesus said, "What can you liken to this generation?" It is like the market square. You dance for them. They don't want to dance. You mourn for them. They don't want to dance. You want me to put myself? No, man, he that lives is living. If you are dead, you are dead. So many people have like this is the last cowboy, the player. The US is US football. He went during the Afghanistan. He volunteered, left his club, went to die for US in Afghanistan. They shot him, friendly fire. He died. What? Just like that. And today, US came back from Afghanistan, with the tail behind the leg. Today, so that's what happened. So don't die for anyone. Fight your war. What's the name of that book by the guy who was supposed to be the guest today?
Don't die for their
in their war.
Yeah. If I want to die, I create my own war. Go and die in my war. Thank you.
All right. Ike, welcome to the show.
Thank you, Dr. Damages. It's a pleasure being here.
Okay. So because we don't have time to go around again, I want you to answer 3 questions in 1 minute. Is he gone? Okay, he's here. Okay, 3 questions in 1 minute. So the first one is Nigeria worth dying for? Will you die for whatever the answer you gave to that one? Will you die for whatever ethnic group or country where you live? And will you die for whatever ethnic group you come from in Nigeria? So,
it's a difficult question. Nobody goes out to die for their country, right? Nobody wakes up in the morning or plans and say, hey, I'm going to go die for the US, I'm going to go die for Nigeria, I'm going to go die for Igbo or for Yoruba. People actually die defending themselves. And one of the things people die for is they die defending their ideology, right? So it's erroneous for someone to say, oh, I would die for Nigeria, I'll die for Igbo, I'll die for Hausa, whatever. No, people die defending themselves. There was this there's this big Bass Pro, Bass Pro, Dr. Damages, the sporting goods chain in the US. So I went in there one day. I was trying to buy a tent, and I met a gentleman. He was how these our white people, they start talking to you if you just walk into them. So he started showing me guns. He said, hey, do I like these guns and all of that? I said, I don't do guns. So anyway, he said something. He said, man, that people have something about someone committing suicide. There was a problem and all that. He asked me, would I commit suicide, right? If somebody was threatening me, trying to kill me, or would I commit murder or to defend myself? So I went away thinking about that, right? If you chase me to a wall, I wouldn't make a hole and enter the wall because it might seal the wall. I will fight back, and then I could lose my life fighting back. Like Okija said, I could die trying to defend my daughter. I could die trying to defend my wife, trying to defend my dignity, my honor, right? But I wouldn't necessarily wake up, prepare, and go and die for Nigeria. I wouldn't wake up, prepare, and go and die for the US. And when someone says, like forefathers were saying, oh, you lose your DNA, you do this, you do that, we need to remember that most of us, wherever we are, those who join the military, these guys join for it's a profession, right? And anyone who joins the US Army believes that he's joining the best army, and if we go to war, I'm not the one who's going to die, it will be the next person, right? So if you go and die, you didn't set out to die for the US. You just went to war to defend yourself, to defend the things you believe in, to defend the US democracy and ideology. So no, in that sense, I will not die for Nigeria. I will not die for Igbo people. No. I won't die for Igbo people. I will not die for the US, but I will die to defend my honor, my integrity, my ideologies. Thank you.
All right, thank you. So let me add something so that it to be clear too. We are framing this in such a way that, like you said, going to war, if you have to go to war, yeah, you have to be willing to die before you go to war. It doesn't mean that you want to die, but
Exactly.
if you're not ready to die, you shouldn't bother to go to war, you know. So all right, let's go to let me change the direction and go to somebody in the dark. I appreciate you, RBL. Can you tell us where you're joining us from, and then answer the questions?
Yeah, hi. I'm calling from the UK, and the
Oh,
question
okay,
is,
hold on. I didn't know you were in the UK. I thought you were in in Nigeria. That was why I came to you. Why are you in the dark
no,
then?
I'm in my car, and I parked up in the side road somewhere, so and the lights are
Is
off.
it? All right.
Yeah.
Go
Yeah. The
ahead.
question is, would I die for Nigeria? No, I can't die for such a place. It's an evil place that's soaked in blood of so many innocent souls, right from before its creation, even before, right from 1914. How can anybody die for such a place like Nigeria? It's killing people, impoverishing people. It's no. In World War II, when they went to fight against the Nazis, that was understandable. Anybody that joined the army of the Allies, you know, there's a good chance you would die, but you know what you were going to go and fight against. It was against the Nazis with the the white supremacy ideology. That's what people were going to fight to defeat. But fighting for Nigeria for what? To keep it going, to keep it around, to keep killing people, impoverishing. You know, there's so much evil in that place. Now, to fight for Igbo people, I'm conflicted. I don't know I can fight for Igbo because I've seen so many of them are very evil. They see the mess we are in this contraction and they're fighting against us, killing us because we say, look, give us referendum. I mean, I don't understand the mindset of such people within our midst that been killing the children that say, look, we want another outlook of this Nigeria. Give us referendum. They cannot go to their children to say, okay, what do you guys really want? Do you want referendum? But they'll join with the military to go and bring them to come and kill the children. That's why I can completely to fight for Igbo people, because there's people like, when I see people like the Igbo governors, I can mention many that are very wicked. So no, I cannot even fight for Igbo. But when I see people like Mazin because it gives me a lift that Igbos have some kind of hope, you know. But to Nigeria, that is a capital no. Such a place, I will fight to go and destroy it.
What about the UK where you are? Will
I cannot fight for that because they are the people. No, that's a very good question. I cannot fight for. I can fight for Britain to some extent in some areas, but in some other areas I cannot fight for. But they're the people that got us in this mess that we are in. They do people, and they see that what is going on in Nigeria to this day. They cannot come up and say, "Look, we are sorry, we created this mess." You know, give referendum, let people decide. Do you want this nonsense to keep going, or you go your own way? But no, because we are enjoying. They pretend that they care about human rights, which they don't. So I can't fight for Britain in some areas, but Nigeria is a capital no. I cannot fight for such a place. I'll fight to defeat such a place. It must end. Nigeria must come to an end. It must.
All right. Thank you so much, Peter. Welcome to the show. Let's try again and see if you can hear us. Unmute yourself, Peter.
Yeah. Can you hear me now?
Okay. You have a problem, Peter. You have two browsers open. So that's
okay.
That's why we're hearing.
You hear both of them?
Yeah. So you knew that.
I don't know what. So you knew that.
All right, come back again.
So what you need to do, you need to close the actual WhatsApp app. Sorry, YouTube app, and leave the browser on. Well, that's the way it works for me. So you close the actual app.
Sure, go ahead. You're next.
Okay, can I go on?
Yeah. Go on, sure.
Can I go on?
Sure, go on.
Like
Yeah, go. Yeah, you are frozen. I'm not frozen. Am I? Sure, you can go on. Sure cannot hear me. All right, Festus, you're next. Festus, can you hear me?
Oh, Dr. Diamond, I can hear you. Good afternoon, Dr.
Okay, go ahead.
and good afternoon to
Nice
everybody in the panel.
Nice to see you.
Yes, I'm your subscriber now. You're in Comedia. You threw away just a very controversial question of whether I would die for Nigeria or not. As for forefathers, and though probably you don't have too much gray hair, but you're a man of wisdom. I like your contribution. It was on spot, spot on. With your mentality is to, is on the high level. So, but you're talking about dying for Nigeria, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, yeah. Actually, I've been in the US for over a decade now, and I still love Nigeria. I have investment there. I send money there every week. So I mean, I have treasure there. They say where my treasure is, that's where his heart is. I will, if it calls, because death is inevitable anyways. So you have to die for something, because the America we're enjoying today, so many people died for it. If you watch Western movies, see how people were buried, shot on the street, death was like a regular thing. So when you're talking about dying for a country, it's a gradual thing. Every day we die, every day we make sacrifices every day. We go on the road, on the highway. We don't know whether we're going to make it back. So we put our life on the line every day. So whether you like it or not, except you're a lazy person, that's when you say, okay, you won't die for any cause. Mary Slicer, people who came to Nigeria in the past, white people, they died for it because they went into mosquito-infested areas because they believed in Nigeria. People who came to Nigeria in the past, white people, I'm hearing echo. It's an insult. Yeah, it's an insult. So like somebody who is our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ, who saw the world in all its sins and still sacrificed his life because he believed, because there was hope. Because for people who say they cannot die for their country or for anything, they are just hopeless. Jesus died because he saw the glory on the other side. So, I mean, whether you like it or not, you just have to die for something. If you believe in something, it doesn't have to happen in your lifetime. Abraham was promised to be a father of many nations. He didn't see it, but he believed it. And he believed it because he knows the kind of God he serves. I mean, I just don't see why, grown men like this in your age, you be telling me that you can't die for nothing.
So
It doesn't make sense.
How about those who don't send anything to Nigeria, don't have anything there, and their heart is somewhere else?
I mean, that means you're just doing for nothing. That's what I'm saying. You're just living for nothing.
What are you talking about, Festus? I don't understand.
No, what I'm talking about, you're
talking from your perspective, from your own window of view. And
I'm talking. I even quoted the scripture. Jesus Christ died for us. For the people. No, hold on. Let me use my time. Let me tell you, people died in the East during the Civil War because they believed in the curse. Somebody can just come out and just cancel all those sacrifices and say, I will not die. When your own forefathers who fought for the country to become whatever it is now, I know it's not the best, but right now, at least we are going somewhere. So
you just said it that we are dying gradually. So leave us to die gradually. I don't want to die suddenly for Nigeria. How about
look at what you see the general that he quoted. You see the general that he quoted. That general has also stated that death must not be feared. Death in time comes for all men. This is the same man. You are quoting a different quote, but he didn't quote what he also said.
Of death? The subject matter here is
he also said
to give your death to.
But you are fighting against your own blood already.
Which blood? Where's
you are willing to another man's blood. That is what you are doing
right here.
Okay.
All right. Hold on, guys. Hold on, guys.
Brought you there. Millions of people.
Hold on, guys.
To get it.
Hold on, guys. Let's get through with
Dr. David, they took my time. No problem.
Yeah,
all right.
Yeah. Thank you, Festus. Mr. Shaw, you're next.
All right. Thank you very much. It's quite interesting to listen to people try to force their opinions over other people, and we complain about these things. It should be democratic. If somebody says, I don't want to die, don't force them. Don't try to make them do what you want to do. Who's giving you the right to dictate? And if somebody says they want to die, please go ahead and die. Now, the way forefather and Festus, starting with F, there's something symbolic about that. The way you put it out is almost like it's mutually exclusive, that until I die, I can't effect change. Sorry, you talked about our forefathers who died for Nigeria. Awolowo, Azikwe were the people that negotiated the independence. They didn't die. They achieved result. See, I'm not against dying. We will die eventually. Nobody's going to make it out alive. But don't make it seem that until I set out to go and die, almost like committing suicide, I'm not relevant.
Nobody said that.
That's the way. Go listen to what you said all over again. You came.
They are saying that they are not willing to die for their country if it comes to it.
See, there's a reason why people will say such things. When there's a country, and I know you don't like things like this, but there are facts. When I have a country where the accountant general is accused of stealing 80 billion, but the military is underfunded, and you're telling me to go and take up what guns, what ammunition, I'm underfunded. I am already on a suicide mission. See, if I believe in the cause, if I know that there's a reason good enough for me to lay down my life, I will do it. Now, if Nigeria is fighting against another country, we can have a conversation. But if you're telling me to go and fight the Abachas or the Buharis of this world, and they will just kill me, and that, I was talking to my nephew who lives in Nigeria. He's 22. I said, have you ever had the name Ken Saro-Wiwa? The boy was blank. He's never heard it before. Saro-Wiwa died a hero. This is what we're talking about, dying. But nobody under 30 probably would ever hear of the guy because he's forgotten, he's done with. And there are thousands of people like that who died. Now, where's the encouragement? Where's the Ken Saro-Wiwa Day? Where is it? For people to remember people like that, that is what inspired people in the West to say, Martin Luther King is remembered. This person, there's a statue there. There's something there. And people can read about them and say, he died a hero. You're talking about Mary Slessor. You're talking about the woman who stood up. Because there's a record. They are remembered. People die in Nigeria and they are forgotten on the day they die. This is where the problem lies.
People remember
It starts from the
Saro-Wiwa.
head.
I watch it on
Yeah,
TV all
sure.
the time.
On Ken Saro-Wiwa, there's a big program that has just been made by Mu. After this show, just look at YouTube. There is it is called How Share Captured Nigeria.
Okay, so it's a recent development and it's a welcome one, but that does not take away from the point I was trying to establish. You understand? So there's a way things are done that would encourage people to say, you know what, I'm willing to lay down my life. And like the other guys have said, I'm not going to go out, even as a military guy, to say I'm going to die. That's suicide. We're going to war to win. If we die, we die. There's a difference. I'm not going there to say I want to go and die. Why do I want to go and die?
So what about the UK where you live? Are you willing to die for?
If there's a need for me to join the military to defend this territory, yes, I will. Because I know that the military is funded. I would get the equipment that would give me a chance to come back home to my family. I have no suicide thoughts in my head. Why is death so exciting or so interesting to you?
You see how clear it is to serve other people's lands, but not to
I would do it for Nigeria. I would do it for Nigeria. If I need to, and I know that somebody won't steal the money that is allocated for the weapons. That's a difference.
Sure. Thank you. Sure. No, James, no, don't even try. Let's get to people who have not said anything first. Austin, welcome to the show.
Good morning, everyone.
Hi.
Now, in 2010, I was talking with one of my Reverend Father in the church, and the Reverend Father told me, passionate then, we want to make Nigeria work and everything. The Reverend Father told me he's giving me 6 years and I'll lose my patriotism. I thought about it. 2011, 2012, we're still encouraging people. And after in 2017, really, I got tired of the country. And I thought back what he told me 7 years ago. And I remember that voice telling me, don't worry, in 6 years, you lose your patriotism. And I was able to console myself that I am still patriotic about Nigeria, but I can't kill myself with the present state of Nigeria now. So let me say, actually, I lost my patriotism. Let me not say I lose because I'm still passionate. I'm still trying to see if I can make the country work. But let's say 30% of it went down on the 70, and I consoled myself, at least I beat the target by 1 year. Now, let me speak for myself. If it is now given to me, to my face, will you die for Nigeria? Let me now talk. If I know I'll die for Nigeria and things get better and everybody gets well, I'll do it. But with the present state of what we have now, I cannot do it. Because as the last speaker spoke, everything you do, look, let me put it straight. If you're the nice person in Nigeria and you do the right thing, the system and the people will fight you. I don't want to tell you what I went through in UNM, because if I tell you the story, do you realize that I was being flogged for not embezzling money? If you see the things, look, if you are the good person in Nigeria, they will beat you up. But if you are the bad person, they will give you that Buhari's presidential handshake. That is why at this stage of my life, I will not die for Nigeria. But if I know very well that if I put in my life for the line of Nigeria, and once it happens like Jesus Christ, as the person said, Jesus Christ did, and salvation comes for everyone, then we can do it. But with what we have now, I'm sorry, I cannot. But if it comes to working, I will try to just help the one person or the two persons, so that with time, the number of patriotic people will increase, and we may surely reach that stage where somebody say, help me with that, we can die for Nigeria. But for now, I don't think it's possible. Thank you.
Okay, let me Austin, before you go, let me throw this at you. Will you die for the country? I think you're in the United States. Are you here?
Yeah.
Are you in America? Yeah. Will you die
Yes,
for
I'm
America?
in New York.
Okay.
I'm in New York.
Will you fight for America and will you die for America?
That's a very good question. Look, let me tell you, with the system we have and everything they have, I will fight for the Americans, for the United States. Like, because I'll tell you the truth, I go to church. I'm just from church now. I pray for them. I pray, God bless the United States. Now, why do
You
I
are praying for a pan-European country that destroy your continent.
that is why
the mentality.
let me say my mind. That is one thing about you. You need to learn to accommodate other people's view. Learn to accommodate it. Yeah, now, let's put it this way. I go through the metro bus. I used to take the metro bus. I see people get into the metro bus and they don't pay. But deep down in me, even though I can enter without paying, I forcefully pay because that is my contribution to that system. If I don't pay, if I don't, okay, there are other things people do. I see people scale and they don't pay some kind of dues or maybe taxes. If you don't cut taxes from my paycheck, I'll call you to tell you cut taxes from my paycheck, because I know it will raise the system. The system has been there. So I need to contribute to that engine to make it oily so that it keeps on moving. So I cannot cheat the system here. From that basis, if I know I cannot cheat the system, then it means I can contribute for the system to work. But Nigeria, if I get that money now, let's say there is taxes to be paid, let's say mistakenly, I need to pay some tax I did not pay. Some people in Nigeria will not give the government, because you give the government to enter into a politician's pocket and not do anything about it. So you see what I'm trying to put it.
So Austin, one last question. Where are you from in Nigeria?
I'm from Anambra State.
Anambra State. Will you fight for Igbo people?
Okay, now put it this way: getting independence of Biafra or for Nigeria. Try to make it specific.
Yeah, for Biafra, I mean, whatever Igbo people are fighting for, a number of people will fight for if that comes to be.
Now, we all have our federal allocation. We have money coming from the Onitsha market. But how many of our Eastern leaders have done the right thing they're supposed to do? Now, if you ask me about Biafra and the rest, it's true that the Easterners are being marginalized. I served in the North and I saw some of the marginalization that was done against me personally in the North. I want to be specific. There are many occasions I saw that because I bear that tag of an Igbo person, something that did not even concern me was brought to my doorstep. So I know that we are being marginalized. But us in our local language, in our local land, what have we done for ourselves? Let's put it, I'll stand in the middle 50-50. Let's say I'll sit on the first now. Would that be Biafra? Yes. Then who leads it? Would they be good people? If they are not, then why am I pushing myself into? But I still insist, if we have Anambra, as you ask me, and I know that dying for Anambra will make things better for everyone, I will do it. But with the situation we have now, trust me, nowhere is even safe, because those are not doing the right thing. All the institutions.
All right, thank you. Thank you. Peter, let's try again. Can you hear me?
Hello, doctor, I can hear you. You posed me earlier on. Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think you still have the same.
Your
line is okay. Where are you? Where are you? Where are you, Peter?
I'm here. I'm sitting there in the sofa.
No, I mean, no. Where in the world are you?
Yeah. In the UK anyway. I think UK.
In the UK. Okay, Peter, you have to call back. It's still bad. We can't hear you. You have echo and your line is not very good. I don't know. Talk to your neighbor.
Yeah.
Okay,
Talk to your neighbor. All right. Omoye's Corner, welcome to the show.
Hello, greetings, peace, love, and light to everybody on the panel. Dr. Damages, greetings specially for hosting this show. Very interesting question indeed. And it's been interesting listening to everybody's contributions. I think everybody has a point. To be honest, I can totally agree with everybody who's commented. For those who said they will, for those who said they won't, I totally get it. And we all see life in different ways. But I will say this. We forget. But I say we did forget. May I remind us, we are dying every day, whether we like it or not. Because the truth is, you really never know how you're going to respond to a thing until you're faced with it. It's easy to say, yes, I will. No, I won't. But when you're faced with it, the choice you make at that very instance is what determines where your heart is. Every day, people are dying in Nigeria. Every single day. Senselessly, for that matter. Dr. Damages, Shebi, yesterday you were saying that you were talking about Amponsto. I don't know the man, but because you mentioned it yesterday, I will remind there were people who died senselessly when they were transporting him, right? When they were all those policemen and the lady that was killed. Will you say that, oh, those people really intended, they set out for the day and said, yes, this is what's going to happen? No. So whether we like it or not, we're already dying anyway, because we have people back home. I lost my dad to a negligence of a hospital in Nigeria. Whether you like it or not, you're giving your life. You're giving your life up. Whether indirectly or directly, you already are. So we keep saying that, oh, I will not. But the sacrifices are being made every day. Look at NSAS. Those young people that died, you think they set out during the day and said, this is what's going to happen to me? They never anticipated that anything like that was going to happen. Even in America here, the kind of person I am, when I see somebody in danger, my instinct is to rush towards the person I want to help. That's my instinct. That's the kind of person I am. I'm selfless in that way. So I cannot say that, oh, by the way, because I'm obsessed with Nigeria, I'm obsessed with what's going on. I cannot say categorically that if the situation presents itself, I don't know what I'm going to do. Because I remember examples where houses were on fire where we live. There was a house that was on fire, and my instinct was to rush towards it and try to assist the people. So you really never know what it is you're going to do if you find yourself in that situation. You might end up sacrificing for your family. You don't know that until that situation presents itself. You might end up running away and hiding. You don't know. So it's very difficult, in as much as, yes, it's a very valid question and it makes a whole lot of sense. You really, really know the true nature of a person when something happens. You never know if you're going to lay down your life for another tribe. You never know, because you're standing, it's a momentary decision you have to make. And the kind of person you really are, right, will show up in that instant. I've had situations where I'm with people I don't even know. They're not from my tribe, they're from different races, and something happens, and I leap forward without even realizing. It's only after I'm like, oh my God, did that happen? And they're telling me, oh my goodness, you did this and that. So you really never know. Human beings, we're creatures that we cannot really tell what we can and what we can't do when confronted with a decision. I tell you for free, everyone on this life, if Kasala boss, let's see all of you are all together now, Kasala boss like this, you'll be shocked how a lot of you react. You will rush to defend your brother. You see this two Nigeria that people don't like. You will see how people will rush and defend him, even though he's not from their tribe. So I think that yes, the question is very, very valid and is interesting to hear the responses of people. I even was in the comment section earlier saying, like, who's side? Which Nigeria? I beg you. Yeah, but I don't even know how I'm going to react. Because if anything happens to my family, I'm like, let's go into the happen. Who beat you? Who touched you? Where the khaki? Where the leather? Let's go and fight. Let's go and you understand what I'm saying? So I'm saying this. We cannot categorically say what we can or what we cannot do. Human mind is a mystery. Instant reaction is a mystery. Someone will just live on like that. All die na die. When God say you don't reach, if God say na like this, now when they fight for Nigeria, now you take on visit am. Or when you are fighting for America, now you take on visit am. You don't know. Some people travel go Nigeria, say they won't go make them better. Some of them are still alive today. Some are not alive. Some go kidnappers kidnap them, demand ransom. So we know. So let's just Dr. Damage is well done, but let's just the conversation is interesting. Keep it going. I just want to add my 2 cents.
So
okay, thank you. Oh, hold on. Oh, okay. Ask Debbie. Abby.
No worries. Well, Omoye is she's just. Thank you, by the way. I like to see very happy women coming to make put light into the men.
Dr. Damage has to pay me all this light and bring it. Dr. Damage will go negotiate too. You can't see women for this your life. Every time one woman here and there. Sometimes whether they cut them off, I don't know.
Omoye, you should do the job for Dr. Damages. Dr. Damages is a very shy man. I've known him for over 10 years. So let us bring more women like you, okay?
Omoye, hold on.
What you have just said now is that people like forefathers, Festus, if he reach the time now, if it be me or Austin self, now he will go, them go run. Abi? Because the mind. Thank you.
All right, Omoye, hold on, okay? I wanted to ask this question. You said something that I got stuck there, that you didn't know Apostle Suleiman. Are you serious?
Well, I kind of hear about him here and there. I try to stay away because it's too toxic. There's just too much on one man. It's too. I can't. My mind. So that I protect my mind, right? So if it's something that I see, like I can't make sense. I cannot imagine the level of death and filth on the person. I just switch off because I don't want it swirling around in my subconscious. You know how sometimes during the day you're looking at stuff, and then when you're about to sleep at night, that's when thoughts will be. I don't want to try. I stay away. So that's why, just for my own self-preservation.
Okay. All right. One last person, then we change topic. So Danjuma, Adeni, welcome to the show.
Thank you very much.
Adeni is joining us from Nigeria. Adeni was a former army officer in Nigeria, Colonel. So I would like him to, if he could hang around when we talk about Danjuma, we will, like to hear his view. Adeni,
thank you, sir. Thank you for your service, sir. Dr. Adeni, thank you very much for your service. So, it's your extra salute for you.
Yeah, that's what we're doing in America.
Thank you. Thank you.
Army officers for their service. So, Adeni, we're talking about dying for Nigeria. Of course, you have already put your life on the line by serving in the military. So, what is your view about, dying? Is Nigeria worth dying for?
Yes, Nigeria as a country with all the endowment is worth dying for. But the problem is that the system we are operating that is creating, wealth just for some few people has made the country not to be prosperous. So that's why a lot of people don't like the situation of the country and they are not ready to do their best or die for the country. So that's why I think you must have read that, gone through that constitution I prepared. I took it about myself. It's part of trying to die for the cause of Nigeria by ensuring that we operate a better system that will create a situation for government institutions to provide services for people. Because people are lacking a lot in this country. And government institutions in this country are not working. Politicians have taken over the job of institutions and then arrogate powers to themselves. And when you talk of powers, powers will be abused if you have it in abundance. And you say absolute power corrupt absolutely. So because of that power that these politicians are arrogating to themselves, the country has failed to provide basic essential services to the people. So this has now made the people to just develop that hatred and all those things for Nigeria. So, but if we have the right system that will make local government, up to local government, responsible to the people's yearnings, I am sure a lot of Nigerians want to die for Nigeria. That's where I'm
okay. Okay, thank you. Hold on, James. Let me also say that Colonel Adeni retired, drafted a constitution for Nigeria. One man, he did it himself. He sent it to me. We are going to share it with people on my WhatsApp group. So we have to schedule a day, one Saturday, to have him come on. So those that read the constitution will be able to talk to him and ask him questions about the constitution. But let me ask him this. Adeni, you served in the military. When your colleagues, when they go to war or they die in service, are you happy? Do you think that people are happy with the way the country treats or responds to the family of the lost soldier?
Well, people outside the military, they do think that nothing much, is done for the families of those that died. Yes, I've been to war front 3 times now, and I've seen my colleagues that have died. And what is in the book, the entitlement, death benefit to the families, to the next of kin, all those things are properly taken care of. But if you are outside the system, you will not know that all these things are properly done. So there is no problem with families of deceased personnel being taken care of. They are well taken care of as per what is in the book. So there is no issue about that.
Please, how much is this compensation, please? I wish to ask, how much is the compensation like, especially towards the children and the wife?
Well, it depends on your rank and the number of years you have put in. So that's why I'm saying everything is well documented in the statutory book. So based on your rank, if you are killed in battle, there is an entitlement, there is a stipulated amount for your family. So, and the number of years you have put in, all are calculated, not a fixed amount for everybody. It's based on your rank and your duration of service. So there's no problem about that. There are funds for that, and initially you can see before this technology really came up, you have issues paying this money. Records that are not properly documented. Somebody will come and claim to be next of kin. Another person is coming to claim to be next of kin. So we find it difficult to sort those ones out. But now that everything has been properly documented, the biometrics.
Okay, I think he's in Nigeria. He's frozen. We are going.
When somebody is late, the next of kin come. They confirm that you are the original next of kin. They pay you the benefit, and there's no problem about that.
All right. Thank you, Adeni.
James, can I just say something before I step up? Because I'm going to be stepping out, so as some other person come in, and I'll return later on. I think I've never had an opportunity to talk to any military official on this panel.
Hello.
I would like to say that I really appreciate the work that they have done so far for kept the roof up, as they say. And I hope that this generation does better by the military, because I believe the military is very, very important. It's essential to the redemption of our people, not only Nigeria, actually. And the work that we have done with the military so far has been very, very poor. We should do a lot better by our military, because they are the ones that they are the nation's immune system. If we take care of them, they will take care of the nation, and the nation will be healed out of it. So I wish he was still here, because I've not had an opportunity to talk to military people publicly about this. But that said, all those people that are, that have their own different opinion, I think Moye said it correctly, that you don't necessarily know what you do when the time comes. But I think it's also good to be able to prepare yourself, because when you prepare yourself, you give yourself the opportunities to defend your country. And when I say you die for your country, I'm not saying you should die for your country for nothing. You die for your country to make your country better. And I believe that this world, this is all human beings are here for. We tend to fight for our bloodline for a reason. If you opt to be happy to this person's country, that is pan-European, clearly pan-European, they are not for your people. If anything, they are there to destroy your people. You have to ask yourself again, should you be doing that? Because that blood that flows through your vein is judging you as you are doing that. Your children are going to grow up knowing what you've done. And any of them that go on to think like me, they will know that a curse has been put on them, because millions of people have led to your existence in this world. And you have been given so much, and you fritter it away to go and defend other people. I don't understand that logic. I've grown now to understand that you have to defend your own. That is the world you live in. And other people are not defending. Busy. Ask yourself, what are a European man who come to Nigeria and say they want to defend Nigeria and die for us? They will never want to do that. Chinese man will never do that. Even a Filipino man that is 5 foot tall will never opt to defend us. Only us.
Because there is nothing Nigeria will give to them.
Their countries, they suffered more than us.
I want
They
to
suffered
change
more than
topics.
us. We have not even seen suffering. We have not seen suffering compared to them.
Forefathers, so that's it. That's enough. Okay, James, say something. You wanted to say something before I move to the next
I just
topic.
want to ask a question.
Okay.
Assuming the Nigerian High Commission in Washington is on fire as a result of gas explosion, and the Nigerian ambassador, the representative of the country, is inside the building, how many of us here right now would be willing to risk his life into the building to rescue the ambassador?
Okay, that's an easy question. There are people who are trained who will come before any of us will even get to DC.
Those of us here now, how many of us are willing to take the risk as Nigerians into the building to pull the man out? A gas explosion.
James, I will pour more gas. I will pour more gas if I am there.
James, see, that's a different question.
You
That is
already
not
know
saving
Eddie's
Nigeria.
whatever, right? James, just remove me. At least you know my own whatever.
I will pour more gas if I am there.
Okay, dude.
You
Okay,
do that
that's
for an
okay.
American ambassador. You can do that for
hold
an
on,
American
guys.
ambassador, but you not do it for your own. That is where the problem is.
Okay, so let me see if Adeni had forefathers. Hold on, Jude. Hold on. No, we're not moving this topic anyway. Adeni, did you hear what forefathers? The question he asked. Adeni. Okay, he didn't. All right, so we're going to take a break. Yeah, we're going to take a break a little bit, and I'll play what Danjuma said. We are changing topics, so in 2 minutes we'll be back and talk about Danjuma.
That the armed forces are either not capable or unwilling to protect us, and that we must defend ourselves. The first denial of what I said came from the Ministry of Defense. They said I was lying. And they set up a kangaroo board of inquiry to investigate the truth or otherwise of what I spoke. And they invited me to come and testify. I did not go. I did not go. They wrote their report, which said that I was only speculating, that there was no evidence. And now there is evidence. The whole country now is being run and overrun. And one very clear thing that is happening is that these foreign invaders, they are not even Muslims. A lot of the casualties inflicted on the land are on Muslims. They are destroying even mosques, but they were allowed to come into the country by our government. Now, as a soldier, my training teaches me that the best defense is attack.
All right. That's T.Y. Danjuma, former Chief of Staff, former Minister for Defense. He played a role in what Nigeria is today. So, Solomon, let's start from you. What is your take?
Okay, right. Yes, it is. I think the problem we have today is because no one cares about the country. It's the entire Black nations. Because if we care about our country, we won't have this brain drain. I'll pose a question. If the Black people have done to the white people what they did to us, you will never find a single white person in Africa. I mean, enslaved. I'm just trying to start from there. If the white people the Black people have enslaved the white people, you will never see the white people coming back to Africa for greener pasture. So coming down to the issue we have across Black nations, including Nigeria, if we actually fought for our nations, there will be no looting. People won't jump shift and run somewhere. People will be ready to die there. And you find, I think those in diaspora, there are I have looked at new people who come to oversee as foreign students. When they come, they have all that zeal to accept the country they have adopted. But as time passes by, they begin to become more patriotic. You find that when you came to anywhere in the diaspora, at the beginning, you were a bit just sucked into the new environment. But as time passed by, you begin to become more patriotic. Now, the reason for that is most of us don't have history. The curriculum have been purposely whitewashed, that we do not have the history to know.
Hold on, Solomon. Hold on. I'm a teacher in my other life, and we don't have a lot of time. You went so far away from the question, so I was wondering. I'm beginning to wonder.
I'll try to tie it together. It's like most of us in diaspora who has become even more patriotic. They are ready to die for Nigeria. We realize that we have made a mistake to actually leave the country. Some of us have done well, but we still feel that we've made a mistake to have left the Nigeria. And some of us have not realized that
Are you still talking about Danjuma? Hold on, Soma. Are you still talking about Danjuma?
I'm talking about Danjuma.
Okay.
We need to fight for our country. We need to, these countries we are going to, people created it. They fought. A lot of people died. In UK, they have Normandy, the Second World War, just for people to have their own country. Currently, before our eyes, we have Ukraine. People are dying. They are not stupid. People are dying for generations to survive. Those of us in diaspora today, are we actually having a good life? You might have some money in your account. We're not having a fulfilled life as any Black person in the diaspora. So for our children to have a fulfilled life, we have to die for our country. Most of us, we don't have country to go to. Every day I cry. Sometimes I want to travel to Nigeria. I can't go. So yes, you have to die for your country. I would say that at any time of the day.
Wow. Is there any teacher on this panel? Nobody. All right. Augustine, I thought you were a teacher. So how do you grade Solomon now for his answer on Danjuma, reaction to Danjuma's video?
I think he slightly went away from what we are supposed to do. Because he slightly went away because I expect him to tackle the things Danjuma said. I remember he first spoke about unwillingness of the military. He talked about the panel of inquiry he refused to attend or he did not attend. So I think Solomon could have gone towards that direction.
Okay, so let me help the next person. Ebi, knowing the history of Danjuma, the role he played in Nigeria, for him to come at this point in time, towards the end of his life, kind of feeling disappointed that the military, his own military, he was chief of army staff, whatever structure that is in place today, he had a role to play in that. His own military has failed the country, and he's now complaining about that military. Look, Kulata just called Solomon zero, so I just saw that comment. Okay, so Ebi, what is your take on his complaints?
So I wonder how Kulata will score Solomon if Kulata has not seen what. I mean, I will score Theophilus Danjuma on this matter if Kulata, whom I like very much, very good analyst, and if you're there in the comment section, Kulata, you can shake body. I wonder how you had the temerity to score Theophilus on this matter when you have not seen what Theophilus seen before now and even right now when it comes to insider information. And everything this man said about 4 or 5 years ago when he said they collude and all those things, and some of us were like, what is he talking about? I remember that he was wearing a regalia, an academic clothes. And he said it and it was like a bombshell. A few years later, is it true or not? Okay, so that's by the way. So here's my take, and I will tie it to my stance on what I've said here today. I still insist, right? I'm not. I was born a Christian. My dad is deep in Christianity, so Christians should not think they own the Bible. Okay, Jesus Christ did not die for no reason, without any unconditional. He just die. No, he don't wake up now. Go. This matter we are talking now. You say make I die. When I go wake up now. Now, this is Theophilus that went but did not die. But it's so many that died. And he's lucky, he's back, and he's saying what he's saying now. That goes to the root of everything we are talking about. Dr. Soul, forefathers, everybody they're given, trying to fight people. Oh, sorry, the forefathers trying to fight people. Why we are loyal to somewhere else? It's reciprocal. We are human beings. Omoye said it. Is that she said the human mind is a very complex system. I'm a cybersecurity expert. I know how things can be complex. that even AI sometimes get confused. You need some heuristic management for you to track some kind of attack or vulnerability. Now, the foundation of Nigeria is not the same as the foundation of Ukraine. And even the Bible, he say, if the foundation be destroyed, wetin righteous go do? You go just die like goat. You will not achieve that aim of dying. That is what we are talking about. And that is what has resulted into what Danjuma, who for once had put his life, like you said, Dr. Damages, that when you are going to war is because you are ready to die. So definitely, General Theophilus Danjuma, whom I respect, had put his life to be dead for Nigeria. So that's why I say, how can Kulata be rating him? Kulata has not gone to war. To the best.
No, actually, Ebi, let me correct that. Kulata was rating Solomon, his response to the
Solomon.
question. No,
okay,
not
Theophilus.
not Danjuma.
Okay. Kulata. I take it back. Because I know Kulata, I've listened to him on other platforms. He's very objective analyst. Okay, so that by the way. So back to what we're saying. If a general, I quoted Patton. He said that Patton where I quote say go war and all that. Okay, now Theophilus Danjuma don't defend Nigeria within life. Now he's drawing back to the microcosm of his people. Yoruba talk say if fire burn you, burn your Peking. Now your own you go first come out. When we dey plane, they will tell you don't help anybody. First of all, put the oxygen on your nose. All right. So that is how I see it. Theophilus is just exhibiting the reality of Nigeria. Thank you.
Thank you. Ike, somebody wrote on the comment section that Nigeria happened to Danjuma. What is your take on his advocacy of recent?
I guess he started feeling the pressure that most of us have felt over time, right? And then he was forced to speak out. To people like Dr. So saying all of that, you see, this is hubris. And he said he wants to go to Nigeria, but he cannot go. Yet he wants to die for Nigeria. Go and die for Nigeria. Why wouldn't you go? Did they stop anyone from going back? Go and die for Nigeria. You see, you people come here and you say all of these things that you cannot even back up. Look, when I was growing up, I was born in Enugu for in the first instance. It was during the time Cameroon and Nigeria were having those issues about Bakassi. And I think the president then was Buhari, this same Buhari, was the military head of state. I was going to a primary school where jets flew over my school. Because of that, I wanted to join the armed forces, any branch of the armed forces. Okay, so I wrote the exam for Nigerian military school, both the Air Force and all of that. I passed both exams, right? I passed both exams. I went to the interviews, but eventually they said it's one person per senatorial zone. That's how they took it. So they didn't take me to the military school. Now, what it buttresses is this: some of us were born ready to die, ready to fight for Nigeria, but because of the internal contradictions of Nigeria, because of the dichotomy, some people have been removed from the system because a section of the country thinks if you allow these people to come in, there will be another Nzogu, there will be another Ifajuna, another Ojuku, right? But you see, you now have a section of the country, a huge chunk of the country, people mostly from the south. When I say south, I mean southeast, southwest, and south-south, have decided that this system isn't beneficial to me, so I'm not going to do anything. If you look at this life, anytime you hold it, you see that majority of the people who are here, who are saying these things, they are from one side of the country. They are mostly those who are in diaspora. Have you sat down one day and asked yourself, why are people mostly from the south in diaspora? Look, I've worked in Nigeria, largely in the north and all of that. Like Augustine said, there are places you go to. When I was working, doing a contract for Smidan, they used to call me, my surname is Kamalu. They used to call me, Malam Kamalu, Malam Kamalu. But when I say my first name, right, I immediately become, even though I haven't done anything, I don't have issues with it, I immediately become an outsider. Now, if you have a situation like that, where the doors are open, bring our people, our king from those other places. Let them win elections for us. Let them defend us. Let us have a common whatever strength to fight these people. You make it we and them, right? And when you bring in a monster, into your house, you cannot predict what that monster will become. It will metamorphose. The situation we have in Nigeria now is a situation where people are excluded from from bringing in their best to build the country. If you allowed me to stay in Nigeria, if I had joined the army, if I was allowed to join either the army or the Air Force, I wouldn't be sitting here in the US speaking to you now. I may have also retired, because some of my friends retired as colonels. I may have retired as a colonel, right? If you allow me, when I try to do something for SMEDAM, Small and Medium Enterprise Development Agency of Nigeria, if you allowed me to do that, I may not have been here today. But it is this exclusion, this we and them, that Theophilus Danjuma was an architect of and a beneficiary of, that has caused this same problem he's lamenting today. And some people who dare come here and say they want to die, yet they stay in a safe distance in the US or wherever and be talking about dying. British Airways is still flying to Nigeria, and all the airlines. Go home and die. Stop telling us on YouTube. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. And let me go to Adeni. I'll come to you, James, because he's in Nigeria, and I want to, because before we lose him, Adeni, we're talking about Theophilus Danjuma. What do you know about him? What do you think about him? What do you think about his position today, that the military is not fair, that the military is working with the Fulani, armed Fulani militants and things like that? What do you think about his position? We can't hear you, Adeni. Go ahead.
Of us in the military, the network is.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Okay, yeah, we can.
Can you hear me?
Go ahead.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes. No Nigerian is expected to die for any cause or anything like that, except those of us in the military and maybe the police and those of us in the security outfit. And that is, when you talk of the essence of government, two things: security and welfare. The security aspect, there's no ambiguity about it. The armed forces and the police. Then you talk of the welfare aspect, the other ministries, Ministry of Education, Ministry of Health Care, Ministry of Infrastructure, all those things. But when you talk of the security, if you are to ensure that the security outfit gets all the equipment they need to defend the country and provide security. So what my guy is saying now, General Danjuma, he has been part and parcel of development in this country. He was once the Chief of Army Staff, and he was also a Minister for Defense. All those periods, he didn't do much for the military. I have to say that. There are a lot of equipment we are supposed to have procured, which their government did not do much about it. You all remember during the Jonathan government, the way they shared $2.1 billion, money meant for weapons, and they use it for elections. They share it among themselves. When all these things happen, you don't expect the military to do much when they don't have the required equipment and weapons to defend the nation. So by General Danjuma now lamenting that he should go and defend us, he himself knows that they have not done much for the military. As a soldier is supposed to be well equipped and go out there to do his job. You don't need any politician to tell him or her how to do the job. So he should also take part of the blame of what is happening in Nigeria. That's just what I would say.
But Ebi and Ike
right.
should still go and die.
No, nobody should. Nobody is expected to die. Leave the debt for the military and the police. Let us be facing the enemy. But the only thing we want is that the politicians should not come and usurp the job and take all the resources to procure equipment and everything and go and be sharing it among themselves for elections and the rest. Let them procure the equipment, the necessary weapons for the military, and let us do their job. Yeah.
And then let me ask you: Do you believe that the military is divided? That a section of the military are supporting the headsmen who are killing people in the middle belt? Because that's essentially what Danjuma is saying.
No, of course that would not be the official military. Are you hearing me? No, it's okay.
Yeah, we can hear you.
That will not be the official position of the military. Among the personnel that are somehow sympathetic to the what we call them, the bandit, the terrorists, and the Boko Haram and the rest. So I will be dealing with them the way we're supposed to deal with them. But officially, it is not that the military are supporting the terrorists and what have you.
Okay, thank you. James, okay, go ahead.
Yes, thank you so much.
Having problem with this
for me to make certain things public.
Hello.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, James. Good. You see, one of my greatest regrets in life is that at university, I did not major in history or mathematics because of their importance. Now, let us go back to some pages of Nigerian history. I want to read just less than a paragraph for you to just listen attentively. The head of state of the Nigerian Army, Major General Johnson Thomas Aguiyi, who was on a state visit to Western Nigeria, was this evening kidnapped by Major T.Y. Danjuma in collaboration with some soldiers from the 4th Battalion in Ibadan. Also taken away were Colonel Francis Fajuyi, the governor of Western Nigeria, and Captain Andrew Wankwo, Ironsi's Air Force ADC. Another officer, Brigadier Hilary Njoku of the Ikeja garrison, who had accompanied Ironsi to Ibadan, did manage to escape in the melee, but under a machine gun fire. Ironsi, Fajuyi, and Wankwo were driven to an unknown destination in the outskirts of Ibadan, where they were beaten up and tortured. It was during the torturing process, Captain Wankwo, who was also once a bodyguard to Emperor Haile Selassie of Ethiopia, managed to escape. But Ironsi and Fajuyi were later finished with busts of stem gun. Their bodies were later discovered weeks later in a shallow grave. Now, this is what happened in the year 1966, July 29, 1966. When they went to the house of the governor, what's his name, Adekunle Fajuyi, Fajuyi knew absolutely nothing about the coup. But because Ironsi was his guest, as a mark of honor, he said, "You cannot take my guest away from me. I would rather die with this man." Because he insisted, and in order for him not to blow the whistle that a coup was in the offing, this innocent man was taken with Ironsi and killed. Now, this same T.Y. Danjuma, if they tell you the horrors they wreaked on the Igbo tribe during the second 1966 coup, they wipe out the Igbos from the army just because somebody did something he shouldn't have done in the way he did it. And not only that, there was pogroms in the north. If they tell you the thousands of Igbos who were killed, packed to the coast, train coaches to the east, pregnant women were disemboweled. Horrendous atrocities were committed. What did he do about it? They were in government. They brought Yakubu Gowon into office. I was a small boy then, but as a primary school kid, I had the habit of reading newspapers because I received very sound primary education, though I never knew what I was reading. And secondly, this same Danjuma got a series of oil blocks in Nigeria, which he sold off to certain people and made millions of money out of it. So who the hell is he to vomit the unadulterated nonsense, which is destitute of common sense, is telling the nation today? May he die more than once, and may he go to the hottest part of hell whenever he chooses to die. He's an irresponsible old man who set Nigeria on fire and is now pretending to be a holy man. Thank you, Mr. Rudolph.
Thank you, James. Austin, you're next.
So, really, I think I appreciate what James said. What I notice about Nigeria is that once people are closer to their grave, then they now remember that there's something you used to put in your show, Dr. Damages, where sorry, this woman for NAFDAC, I don't know.
Dora Akunyele.
That corruption is not because you give or take money. But sometimes you see people grab excessively, only for them to reach closer to their grave and realize that everything was worthless. They now start regretting it. I will talk on two cases. One, especially what James said, that's what I wanted to say. T.Y. Danjuma is regretting what he did. That's the first thing. The second person I think in that same direction is Obasanjo. Obasanjo had the powers to change the country and make it better. He did not. Now it has reached a situation where it's a do or die affair that even the elite are no longer safe. That is why I think he is pushing Peter Obi. When he gave Peter Obi his chair to sit down at that occasion, then I knew that old men are beginning to regret what they did. And they want to make it right before they die. Because the way they are going is closer than where they are coming from. They are closer to their graves. That is by the way. Now, let me start. Is the military competent enough? The military is competent. I was privileged to serve in the military barracks where they train, it was training to train, where they train, where they train men before they go to Sambisa forest to fight. I see young men who were very good, who come to the barracks, train with armored vehicles, and they were willing to go and die. When I look at these men smiling and going to Sambisa forest, it really pains me that see these men going to die. Why are we killing each other? But my point is that are they good? Are they trained enough? From what I saw, they are trained enough. I spoke with one of the major in the army during all these Chelsea, Liverpool matches we are talking. And I asked him, Colonel, I don't mention names. I don't want to talk about names before people start saying, okay, this person told me this. Colonel, why is it that you people can't just clear this Boko Haram and everything goes away? The colonel looked at me and said, terrorism is a big industry. That there are some organs, let me use the same word, there are some organs at the top who will never want it to end. That was his word he used. There are some organs at the top who will never want it to end because they get the last chunk of money. How was this thing? I saw it personally. When Buhari came to power, he said that it belongs to nobody, and there was some information that he will come to where we were serving. He will come to where we were serving to check about the money because former government like to probe government. Like Buhari came in 2016 and wanted to probe what Jonathan did in 2015. I was surprised when 6-story buildings stood up in 3 months. Come and see workers working day and night with lamp. And in the military barracks, 6-story buildings stood up in 3 months because they felt that if it comes and maybe you were supposed to build a house for the military officer and you don't build it, then they will hold you. I was surprised. I repeat, 6-story buildings, 6 of them, not one decking. I mean, 3 deckings stood up in 3 months. I was surprised how people looted money from the military and put it in their pocket. So that is just a glimpse to tell you of what the military lacks. They don't have the weapons to fight the Boko Haram. They are trained enough that if you give them everything they want, they will fight the Boko Haram or all these terrorists within no time. That is the first one. Now, what is my own take? T.Y. Danjuma is talking politics. He's just regretting what he has done. I will end this way. I would like us to compare the best ranked team in the clubs. Manchester City, according to the Ballon d'Or and the rest, and also the best ranked team, Argentina, maybe into the World Cup. If you tell these two teams to fight or maybe to play, likely, I don't know, I may be biased, the clubs will win because the clubs are being selected. The best players are selected to play. But nature may not favor a particular country to have the best players in all the win. So I think that Manchester City may win. Now, what am I saying? When it comes to the military, it is better you have a team of people from different areas. You are from the east, you are from the north, you are from the west, you are from the south side. If you have these people in a team in the decision-making body, I cannot use my ethnic bias or religious bias to make decisions. If all of us sit down, there are some things you cannot do. Okay, for example, let's assume I'm from the east and Rudolph is from the north. If you want to be sympathetic to, let's say, the Boko Haram, I will not agree with you because I know that's not my ethnic or it doesn't tally with me. Same if I want to sympathize with maybe the ESN or maybe something from my region, you will not accept. And because of that, we will be forced to be professional in such a way that let's do this task, all of us will do it, because you don't have a situation where people from the same ethnic inclination take decisions. They will always be biased towards one thing. So my point is this: let the military try to reconfigure itself and make everybody to be represented. Then after that, we can then talk about the foot soldiers and clear off all these things. And those of us who have the opportunity to make things right now, we should make it right now, not waiting when we are old and closer to our death to start regretting like grandchildren. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. Rohan, you're next.
I think I'm the next, right?
No, I decide who is the next. Jude, I know. I intentionally I want to hear from Rohan because he gets in and out because of connection. So sometimes I think beyond just who came in first. All right, Rohan, go ahead. You see what I'm saying?
Thank you very much, Dr. Damages.
Okay, good. Okay, good. Go ahead.
And
go ahead.
The panelists. Okay, I will want to slide back a bit with respect to the topic that was earlier discussed about whether I want to die for Nigeria or not. There are so many factors, factors surrounding that. You can't just outrightly say yes or no. So on that basis, everybody will have their own inclination. As a Nigerian, I for one want to die for Nigeria. But I will still say I will not die for Nigeria in the sense that whatsoever you want to die for should worth dying for. So if you look at those factors, you might be able to decide as an individual either to die for or not to die for. However, why is it that people are trying to get the identity, get a piece of land? Because no matter where we go to in this world, we have no any other place than Africa. And in particular, Nigeria, whether you like it or not. If they either eliminate you completely, you have no any other place. We have people that have left the shores of Africa. They never knew where they even came from. Some of them are now known in the world, but they still have that void in them. Where do they come from? They can't even answer that question. So for us, that we also knew that, okay, this is where we are from, and then this is the location we have our parents, we should also still be grateful. Millions of people have died to secure their territory. As far as we are concerned now, some people are there, where we live now in abroad. If they have the opportunity of taking that Nigeria from us, and we are here discrediting it. Why? Because we ourselves, we don't know what we have. But we are envious of what we have. So I believe we should begin to have a rethink about Nigeria. If we want to separate, the North wants to go, the South wants to go, the East wants to go. But I would still tell us that there is strength if we all come together. But the only problem we are having is that we don't have good managers. And good manager itself is not only about the president, because the president can't do it alone. The president could come from the north, could come from the south, could come from the east, but those that are piloting the affairs of this country, they are not from one zone. The president could have the executive power, but you have the ministers, you have the senators, you have the governors, all of them are from all the country. They should have also been doing their own bit to see that things work well in the country. So I, for one, as a Nigerian, I want to die for Nigeria. Secondly, the issue of Theophilus Danjuma. All these are political gimmicks. It's very complex. We can only say what is surrounding us, what we felt, what are the impacts we felt, what are our experiences. Some people will feel that, oh, he has gotten his own quota and maybe he's now feeling the heat, so he has to talk like that. Some other people will come with a different narrative that he was there, he couldn't do anything. Maybe he never had the opportunity to do that. Because even though you're a minister or chief of army staff or chief of defense staff, if you don't have the backing of the executive, there's nothing you can do. So, but I still think that we as our leaders, they have to walk beyond what the present situation is, because we only look at this immediate situation and try to solve the problem at that point in time. We should be looking at 100 years problems, and that is where we can hope to get the sharp will it is. But if you say we want to solve the problems that we have immediately, I'm sorry, we are going nowhere, and that is largely the mentality of most of our leaders. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you, Rohan, for that contribution. Jude, you're next.
Okay, yeah, before I move on to that issue, I want to briefly say, Augustine, I take offense at the comments you made, trying to comparing ESN to Boko Haram. I feel so much offended, and I hope you retract that and apologize to the Igbos for such a unguided comment. You can't compare ESN to Boko Haram. There are no way. ESN is the same thing as like Amotekun. They are formed basically to protect our people who are being killed by Buhari terrorist organization in the name of Hausa Fulani herdsmen. And their station was in the forest to make sure that they provide safety for our people to go to their farm. They have never been a terrorist organization. They have never been involved in killing anybody. So it is very ingenious and erroneous for you to compare ESN to Boko Haram. So I hope you will apologize to that. Now going forward,
can I respond to that?
Okay, respond. Go ahead.
Yeah, I think it was talking to me. I just wanted to I was just comparing the organizations in the north, in the east, and the west.
No, there's no comparison. You mentioned Boko Haram. You mentioned Boko Haram and ESN. There is no justification that.
Let me speak. I always like giving you the opportunity to say your mind. Then I'll respond to you. That is one thing about me. If you talk, I allow you to talk. Let me respond to what I want.
Remember, it's my time also.
But Jude, you were the one that told him to respond. Okay.
Yeah, but he's trying to drift from the response. ESN and Boko Haram, these two things are two different things.
Okay, Jude, go ahead.
They are not related in any way. And this is the erroneous impression. This is how Nigerians have tried to smear the Igbos, to smear ESN in order to continue to kill them. And that is what they are doing. They continue to do.
Okay, go ahead.
In the south, in the east, they will say it's ESN. They will say ESM is an unknown gunman, ESM is this, ESM is that. These are propaganda of the terrorist government of Nigeria to continue to kill the Igbos. I take exception for that.
Okay. So
how you compare ESM to Boko Haram?
Okay, Jude, now go ahead with the
I'm also
question.
from the east.
It doesn't matter. You might be the agents. Is the governors not from the east? The eastern governors are they not agent of Buhari? Agent of Buhari, you might be one of the agents.
Listen to me. Just listen to me. The point is that I'm trying to look at a sectional case where Northerners may want to support some organization, Easterners may want to support. That is why I go for a team of different people. And apart from that, we have the ESN that were formed from governors in the East. They aim to make security. But you will not lie that there are some people who have infiltrated this organization, like the unknown government. Some people say, okay, don't kill unknown government because they are from the East. That's wrong. But some of these unknown government even kill Igbos. So that's
who are the unknown government? That is what you should ask yourself. Who are the unknown government?
Some of them are Igbos. Some of them are Igbos. I will tell you categorically with all seriousness and with deep in my mind. Some of them are Igbos.
Who recruited them? Who recruited them?
Now,
the NSAS, the people that infiltrated the NSAS, are they not used from Nigeria?
Now, let me tell you.
Who recruited those people that infiltrated the NSAS? They now begin to pay people.
All right, I have to.
I think you are just throwing tantrum. Yes,
please, please, Dr. Damages, you please take charge.
Yeah, I will. Just a minute.
Let's leave this. Let me go to my submission on Danjuma.
I was actually moving away from you, Jude. I thought you used your time to talk about this. But anyway, go ahead. 1 minute, please, so that we can go. We
Danjuma, like most of these old brigades, you see, whenever the heat of what is going on in the country begins to affect their economic and personal interests, you see them coming to offer one solution or the other, coming to speak of one thing or the other, as if they care. Most of them are only doing that just because of the threat of their personal and economic interests, just like you see Obasanjo doing. These are people who have had various opportunities. God have afforded them various opportunities to make things right, to build a country that you and I will be proud of. But they chose not to. Instead, they went ahead and built personal business empire. And because of that, their personal business empire is now under threat by the incessant security threat and the terrorism that is ravaging the whole country, and the fact that they see that Nigeria is at the brink of collapse. In fact, Nigeria has collapsed and is at the brink of disintegration. Now they are crying wolf. Now they are crying foul. Now they are trying to, speak as if they love Nigeria. However, what he's saying is true. The military has been in fact, I would say they work hand in hand with the terrorists in Nigeria. They are the one killing Nigeria. And if you even go to the Nigerian history, the military is even one of the major architects of what has brought to Nigeria to its kneel. Who are the people that have planned coup, that planned and executed coup in Nigeria? Military. Who are the people that have been ruling us since after the so-called independence? Majority of the years that we have had the so-called democracy in Nigeria are military. In Agbada, Obasanjo was a military man. He ruled as a military personnel and also as a civilian in Agbada, as a military civilian in Agbada. What is it called? Terrorist Buhari, is he not a military? So these are the people that have brought Nigeria to the present situation. Okay, so whenever they come out to speak, I only take their speech with a pinch of salt, because what they are saying is because of their own personal interest that has been threatened. Like Obasanjo running around campaigning for Nigerian oneness. It's because of his businesses that is all over the places. He knows what is going to cost him if Nigeria eventually disintegrates. Okay? If these people really are genuine and they mean well for Nigeria, I want to see one of them or any of them come out and apologize to Nigeria for all the evil they have done while they were in office, and tell Nigeria the secrets of all the things that has happened while they were in office, and tell Nigeria the way to solve the problem. Until I see any of them coming out to wholeheartedly apologize and restitute, I don't take any of them seriously. And then again, military.
Just round up. We have a lot to get to.
We see the oil theft today in Nigeria that is running into multi-billion-dollar theft. Majority of these things are done under the watchful eyes of the military, and they are part of, in fact, not only under their watchful eyes, but they are part of the people stealing this oil from Nigeria. They are the one that owns oil well. They are the ones stealing. They are the one manning it, the navy and everything. How can you tell me a big ship that can contain several houses, that can carry several houses to come to our shore and carry crude oil and leave without anybody knowing? And we have navy. And some of these ships would rather be caught in another country. Come on now. Let's call it.
Thank you. Thank you, Jude. Same here next.
Yeah, thank you, Rudolph. I think, James has left. James is no more here. Actually, what James said by way of a background on Danjuma is quite historical, and I commend him. One thing maybe he forgot or he may not know if he's listening is that Ironsi was not killed just by taking him out of government house. I mean, the government house Fajui's Adekunle Francis Adekunle Fajui's residence on 29th July. And maybe somewhere around the Mokola or somewhere around there outside the Ibadan, he was shot. He wasn't just killed that way. Probably Fajui must have been shot because he resisted. He doesn't want to give off of Ironsi. He wants to protect his commander in chief. The way Ironsi was killed is not torture. It was too cheap. You tie one leg here, you tie one leg, then told the driver to drive in opposite way. Then the man, just like the way you tear chicken, that was how Ironsi was killed. That was how Ironsi was killed. I'm quoting you. You can quote me. So it's not a case of holding Ironsi, tie him behind and shot him. No. Hold one leg here, one leg tied to the other jeep, military jeep, and then tell the driver, keep going this way, keep going on your masthead, go. Then they move. Ironsi was torn to shreds. So Danjuma did this to satisfy the caliphate, and he was handsomely rewarded because his oil wells, his number of oil wells is the biggest. He has the highest number of oil wells, if not number one or number two in Nigeria. I remember one time I read he gave how many million naira to Ahmadu Bello University, just like he want to give to them. He has so many business interests. Now, when they did all this, it was to satisfy the Fulani, and he was handsomely rewarded. Then, one Nigeria was good. Then he joined in slaughtering Biafrans. But one thing people do not know is this. He should have asked himself, why is he still alive up to this moment? Why? Now, his village is being decimated. The Jukun people, the Fulanis are decimating them. He's being decimated. So now he's crying. We knew all this. You see, that is the issue. That is the hypocrisy of the country. Now, what is he rallying us for? Like somebody observed during the graduation ceremony at the Taraba State University. I think they gave him honorary doctorate degree. He was there talking. The language he used was, the military, they collude. They collude. They collude. This was his language, it's quite fresh. So what is he telling us to do? That the Fulanis are colluding with the Boko, the whatever, and slaughtering people. You see, what is good for the geese, sometimes it's best for the gander. That's why when you are doing certain things, you never know who it will get to. Now, Danjuma is crying. I remember Ojukwu saying in 1993, saying the feeling he felt in 1966 is what some people are feeling today, and they are murmuring in the hope that he will join. Say he won't join. So what Danjuma is saying, he just a rant. Now, apart from that, like Ruham, who said about the military that the president is not the only person governing that the countries. Yes, we agree. But Nigerians sometimes they do not analyze things very well. Buhari went to Washington, D.C. and told Donald Trump that these people killing people, they are really not Nigerian. These are people from either Libya or wherever. They are not Nigerians, they are terrorists. We agree. Now, those people you say they are not Nigerians, when you arrest them, you say you want to put them in Nigerian army. So if they are from Mali, by putting somebody in Nigerian army, you are giving the person Nigerian citizenship. And when you put them in Nigeria, say you rehabilitated them, you bring them down to the east to be slaughtering those people you feel that they are the troublemakers. So you see, Nigeria is just a bunch of contradictions. That's why sometimes when people are talking or this or that, then you start to wonder. Now, to make this point, ESN, Eastern Security Network, was formed because the Southeast governors did not follow suit when the Southwest Yorubas formed Amoteku to protect their people. The Southeast, they were left bare. Everywhere was slaughtering, everywhere. Our women cannot go to the farm. Nnamdi Kanu stood up, saying he must protect his people, and he formed ESN. He made it clear that you can never see ESN in the cities. If you want to see ESN, you go to the bush where they are to smoke out the Fulani terrorists that are coming, that are bringing them with Dangote trailer every night. So that's what he did. Boko Haram is known as is one of the either the top 4 terror group. ESN is not asking for. ESN has never gone beyond the southeast to go and be slaughtering people in Benue, or to go up to Borno, or to go or even to the southwest that is near to us. So there is no comparison between ESN and Boko Haram. Boko Haram is pure a terrorist. All they want is to spread Islamic religion and then to murder people and then force you into submission. ESN is not coming out to go and murder anybody. Yes, granted that anybody can wear police uniform and go and steal. We know it in Nigeria. People wear fake dress and go and stand in the court and pose like barristers. We've had it in Nigeria. So that's 1 or 2 people may infiltrate and say they are ESN. All those things are lies. ESN was not trained to kill. If they were, who are they going to kill? Is it that you are recruited to come and kill your brother? It's not done. So all these things are just Nigerian propaganda. They can never fall for it. Boko Haram is a pure terror. It's a pure terror organization. So what Danjuma is saying in effect is to tell us that we should defend ourselves. In fact, to be honest with you, I have no sympathy for such a man. I have no sympathy whatsoever for Danjuma. The only thing that pains me is that Nigerians have short memories. They do not sort of situate things properly, and then they are easily carried away by the wind. So for somebody like me, I have the historical antecedent, and I can, whatever I want to analyze, I go into the history. This is Nemesis catching up with all those people. How come in Benue? Sorry, please.
CM, sorry. Okay, round up. Okay, round up.
How come that it is in Danjuma's area that the Fulanis are taking land and converting them into their own? And these are the people they told us they are from Libya, that they are not Nigerians, and then they are in the army. So what Danjuma is saying in effect is, I don't know. He's just crying foul for nothing. I wish it is Danjuma that they caught and slaughtered. I don't care. After all, what right has Danjuma to kill his commander-in-chief? Or is Ironsi not a human being? What right has Danjuma got in the army to kill his commander-in-chief? He hasn't got the right. Therefore, you cannot kill somebody and then tomorrow, if they're after you, you start to shout this and that and that. Danjuma has not that right. I wish the terrorist, whoever is listening to tell him, should get hold of Danjuma, slaughter him, and then keep people we see. Because that's what he did to Ironsi. Ironsi is the first battlefield general in Africa. He was made a general not by Nigeria, but by United Nations because he commanded the troops, the UN troops of all over Africa. Ironsi commanded them at the Congo. He did a brilliant job. When he came back, they have to give him a general. He went there not as a general. Then Danjuma have to slaughter him because he wants to please the caliphate. They gave him crude oil. He was having the Equatorial Trust Bank, different chairman of so many banks, living big. They even take one Igbo girl as a, let me marry, just like IBB, they conquered people, you take their women and they do whatever you like. Today he's crying. What a chicken-hearted generation. It doesn't bother me. I wish they will slaughter Danjuma, then that will be the end, so that people will now know. Of course, if you want to kill, that is the meaning of self-defense. You cannot kill my brother. Look, if I'm from Ironsi's family, Danjuma will not believe him. I will engage the highest form of machinery in the world, pay with the last cup I have to make sure Danjuma is eliminated, and I will come out and announce it. I mean, you can't kill what right has Danjuma got to kill Ironsi in history? And Nigeria, they are not teaching all these things. They are not teaching it. Even to kill Fajui, what did Fajui do? Because he said, don't kill my commander. The worst you should have done was to arrest Fajui, keep him under house arrest, because that is not the person you came for. Fajui did not do anything, but you murdered him. For what? What did Fajui do? And then Danjuma has to give order that 2 of them should be eliminated. They won't go on, that they've done the job in Lagos. So why is the meaning of all this? Nigerians do not interrogate issues very well. I wish the family of Dekunle Fajui, when they hear this, that they will also reflect. What right has Danjuma got to kill Fajui? Fajui is a governor of a western region. What right? What did Fajui do? Fajui did nothing. The highest you should have done was to take Ironsi away, arrest Fajui, keep him house arrest. After 2 days, you release him. Because he didn't do anything. Then you have to murder the two. Fajui was a brilliant soldier. He's a good host. He said he better die than to kill Ironsi in his house. And he paid the price for it. Nigerians are forgetting about all this. Then when Danjuma talks, people will start to say, Danjuma. To hell with him, man. I haven't got time for that.
Thank you so much, Mr. Shaw. I forgot what the question was, but I believe you know.
Yes, I think it's regarding Benjamin's comment and outburst. I've basically come back. It's not something I would do normally, but I make exception today. I came back to say I told you so to forefathers and Francis? I can't remember his name. Because my point initially was dying for Nigeria has to be worth it. I did mention about equipping the military. If you ask me to come and fight and defend Nigeria against another, then we can have a conversation. I can pick up arms and fight and defend Nigeria. But there was a gentleman who came who served in the military. I think Adeniyi was his name. His lieutenant.
Yeah.
He mentioned the sort of money that went through, people that ended up in the pockets of people like Danjuma. He was talking about 2.something billion naira. This is a man that's served. So you can't say he's lying. So that's the point I was referring to. And they said, you're not patriotic. If the money is not available and we have to use cock and shoot or whatever, we know there's no money. I'll make a reference to football because most men will follow football. Not you guys in America now. I mean the one you kick with your foot, not the egg ball you throw in America. Right. So but Celestine Babayaro retired from Nigeria quite early because the gentleman was playing for Chelsea then. He said if there's money allocated for our flight to bring us back to play Nations Cup, World Cup qualifiers, and somebody is pocketing it, I refuse to pay with my money any longer. It's similar. The money is saying it's not like I cannot afford it, but if the money is there, is allocated, and some people are taking it, then count me out. And that's exactly what we're saying. In Nigeria, you have people who just embezzle. Danjuma is crying out. Sorry, why is he complaining? He's held positions to make changes, to effect change, to lead the military. But you send these young men and women out to slaughter. They are lambs to slaughter. Look at the lady who died. Is it Tolulope Arotile? She was killed. There are so many conspiracies why she was killed. So when you're telling people to go and pick up arms and do these things, what do they get? If I know that fighting for Nigeria, my family will be looked after, my wife, my young children, they'll be well looked after, then I would consider it. But when I know that the day you die is the end, you get nothing. And you hear about governors, once you're a governor for 4 years, you get cars every 2 years, you get a house in Abuja, you get all these things. Nigeria is not broke. It's just the wrong people getting the benefit. So you cannot, guilt trip people or try to, blackmail people to go and pick up arms and defend Nigeria. I would not defend anything. Whoever wants to defend it should go and defend it, buy a ticket, go back to Nigeria and go and die for Nigeria. We will forget you before you're dead. I can promise you that. We would move on happily. Because there are people who did more. I mean, at Faji, there's a road in Ibadan. I grew up in Ibadan. There's a road in Ibadan named after him. Ask anybody under 40 in Ibadan. Who is he? Who was he? They don't remember. People forget. People move on. And you're telling people to go and pick up arms, fight for Nigeria, defend Nigeria, a country where people are embezzling. That's when this man in jail in the UK, Ekweremadu, when this case happened, I shed no tear for him. I have no sympathy. See, I would defend forefathers if I saw him in trouble. He's an individual. He's not been in a position to effect change. If he's in trouble with some Asian guy somewhere, I'll defend him. I'll stand up for him. If we die, we die. But if you've been in a position to effect change, you shortchange Nigerians. You stole, you embezzled more than your 10 generations would need. I will now sympathy. No. Please, they should kill whoever they can kill. Danjuma should be taken away. Nobody cares at this point. Nobody. The fact that we're discussing itself is almost a slap on our faces. I don't see. Somebody said if one embassy was burn it down. You understand? Not embassy. The people there, the thieves, the ones who run Nigeria, let them die with it. Let them die.
All right.
Whoever has sympathy should go and die for them. I'm sorry, it sounded like a rant, but it's just annoying that a country with so much resources, so much potential, some people would sit down and decide to steal from 1960 till date, but you now ask the common man to go and die for that same country. No, be so they work. No be so. No
wow,
be so.
Thank you. You guys are not even sounding as if today is Sunday.
It's common people that die for countries, though. I don't understand how we make excuse for not wanting to defend our heritage. I don't understand that logic. That's an excuse for inaction and paralysis.
Forefathers, I've not asked you now. Wait. Let's hear from. There are people who have not said anything today. Amaechi, welcome to the show. Amaechi, can you hear me? Amaechi, can you hear me? All right, we have to move on. Amaechi cannot hear us. Wayne, welcome to the show.
Hello, everybody. Happy Sunday.
Yeah, you remember.
I was I was in the background all this time, and I came on this show to disagree with Mr. Show. So yes, you said to buy British Airways ticket to go and die for Nigeria. That's too expensive a ticket to buy to go and die. Maybe Ethiopian Airlines or something. My people, people die for countries that have offered them something. And if Nigerians say they won't die for Nigeria, it means they've had nothing. I was watching the video of Peter Obi donating 5 million naira to victims of flood, and they were so happy. And I said, wait a minute, the nomination form for APC is 100 million naira. 100 million naira. Put that in context. And all the people who went out to buy forms, the governors, ex-governors, Akpabios, the Udoms, and all of them from north to south, east and west, how many of them have gone to donate for the flood? No, with our money, public money. All the nomination forms were bought with public money. Yes. How many of them have gone? They went there to buy, to invest in themselves, so that they can make more money off of it when it is time to give. So why would somebody from Benue State fight for Nigeria 1 year from now after the flood has receded? For what? Why would somebody like me move from the comforts of New York to Nigeria to fight for Nigeria when I look back that my future was carried away and I had to run to somewhere that offered me something? Yes, I will fight for this country. I will encourage my children to join the military in this country because this country has offered me a lot. That's the kind of country people fight for. Countries who offer you something, not countries who offer nothing. Danjuma, I was a good student of history. I think Mr. James is gone. Oh, he's still there. Unfortunately, I was advised against history. You end up as a teacher. Till today, I still regret not, following my dreams of studying history. I remember very well if you go back, the Gowon speech addressing not Nigeria but northern Nigeria. We've gotten back our position and all of that. So alliances change, and this is one instance of that. That today, Tinubu could not find one northern Christian who was worthy of being his vice president. So he had to go with a northern Muslim. Means that even in the north, they do not regard their northern Christian brothers and sisters. They do not. They have no regards for them. And I think they might have stipulated to him that you either come with us or we don't regard you. So there was a time in Nigeria that our northern Christian brothers had this aura of being northerners. They thought they were equal with the Muslims, and things have just changed. That's why Danjuma is crying out. And of course, somebody mentioned that Obasanjo wants a safe, united Nigeria to secure his business. That's the reason all of them would want a safe and secure Nigeria to secure their business. Otherwise, they'll lose, but they have enough. Any of them can move to any country and live their lives out comfortably. I submit.
All right, thank you. Let me say that I would like two more people to make a comment on this in general. Maybe one of them will be Adeni. He joined us again. If he has anything to say, and then we will round up by talking about Tinubu. He made a very important speech yesterday in Kano. I'll play the video of that speech, and then we get a roundup on that. Adeni, do you want to say anything about Danjuma before we close out on that topic? If you listen to some of the comments people made, is there anything do you care about his historical role he played in Nigeria from the 60s?
Well, like I said before, he has been an active part in running Nigeria as a young person. Now he has made a lot. He has gained a lot from the country. He has oil wells, all those things. So they are just trying to protect their interests when things are now, not going their way. Like I said before, they didn't do much for the military while they were there. Himself, Obasanjo, and the rest. And
let me ask you. Do you think, Adeni, do you think that the role he played with Fajui, are you aware of that, and what do you think about that?
The role he played with Fajui, where during the Civil War?
No, before the war, during the counter coup, not the Civil War.
Counter coup.
Yeah, of
okay.
1960.
Well, all those periods, you see, all those periods, let us not bring up those things, because if you are in their position that time, you will do the same. So I don't want to bring the issue of the role. They came out for vengeance that time, and they did their counter coup. They were killing. So anybody will have done that too. But after that, what have they done? They've been in power. What have they done for the country? They were there for their own personal gains and everything. Now Nigeria is not working. The money for military, for development, some of them are sitting on some of it. So why are they? So let's just look at it. Like I said, the system is not providing the right democratic way to run Nigeria. If you have the right system, institutions will be held responsible for service delivery. Nobody is expected to die for Nigeria, apart from those of us in the military and the police and the rest. Other citizens of Nigeria are supposed to be protected by those of us in the military. So if the resources for the military, you give it to them, you monitor them, ensure that they procure the right equipment and defend the country against the enemy. That is our job. So if that is not done and they are now crying, they should blame themselves. That's what I would just say.
Okay, thank you. One more person, then we move on.
Yeah.
Who wants to take? Who has something important? No, something different.
I wanted to really reply.
Who is speaking? Oh yeah, that's true. That's true. Austin will have the chance to reply, Jude. Yeah, Austin, go ahead. That's the final word. We'll move on to Tinubu.
I don't know. We should try as much as possible to be open-minded. That's one thing I want us to really pray. We need to really try. It doesn't mean that because I'm from the East, everything North is bad. I don't know. I am a mathematician somehow. If you look at the rules of induction, if you claim that you have 1,000 people and 900 are bad, maybe just let's say 2 are not bad, you don't have the right to say that everybody is bad. So please, if I use the ESN and I use the Boko Haram for certain examples, it's just to tell you that the military should try to make it unanimous in such a way that people from different areas are there, so that we can have different culture and different beliefs to make the team stronger. I did not say the ESN is deemed. I know that the government set up the ESN to try to limit the activity of the insurgency, but I just wanted to cut across ethnic and religious lines to preach unity. So I'm not comparing anything about that. But I'm also saying that we should not try to make it look as if all the things from this side are bad all the things from this side are good. Only what is in our own side is right. Because I'll tell you the truth. There are situations where I've seen sometimes where people also from my extraction did something bad. And you should not say that because they are from my extraction, then there is correct. No. That is what
Did
I
All
anybody
right.
imply that? Did anybody imply that?
yes,
Did anybody?
Wait.
Huh?
Who implied that?
No. Okay, that's it. We're not going for that on this. So let's change the topic and round up with this.
Can I respond to what they said though?
I've been standing
No,
before you.
no.
I'm not running for 100 yards or 500 yards or do. I'm running for presidency. I'm not competing for WWE wrestling. Even if I go out there and they say, sick, I am standing before you. Do I look like a sick man? Nigeria. You vote me out of their reach. Vote for me 100%. No, they will stop complaining. It's mostly because I'm smarter than they are. The commercial exploit of a whole lot of you is greater than the sum total of the other party's equation.
Well, we need an interpreter to explain this. All right. See who wants to go. CM start.
Yeah, it's me. So thank you very much, Rudolph. Actually, let me start this way. Tinubu said he's not running for let's say 100 meters anyway, just for Olympics in terms of fitness. Well, anybody can say that, even if it's me. I think unless the contestant, all these presidential candidates, if they are willing to present their health record or medical records, because yes, he's standing there. I may stand up, you think, yeah, like he said, you may look at somebody, the person may look fit, but until you look at the medical record, you look at the X-ray, the chest X-ray, there's a way they do it. But
is there any? Hold on, CM. Is there anywhere in the world where that is a requirement to run for president?
But then, if they demand it, if it's demanded of you to show, maybe the party.
Where do they demand it?
Look, if people are expressing
Rudolph, even here in the United States,
excuse me,
even if it's not demanded, but it's required somehow.
Excuse me. If people express concern, you can bring it out and say, "This is my medical record." Somebody, your opponent could ask you to present your. Let's say Tinubu may ask Peter Obi, present your medical record. This is my own, or you can say, "This is my degree certificate. Present your own." It's a challenge that will also help people to know who is. So to that extent, until they do it, but then what Tinubu, what he's saying, like the interpretation he's giving to English language, sometimes he speaks so idiomatic or don't know whatever. So that's why I'm laughing. Not really that the man is not saying anything, but we all know, because in all these things, if a man could lie about his age, particularly if you want to be president, that is where all these things are coming from. If a man could lie about his age. Now, there's nothing wrong in telling people that, look, I've been to the hospital last week, I'm out. But our politicians are not willing to say all this. Place your card on the table. In advanced countries, when a politician goes into the hospital for anything, he say he was checked in for emergency disease. You say you make it open. But in this case, everything is hidden. So nobody wants to present his own. So people are now free to insinuate anything. The only way you put them, you answer that question is you come out clean and say, look, this is me. Then let them bring the counter, the counter narrative. But in this case now, nobody is willing to do that. Particularly the Tinubu case, because of the way people are saying. Even Atiku, or even Peter Obi, all of them, if they can, if I'm in Peter Obi's shoe, I will present without even people asking about it. I will say, Nigeria, this is my medical record. I did it at social hospital because it's something secret. But you can present it just to show because you are not a public officer. So that when you go in there and it's a challenge, let others present. Although they may say there's no constitutional requirement for you to do that, but there's what they call moral requirement for you to show it, for you to tell them that, look, I want to prove everybody beyond all reasonable doubt. So it's not until when you want to run a 100-meter race that you might feel that people will raise concern about your health. No, if you are coming to be number one citizen, we have every right to inquire about everything under the sun. If you don't like it, then you go away. After all, it's not your father, it's not a birthright that you must be president of the country. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Go ahead, Jude.
Yes, even if he tells us, he comes out to tell Nigerians that it's okay, there's nothing wrong with him. Even looking at that clip you just showed us, anybody in the medical field, especially that specializes in psychiatry, mental health, will know that this man is sick. All the things he's saying, psychiatrically, is called word salad. You cannot even make out meaning from what he's saying. Jumping from one thing to another, he hardly finishes a topic, speaking gibberish. These are symptoms of Alzheimer's disease. These are symptoms of dementia. Okay, I don't need to even evaluate it. If I'm seeing him run 100 meters or whatever to know that if it's 12, I can bet my life Tinubu is not allowed on oriented times 4. I can bet my life on that. If they let him bring his Tinubu will not be allowed on oriented times 4. And this is one of the this is a mini mental examination that you use in assessing somebody's mentation. And if you want to elect a president who is not mentally sound, how is he going to function? We have all seen during Buhari's administration how he squandered Nigerian money, taxpayers' money, going to Britain every time to receive healthcare, to change his people say to change his oil. Okay. Look at Tinubu. Tinubu will even be worse because his own case is even more sicker than Buhari. It's even more sicker. Tinubu is always out almost every month, every 1 or 2 months. Okay. Do you know how much Buhari should disclose? Only we live in a country that's not transparent. If they can disclose how much Buhari so far has spent from Nigerian ports going abroad to take care of himself, I bet you it will be enough to build 2 standard medical hospitals in Nigeria that will be of international standard. I bet we can be up to that. Then do we want that again to elect somebody who will not only exceed that obnoxious record that Buhari have maintained in going for health tourism in abroad, to elect another person who is even going to do worse, somebody who cannot even, I can bet my life, Tinubu cannot climb 2 flights of a 2-story building. He cannot climb it. He cannot.
All right. Thank you, Jude. If not for what Jude told us today about what he's going through, I have a small joke I will have played in here, that you are practicing medicine, because typically American doctors and nurses, when they're talking about somebody they've not met, they refrain from diagnosis and from saying this is what is wrong with them. But I can't say what I needed to say.
Well, I didn't diagnose.
It wouldn't be funny.
I can do assessment. I've only assessed.
You have to see the person to assess the person. You have to see the person, meet the person, and but you are assessing from TV, anyway. But that's a different
we have remote assessment these days.
All right. Let me before you, I know Austin, you want to say something. Go ahead.
So the point is, I think Tinubu in his path and those of his campaign team they tell us that he's sick. Look, if you see a child steal meat, maybe Emeka, what are you doing? Hey, I didn't take anything. Something may have happened. Somebody you see, come here, who are you? Hey, I did not carry anything. I didn't ask you anything. Most of the time, Tinubu and his people try to defend his health over and over. And he always said over and over, that means something is wrong. So sometimes if you know you are not guilty, no need of defending yourself. So if you go on,
maybe he's hold on, Austin. Maybe he's defending himself because all of you are talking about him being sick. If you stop talking about him being sick, he will not be defending himself. What about that?
Okay, now he's not. He's talking of you talked of being sick. He was not there in some special location. That's why people now say, okay, he's sick. But if I tell you, I am not sick, and I go ahead my normal business, then I feel I've told you the thing I need to know. But if I keep on forcing down your throat that I am not sick, I'm not sick, I'm not sick, it means I'm hiding something. Because
all right.
Yeah, you want to ask me a question?
Let me play another video where he talked about his opponents, and I want you guys to listen.
Should I play that?
Lagos are part of the bragging success of Nigeria. They have the consumer power if you can produce what they need. And Nigerians have to change to be able to do that, to satisfy the economic requirements of this country. It is true, we are all running, two other people. Don't let me popularize their name. They said they are running two other parties. Forget them.
Forget them.
They don't know the way. I know the way. They can't make changes. As I stand before you, no geography professor can pass geography exam of Lagos as at today. I've uttered it. Make it better. Make it bigger. Make it economically buoyant. From 600 million a month to 5 billion a month internally generated revenue. And you say I should not brag.
How much?
I have the knowledge. I have the foresight. I know the road. Don't worry about Nigeria succeeding. We will succeed. Elect me.
Can I come to what I was saying?
Hold on. No, hold on. I want James, because he said that, James, you're a geography professor, that nobody can recognize Lagos again because he changed it. James,
it's a challenge with James.
I will only make one statement. Former president of Sierra Leone, Saka Stevens, said that a healthy man can pretend to be sick, but a sick man cannot pretend to be healthy. That is all I have to say.
All right, thank you.
Geography.
Can I continue what I was saying?
Yeah, okay, yeah, finish up, Austin, yeah.
So, as I said, from my own perspective, the way they try to force it down our throat that he's healthy makes me feel he's sick. The second thing he said in the first video, that we should follow him because he's smarter than everyone. And most of the time in Nigeria, when I hear people speak, especially of the political class, when they talk of smarter, it means they can deceive you. So that statement, for me to abandon other presidential candidates because you are smarter, just tells me that you want to repeat the same cycle of looting for my own infamy, if I want to try to infer. So that statement really is telling me that he is not a genuine person. You tell me what you can do, then we can talk of the other one. Then the last case of altering the landscape of Lagos State. Now, during his time in power and the rest, things he did, it's not as if Lagos State is like a Dubai, as we have always said. There are places which are good, but sometimes they are all being invested by private individuals, not even by the government. And the little amenities we need to have from the government is not being done. So it's like somebody getting money and putting it in private pocket, still meaning again that you get money, but you give it to one person, one particular person, is not the right criteria I need for a presidential candidate now. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Mr. Sho, go ahead.
Okay. I'll just make, a quick submission, 2 minutes, and I'll drop off. So, Tinubu's case has never surprised me. He's a politician. The last video you played, I don't fault him for anything he said there. He has to blow his own trumpet. He's competing against people. So I can't, I have to cut him slack for that. You can't expect him to go there and kid glove. He's actually fighting against people. That's allowed. To say I'm better than them, I know the road. I know, it's done in Lagos. Even the, saying that private entities have developed Lagos, that's creating an enabling environment. So if credit has to go to him for that, I don't mind giving him credit for that. But my worry is Tinubu's health. I'm not trying to diagnose him, but the way he speaks. I mean, the last word he uttered in the second video, he almost didn't pronounce it properly. His speech is slurry. We know what Tinubu sounded like 20 years ago. He doesn't sound like the same man. Age would come, health issues would come. Some of us would avoid it. Some of us would have to deal with it in life. It is what it is. What I don't want to happen is a case of like they have in Cameroon with Paul Biya. The guy cost Cameroon $40,000 per day, allegedly. He rules Cameroon from Switzerland. He lives in a hotel with his entourage. For whatever reason, age, access to health, and all of that. So, they decimate the country or the continent so much that they have to live in the West for good health services. So I don't want Nigeria to go and elect a man that would rule Nigeria from the UK. He's old. He's not the same man he was years ago. And when they talk about this 600 million to 50 billion, I go back to this. Unto whom much is given, much is expected. No one is denying that you've generated this 50 billion, whatever billion you've generated. But how does that affect the average man in Lagos? How has that benefited them? Generating the money is fantastic. But what have you done with the money? Who's benefited? That's the questions we need to ask. So I am totally against him running for president. I can't stop him, obviously. I'm not going to vote for him. I have only one vote. But the fact that people will come and try and defend this. I have a friend in Nigeria, very smart guy, intelligent, well-educated. But the minute you bring APC Tinubu matter, oh God, my friend sounds dumb, like totally stupid. If he watches this, no apologies. But when it comes to Tinubu, the guy would tell me that you can't take Tinubu's words literally. I said 50 million youths to join the army. The country is 200 million. Oh, it doesn't mean it literally. I said, okay. He said, don't worry about the naira falling against the dollar because you don't import and export. He said, don't take it literally. He said, it's corn, cassava, agbado. I don't know what cassava has done to that man. It's always cassava, corn, agbado. Tinubu supporters were saying on Twitter, because I live on Twitter, they were saying on Twitter that, corn is used for hand gel, hand sanitizer. I said, when Tinubu said that, he wasn't talking about industrial corn. He was talking about feeding the military corn, like, cook it, roast it. But his defenders would twist it and turn it and try to make you look like you're mad. And that's the part that worries me. I just hope that we get it right. Elect somebody that's at least physically fit and mentally stable to change the course of, our direction. Thank you very much. Enjoy the rest of the show. I've got to go now.
All right. Thank you. We appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
Yep. All right. Let me hear from Festus. Do you want to speak? I don't know whether your hand is raised.
No, Dr. Damage. No, Dr. Damages. The thing is, you can hear me, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I just like a random thing. I didn't hear the question from the beginning. I just joined back in.
Okay. Did you see the video of Bola Tinubu speaking?
Right, I saw it.
Okay. What do you think?
I mean, Tinubu, I lived in Lagos for, I was born in Lagos though, but I lived in Lagos before I traveled here for 10 years or so. So, I mean, it's just the same thing over and over again. Tinubu is just looking for, he has all the money and everything he needs in his entire generation. So he's just coming to, it's an addiction. I don't know, this power of a thing. It's like a drug. Something is pushing him. He doesn't even care whether the way, he say, do I look sick? People are just looking. Because it's like, Yoruba and Africa now, you have to respect elders. They could have said, you are sick, but, yeah, they don't want to say that because that guy is clearly. I'm not saying sick, or I have a dad. My dad is 90-something years old. You understand? So, me, I don't make fun of old people, but I just feel like somebody should know how to draw the line. Because if somebody don't know how to draw the line, that's how you get into trouble. You understand? So everything is orchestrated. For me, I speak from the concept of the background of everything is orchestrated by God. If God does not allow something, it's never going to happen. You know, they say man proposes, God disposes. You know, so I'm just looking at it like a movie. I care about my country so much. I love my village. I'm from Edo State. You know, I love Nigeria. I mean, I know how Nigeria used to be, you know, at least. Yeah, you know. So I still love my Nigeria. It doesn't mean because something is going bad, left or right. I still love Nigeria passionately. That's why I send my dollar there every time, Mr. Damages. I'm telling you, help me waka too. If help me waka, I'm telling you, if help waka won't be paying you that endorsement. If it's not helping me waka in Nigeria, you understand? So Nigeria is still good. It's a good business. Nigeria is a good. It's just like we have people hijacking it. But God, see, there was some time in Israel. Some people were saying that, oh, God said that tomorrow by this time there's going to be a grain of whatever is going to be sold for so amount, abundant. Some people said, yeah, some people said, no, that's impossible. God is speaking. At the end of the day, what really happened, it happened, and the people did not eat it. The people who denied it were trampled. So when you're talking, what is powerful? Your bottom line. What is powerful? Mind the thing you say, because it will come to pass. God does not speak void. So when you speak, make sure the word, you know the consequence of that word, because it's powerful. It might not happen today, but in the future it will. Mr. James too is a very stubborn man. Oh, Baba, you are stubborn. Oh, you don't listen. You don't let go straight. And Mr. Damages enjoys him whenever he's going down the history lane of 1942. Oh, he said.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Francis.
Thank you.
Omoye, words are very powerful. So mind what you say.
Omoye too. I love you, sister. You are so smart.
Omoye, okay, go ahead. We're rounding up now.
Dr. Damages, I just came back to pepper the people in the comment section. They are jealous that I call into Dr. Damages, and they'll be exactly pepper them. Hey, for my designer. There's a vest for my designer who, hey! So I came on purpose. So for those of you in the comment section, Mona cry, jealousy won't finish on a lie. Mona call in now, if you get the level, call in. I'm a proud Warri Street girl. Anyhow you take describe me, it no affect me. So that's what I came to say. After I don't clear down and come off for road. So at the end of the day, everybody know my take for this panel. Now will be Datti till next year. Make we get common sense person for there. You see, me no, I don't want to talk about Agbado and Mikano because they exist on my periphery. They exist. Not only will be Datti I they see. So anybody who has family back home, Mona not send them money again. Mona make sure say they vote for Obi. If not be Obi, nothing else, because we don't want to. That country is already dead. We're trying to resuscitate it. So let's do what we need to do. Time go come to Niger when you go fit sacrifice for your country. Don't worry, that time is fast approaching. You will have the opportunity to do that. Oga CM, thank you for your knowledge and everything. But not they look for any small thing when Peter the Rock will be talk. You want to poke hole. Not they do them again. I beg. If you want to, you can send him a message and say, bro, Oga, don't say it like this, say it like this. So anyway, all the panelists, thank you very much. I think everybody had great points, and I understand where everybody's coming from because I share the same sentiments as a lot of people as well. But please, let's make Nigeria work. That's the basic right now. If we can make it work, then we can start having, more defined conversations so that we can build. We don't even have love for each other, not to talk of tribe, not to talk of national cities. We can't even do the bare minimum. So please, let's try to do better. by ourselves and with each other. I think that's where we need to start from. So, Dr. Damages, I'm waiting for my check in the mail. Thank you.
Doctor, let me introduce let me introduce my daughter. I want her to visit Nigeria one day. Please make Nigeria good. I beg. Make her talk good about Nigeria. Make it better.
Okay, there's something that there's something no one speaks about. You see, Nigeria problem is not actually the architect is not actually caused by Nigeria. It is a foreign architected problem. Whoever you put there, if the person does not if the person is not strong enough, we will end up with the same problem. There are a lot of foreign entities that are there to destroy Nigeria because it's the most populous black nations. If you destroy Nigeria, you break the bones of all black nations. That is the agenda. Whoever you put there really doesn't matter. So long those agendas are there beneath the surface, they are there to destroy the country. And we might, look at the problem of Boko Haram or weaponized Fulani. They have been there, but after the Libyan war, the Sahel was awash with arms. Today, no government in the Sahel, whether Chad, whether Niger, none of them is able to match the weapon of the terrorists in the region. So this is something you also have to look at when you place somebody in government. Definitely, Tinubu and Atiku are not the type that will be there because if you have those ones in the government, you end up with the same mess because they are just Kaba fending for themselves. Hopefully, Obi goes through. At least, if Obi wasn't there as a candidate, Sowore would have been the alternative. Any other person is just the same old story. I think that is something we have to also be looking at, the importance of foreign entity in those regions.
All right. Thank you, Solomon. Thank you so much. Okay. All right. Adeni, yeah, go ahead. Yeah, Adeni, go ahead.
Should have asked Adeni a question.
Yeah. Adeni, go ahead. We can hear you.
Okay.
Now we can hear you.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. Yeah, I want to react to what Dr. Solomon have said. You see, the way Nigeria is now, with this present structure, no individual can succeed. Let us not deceive ourselves. I have done my research and I have realized that it's not a matter of changing individual, looking for the best, looking for the most honest. The best and the most honest will fail. You understand me? Okay. Let me go do it like this. When Tinubu was in Lagos, he claimed that he succeeded in Lagos. When Obi2 was in Anambra, he claimed that he succeeded in Anambra. You know why they succeeded? The state governors are like emperors. The constitution gave them so much powers that even the president don't have power over them. They do what they like in their state, and they have immunity that protect them when they are in office. So they can, if somebody is ready to work, you will go to the state and work well. If you want to go and steal all the money, you go and steal all the money. But when you come to the federal arena, it is a different ballgame entirely. The president does not have powers over the governors. You remember when President Buhari told the governors to allow local government to have access to their funds. The governors refused, and there was nothing the president could do. So looking for the best person to come and rule Nigeria we are just deceiving, we are wasting time. The only thing that can work in Nigeria now is to change the system. This presidential system is not working. We are creating monsters. We are creating dictators. We are creating emperors that nobody can check. If Obi and all that gets there, they will just be making noise. It is not like Anambra that he has the whole power and all the authority to do what he like. At national level, It cannot do much. It cannot control the governor. And the development of Nigeria today is in the hands of governors. All the governors, 36 governors, they have the power to develop their area. The president will only be giving directive, giving policies and the rest. But if they don't take the policy, there's nothing the federal government can do on the governors. So I still come back to the constitution that I have written. Please, Dr. Damages, let everybody go through it, and we will now see that in that constitution, powers have been devolved to the local government. There is nothing like elections for president or for governors. It is just a waste of money, waste of time. All this issue of campaigning. We don't need campaigning. Constitution has already given us what to be done. Politicians only go to the office and ensure that the civil servant carry out what is in the constitution. They are not going there to come and usurp the job of the civil servant and telling us that they will be the one that will fix our electricity, they will fix the hospitals, fix schools. It's not their work. Let the institutions that have been set up to do this, let them do their work. You are just going there to oversee. So all this one coming to say they will fix Nigeria, do the great job, is just political, gimmicks and campaign, which at the end of the day is going to be total fiasco. That is what I want to say. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Adeni. I think I had two Niger.
This guy, yeah, I've changed it because I think I'm gonna be a little bit caught with the way I talk now. See, that guy, Adeni, and I was trying to salute the service that you've done for the country, because clearly the people you are serving don't value your service. They treat it as if it's something to be snuffed at. My point is that you see, we like to criticize Tinubu and say he's terrible and all the rest of it. The way I look at these things now is that I don't even care who wins, because we don't even have the luxury of that anymore. From what I've heard today, it tells you the breed of Nigerians that are creating the kind of leaders we have. Many of the people here will do worse than Tinubu right now. I think Tinubu is trying to serve. Some of them are even willing to join other people's military to fight, destroy our country, help them destroy our country even further. When Dr. Sol said it here, that some of these people, some of these things we are being undermined from outside the country, and some of the people that are undermining us are serving those people. We know some of our leaders are working for some of their institutions. This is something that happened, and we come here and turn our noses at them when majority of us are worse than them. We are not willing to defend our home. We are not willing to do anything. We are for, he's selling. Yeah, at least he's there. He's taking a risk and he's doing something. Many of us will be happy to hide away and criticize and criticize and criticize. Like, man, it's so shameful, really. When you see children in the West here, the way they behave here. Even Ukraine, the moment they started fighting, all the men are not allowed to leave the country. I'm telling you, if it was Nigeria, I'm telling you, from side chick to side chick, they will be running like Creta to run out of the country, because they don't understand anything about building a nation anymore. Maybe we've been colonized. That's why we've lost our instinct of how to build anything at all. We don't do anything in this world. We are the weakest group in this world. Our men have failed our people so much. We have failed our people so much that we don't even understand it anymore. A 5-foot Asian man has done more for his people than our men has done for our people. All we know how to do is procreate. That's the only one thing we have been able to do for our people. Now I begin to understand the reason why Stalin went into this country and caused the death of more than 20 million people. China, Chairman Mao, caused the death of 50 people. Why? What drives a people to do that? Is it about madness? That they see a people that are not willing to do anything, that will settle for mediocrity forever. And they felt that, you know what, this group of people decided that, you know what, we are going to make change for this country, and for better or for worse, if this will die to protect, to save the future of our country, so be it. Let me show you, let me read something that Chris Patton said himself. He said, there is nothing like luck in life. It's merely opportunity meeting preparedness. If you don't prepare, how are you going to be ready for do anything that comes your way? All these people that are saying, when you get there, you don't know what's going to happen. Yeah, you don't know what's going to happen, but you have to be prepared. You have to have that mindset. You have to know where your bread is buttered. How can you not? I didn't even think this was a question that any Nigerian would be fuzzy about answering. I think when they answer the question, they are looking at people like Bola Tinubu. They look at people like Atiku, all these corrupt politicians. That's what they have in their head when they ask them this question. What they are asking is, are you willing to defend your forefathers' land? Are you willing to defend your women? Are you willing to defend your children? If you're not willing to do that, I can tell you, you are not a man. That is the primary duty of a man. If you like confuse it anyhow you want to confuse it, run around it. Let me quote you another quote that Chris Patton made. He said, a real man will never let his fear of death overpower his honor, his sense of duty to his country, and his innate manhood. I'm using this quote from that same man that is a Nigerian decided that they are going to bring this quote to say that we shouldn't defend our people. That same man said this. He's a general. Your innate manhood. Even animals know that. Male lions know that. Even he goes that. That is your job to do, and you leave it for other people to go and do for you. You run to another woman's husband to come and save us. Any people that forfeit their survival to any other group have forfeited their right to survive. It's that simple. And I stop blaming your leaders because you are one of them. Our people are one of them. This panel has clearly showed it that our people are resistant because they make every excuse not to do the right thing. They will pretend as if they hate corruption. In reality, they are just cowards. They are not willing to go and do the hard work on the ground. If I go right now to Nigeria and I die there, so be it. Am I not going to die? In the end, I'm going to die. I wasn't here 4 years ago, but I'm here today to thinking like this. Maybe tomorrow, some of all these people are going to be there tomorrow. I wish our Nigerians start thinking, because that's how we take our country back. That's how our lives will get better. There is no other way. There is no other way. Simply, if you go to Oyinbo man country to go and defend them, you are just going to be poor and be enslaved forever. That's if you survive it in the end. So I'm just saying this so that we realize what we are calling on ourselves. Some of the things we do ourselves. I don't like to blame our politicians. I like to take responsibility, and I like to try to see through their own eyes. We like to point fingers, but we don't like to take responsibility. When good people don't do anything, you will get these rubbish leaders. And some of all these panelists, they are highly educated people, they are highly competent people, but the only thing they lack is their knowledge of heritage. Their knowledge that they need to defend their heritage. Do or die. Thank you.
Thank you. These are great moments on TV. I enjoyed it.
I wanted to ask Adeni a question. But
we should give to Niger Commander-in-Chief.
The military chap wanted to, because he said something about taking over and then what to expect.
Okay, he's here.
Okay, he's back in. Let him come in. Niyi, my question. Niyi, welcome back. My question to you is, you were saying something about taking over that no leader. In fact, even if you bring anybody, it's not likely to make a change. What I want to know is that, because this is the election will take place on February 19th next year. What I want to ask you, Niyi, if you are the person campaigning now to take over from Buhari and you happen to be elected, what do you think is the first thing you need to do to be able to survive? Because you've written a constitution. That's why I'm asking you that question. I don't know whether he heard me.
Now let's see. He's muted now. Let's see if he. Okay.
Yeah, Niyi, you heard me now? Yes, you can.
Yeah.
You can go ahead.
Hello.
Yes.
Yeah, we can hear you. Yeah.
Yes.
Go ahead, Niyi. Yeah.
Okay. You see, anybody with credibility will not come and take part with this system. Like I said, look at it from 1999. Look at how the failure started. We started going down. After 8 years of General Abasojo, people came and complained, we the military, we don't go to school. They brought professors from total disaster. Another set of people, they say, okay, bring another general to come and be in charge. Another 8 years, disaster. That is to tell you that it is not ever pray. Are you hearing me? Oh God.
Yeah,
Hello?
we can hear you. Although you're breaking up, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay. Okay. I say if you look at it from 1999, it has been downward turns. From General Babatunde 8 years, it was total fiasco. They say, okay, we in the military, we don't go to school, bring educated people. They brought professor, the teachers from university, Yaradua and Jonathan. Another 8 years of disaster. They said, okay, bring another ex-military to do another 8 years of disaster. So if you look at it now, it's now clear, it is obvious that it is not a matter of individuals now. It is the system that has been designed to fail. The system, they are creating absolute maximum ruler that nobody can question. So me, I don't pray to be in this type of system. If you give me the presidency of this country today, I will reject because I know I'm going to fail. Number one, the failure will start from telling the governors what to do to develop their state. They will refuse because they want to eat money and you don't have power over them. So what will you do? Nothing. You'll just be looking and the country will be, people will be crying, and they'll be calling the president, Meanwhile, everything is in the hands of governors. But people are coming to be there now. They don't want to come and improve their business empire. That's why people like Atiku, Tinubu, people will be himself, and Datti, they're all businessmen. They will get there when they say that nothing can work, they will continue to improve their business empire. So it is better we just focus on a better system that will be able to put these politicians in check, limit their powers. Don't just come to office and take over the job of all the institutions of government as if people are in the institutions they are downs, they don't know anything again. You are now the only one that have sense to fix things that are bad. You have to give them direction. Look, all of them, they are coming to say they will sell refineries, they will sell this, sell that. It's not a matter of going to sell. It's going to offer the right leadership to make people who don't want to work to do their work. That is what they call leadership.
Sorry, Niyi.
So, but
we are left with about 3 months between November, December, January, February for election. I know you won't accept the power if given to you, but are you saying that they should alter the system? When you say the system, are you talking of constitution? Because I know you've written a constitution. Are you saying that between now till February, is that what we are suggesting? We should also that to be able to control the system.
That's what I'm suggesting. That's what I'm suggesting. Yeah, thank you, CM. That's what I'm suggesting. And that's why I've come up with this condition. Let us alter the system that is operating now and get a system that it is very cheap to handle. This presidential is too expensive for us. Like, for example, we don't need bicameral house. What are those people doing in that house of assembly? We need just a single house. And that single house will be the one that will provide the prime minister or the ministers. So we manage, we reduce the cost of even running the government. But if you continue like this, where you need a president need to get about 40 ministers, the House of Assembly is there with all their aides, they are getting millions, billions every month. The country won't have any money to do any other developmental program again. So we need to change the system that will make sure that the government officials, we are spending less money to manage them. And then the whole chunk of money will go to the institutions for development, especially at the local government level. That is where the people are, not even at the federal level. Federal should not be to come out with policies. Local government will be the one to implement. Regional government will supervise them and ensure that they implement the government policy. That is all. Before you know, within 1 year, 2 years, Nigeria will be competing with countries like countries in Western Europe.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Adeni. We are rounding up. No, CM, no. That's CM, no. Sorry. And we're rounding up. Jude, you want, that's your final chance. Yeah, final chance to say something. Go ahead. I didn't call you, but if you want to, you can speak.
No, stay just 1 minute. Yes, Mr. Adeni, thank you so much. Yes, there are so many things, like you're saying, change, including the constitution, including the Constitution of Nigeria, which is which is a total junk. It's part of what is causing Nigeria to be what it is today. Okay, and then again, in that change, someone like me, in that change, I would want a situation, whatever change we are going to have, to ensure that no military personnel whatsoever will come out on the street and be brutalizing any civilian. Anybody that does that, both military and the police, the way they brutalize and treat Nigerians like piece of shit, that aches me a lot. And I don't know why they get away with this evil. And yet, people will want me to come out and be acknowledging the military, like here in America. I've been in America for almost 20 years. I've never seen one day a military officer on the street terrorizing or brutalizing or even common insulting anybody. If anything, they're always there to help people, to help any civilian, whatever thing they're going through. But in Nigerian case, every military personnel in Nigeria, even an ordinary recruit of yesterday, is a demigod. They want everybody to bow down for them. This is a third world syndrome, and in fact, something that somebody like me, if I should be in authority, any military leader that is soldiers or whatever that are behaving, are found wanting in that, I will use that military leader as an example, so that those under him will learn how to treat, will learn how to behave. They have no business being on the street terrorizing people, terrorizing Nigeria. Their business is to defend the national integrity. They have no business arresting. You see them even treating the police officers, even killing police officers. What an absurdity. We live in a crazy society. No wonder they call Nigeria a zoo. Nigeria is indeed a zoo. Zoo is even worse than Nigeria. It's even better than Nigeria. The things that happen in that country, and people wink at it. People get away with it. I don't understand. You see a military person killing a police officer, even if I don't like police officers too, because of the way they treat Nigerians. This is rubbish.
All right, Joe, thank you. Hold on, guys. Ovie, I've not heard from you. Welcome back.
Yeah, well, I'm my corner, man. Sorry, I'm here to respond to your order. Forget T-Mark. We pass up. Ahead. But I think the question is that, can I die for Nigeria, right? Is that the question, right?
That's where we started, but we're running up now. Yeah, you can.
Yeah,
You can.
but in summary, people like us, we don't serve from day one. As a kid, I served for Shrine, my community Shrine, right? As a teenager, I wear green, white, green, compete for Nigeria. As an adult, I was a civil defense officer. And now I'm an NNPP Kankari member. Am I not serving enough? Is that not dying for Nigeria? I be forefathers. Today UK they rake. So use that language, they use that airport village. They rake, they buga. Eh? Go join there. No be here that they do baba. Party, you know, join. Officer, you know you are not interested in joining. You just the order. We should go and die. We should go and die. We should go and die. It's very easy to them our comfort home to the precise solution. I said it before. The easiest thing to do in any community, any society, is to criticize and to protest. That's all. Anybody can do that. The PhD holder, Agbero, for anybody can do that. But until we take a desperate measure and put those criticism into action by ourselves, by empowering those at home, economically first, because they're going to need to chop. Until we start doing that in our various community, we never start. So that's my summary
What
on
I'm
that part.
doing, Mr. This thing that I'm not doing anything. You see, you just make unsubstantiated claims. I don't. You see, why do you make it about me? You should confront the point that
I'm
I'm
not
making.
accusing. Look, I'm not saying you are not doing anything. You have to show me what are you doing. Let us join you in doing it. When you hide what you are doing and criticize in public, what do you expect
I'm
people
not
to say?
criticizing. I am stating what should be done.
What is the difference?
Oh, so I should tell you what you want to hear. I should
Action,
tell
my
you
brother.
not to defend your people.
Action. Your grandfather complain, your papa complain, you are complaining.
Even if I'm taking action, I still have to say what I mean to do.
You will be saying this is the day we know you on this platform. You haven't done anything
Yes.
that to
Well, what do you want me to do?
Try
To go and
answer, my
commit
brother.
suicide bombing? What are you talking about? I am doing the stop. What I'm saying, I am doing it. I'm not going to sit here and encourage people to flood out of Nigeria without planning for people to come back to the country. You have to have a certain mindset. I read it just now. Opportunity. There's nothing like luck. You have to be prepared. If your mindset is not in the right place, you are not going to see what is going wrong.
Forefathers, at this point, show us your preparation. Lay it down for us. We will join you. I'm pretty sure everybody, or not just on this platform, those who are listening will also join you.
All right.
Understand what you are saying, but you didn't
I didn't say anything about having an organization. That I'm saying that we should be loyal to our own heritage. How is that
stop speaking for
wrong?
us? At this point, it's not we. Now we they put us for trouble. What are you doing? That's it.
I am doing the same thing. I'm doing what I'm saying.
All right.
It's
So
not everything
hold on,
disclose
guys.
publicly, but I'm doing what I'm saying.
Yeah, I'm hoping that along the way, Ovie and everybody, let me just say this on the side. I've had a lot of people say things today. I think for people to come up here, spend 4 hours, 6 hours for they are contributing. There are some people in America, in Britain, that do not even read Nigerian news. They don't care what's going on. I have people like that. They don't know what's going on. They don't care. It doesn't matter what you are saying. They have people in Nigeria. So there is, I think we have to appreciate that. That's one. Then
I'm doing stuff in Nigeria as they speak. If you think I'm not, you see, when I say stuff, it's because I am doing stuff. If I wasn't doing it, I would be making it clear to you. And I told you just yesterday that our day for yesterday, some lady was encouraging Nigerians to travel overseas without even giving them any idea of returning back home. Then I questioned what she was doing, that maybe she should be putting the other way so that they can contribute to their country. And she did. Even if she disagreed with my criticism, she went on to do that. It tells you that sometimes when good people sit down and say, oh, let's just complain, you actually go and encourage people to do the right thing. Like I'm trying to encourage you to do the right thing by your country.
Tunanja, there's a reason whoever suggests that people should be jackbarring for lack of word of it. There's a reason why he said that. That is where you should be going to the roots. Why is this man even saying that? Oh, there's no job and these people are getting killed by the day. Is that a fact or no? So how do you wish that? God, that's the problem.
We already know that. That's what I suggested. You can let them go, but make plans for them to come back. We can even take control of the process.
All right, guys. Hold on.
Two fathers. You are accusing me of focusing on you as the character that is delivering the message. That's exactly the same thing you are doing to the pastor who's saying the same thing.
Okay,
that's the
hold
same
on,
thing
guys.
you are doing.
I'm not talking about a pastor. It's not.
I have to mute you guys. Hold on, please. Let me hear from Kulata. Kulata, go ahead.
I have to go. I want to ask Adeniyi a question, then I go.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, please. Mr. Adeniyi, thank you for coming. You are an army officer. I want you to clear some doubts in my mind. The war in Libya, people have almost blamed the war for the insurgency in Nigeria. Libya, when Libya collapsed, I want to know how the arms got to Nigeria, because on the eastern side of Libya, they have borders with Egypt. No arms entered Egypt. They have borders with Sudan. No arms entered Sudan. They have borders with Chad. No arms entered Chad. They have borders with Algeria. No arms entered Algeria. They have borders with Tunisia. No arms entered Tunisia. Between Nigeria and Libya, there's a country called Niger. The insurgency, I don't think they have insurgency there. How did the arms get out of Libya without crossing any of these borders to Nigeria? Please, I think you are the right man to answer the question. Thank you, sir.
Very good.
Well, we have from social media, we've been hearing a lot of things about how those Fulani bandits, how they came in. You know, before elections, the rumor about who will win, who will not win, who will make the country ungovernable, and all those things. Even there was a time some citizens were kidnapped in Niger State, Mina area. When they were released, one of the they released captives, said that the terrorists, the bandits were telling them that they brought them to Nigeria and abandoned them. So those who did that, I think we are not children here. We from +1, +2, we know those who did that. So that's the way, for me, that's the way I look at it, that the weapons came into Nigeria. Some people brought them for their nefarious activity, for their own personal interest.
Sir, the point I'm making is
Yeah.
this. Why did the weapons not go to Egypt, Sudan, Chad,
Yes.
Niger, Algeria, and Tunisia? Why Nigeria?
James, that's not
Why did the
factual.
weapons get into Nigeria?
I just said it now.
James,
Some people brought them for their own personal interest.
Which route did they pass? Is it by air or by sea?
James, your premise is wrong. There's insurgency.
It's by road now. We have more than we have. You see
Okay.
what?
All right. Adeni, thank you. Don't worry. Let's hear from Kulata.
We have about 4,000 kilometer land borders in Nigeria. 4,000 kilometers. And all these places, they are porous. So people can easily come in and go out. I have worked in many border areas. Hello?
Okay.
Sorry.
I have worked in many, in a lot of border areas. Yes, yes.
All right. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, okay, Kulata, go ahead.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. We can hear you. Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, okay. First thing, I wasn't even going to talk about it. James, what the statement you make is not factual. There's insurgency in Niger. There's insurgency in Chad. Northern Chad is terrible. Mali is terrible. Even France is there. The entire West Africa is in chaos, and it's
not true.
you can trace it back to it is true. You can go and read. I know you read. You can go and read it. You can go and read it when you leave the show. We don't have to argue. We don't have to argue about it. Just go and check. There's insurgency across Mali, Niger, Chad. There's insurgency there, and there's armed proliferation over there.
Okay, James, can you let him speak, please? Okay.
There's arms proliferation across the entire West Africa, and it started with Obama and Britain's misguided war against Gaddafi and not having a good plan to manage life after Gaddafi. So it's not just contained to Nigeria; it's everywhere. That's why you have the likes of France messing around in Mali, in Burkina Faso, in all these areas. So let's not pretend that it's only Nigeria. There's arms proliferation. And since that war started, Obama mismanaged that war. I knew it was going to get to Nigeria. I've been praying to God. But of course, it happened. It eventually happened. But the reason I joined is not because of this. What James just said was just wrong to me, so I had to step in. To Nigeria, you can see that righteous indignation is easy. You can stand on the soapbox and say, I want this, I want that, I want this. But you have Adeni now, a real soldier that can tell you what obtains. So I hope you use this opportunity, maybe an after show, to kind of like see if a lot of idealism you have is obtainable in the kind of society we have in Nigeria. A very heterogeneous, corrupt, I don't even know, whatever. I mean, a good way to describe Nigeria is one picture I saw in Niger Delta. There's the pipeline, stolen pipeline, and an army barracks or something right beside it. If you look at that picture, that is Nigeria for you. That is the best way to describe Nigeria. Our asset stolen right in front of our military. They're protecting it. So with all this idealism, die for the country, do this, do that, Britain for war, civil war, blah, blah, blah. That is the situation. This is a real soldier. Find out what obtains.
I agree. I will speak to him if he's going to honor us with his presence in the after show. I agree with that.
All right. So rounding up, let me come to Rohan. You have round up.
Okay. I've heard all what you guys have been saying. They're quite on point, and I also want to allude to what Kulata said. Honestly, there are some other informations aside that, with respect to, apart from the proliferation of arms, there is a conspiracy, and it has been orchestrated. It's not starting even now. We knew what happened even in places like Zimbabwe around the 1970s, and we actually knew exactly how it played out. Let's be frank with each other. If you are not with the West, you are in trouble. And the role people that were sent as explorers to various parts of the world, these people represented their country. And then they felt these people were actually, they will actually go to other countries, discover who they are, how the terrains are, what are the resources, and come back with a feedback. And then while they now re-strategize, and then go back and then see how they can control these places that have this kind of abundance of resources. And that which they actually succeeded. For example, you have the issue of somebody that discovered a river that's been there for centuries that we also knew about. And somebody came and said he was the one that discovered the river in Nigeria. So all these are part of the people that were sent to the country to discover the resources, discover how the people live, what are the intrigues, how do we come in, and what have you. These people get back to their country and then they strategize. And when they are strategizing, they now decide to say, okay, who are going to be our allies? Who are going to be our representatives back in those countries that will work the way we wanted? So some people put stubborn, while some people decided to say, okay, we are subservient, we will do what you want. They learned the language, and then they are representative. Up till today, we still have the representative. And they are cutting across every country where they ruled. We could talk about our own case of Nigeria. We have them in the north, we have them in the south, we have them in the east, and we have them in the west. And that is why the state is still the way it is, serving the purpose of those that came. And those that came and those that are actually on ground are of the same like mind. And that is why they can synchronize with each other. If you could call them rogues, would have fine. The rogues came from the other part of the world. They decided to come into the country. They wanted people to work with them. And then they also get the same rogue in those countries. And they are ruling. They are siphoning the resources and destroying the country. Let me leave that aside and go to the issue of Boko Haram. The issue of Boko Haram. One of the information that has been released a bit, it's a design. But we only blame the problem on maybe not. It is design, and the design is just from the West, from the CIA. So it was designed to make sure that Nigeria is being destabilized from the north, and they can go ahead to take all the resources they want to take in. So, but we only sit down and start playing all these blame games. And of course, at the end of the design, a lot of people will also benefit from that same country. So because they benefit, they wouldn't say anything. And that is, you can still take that same sample towards the issue of the oil, what do you call it? The oil that has been siphoned from the southern part of the country, south of the country. These are people that it has been orchestrated, and we don't have the facilities. They have the facilities. So these are the same rock, because an information was released that Russia wanted actually to blow the trumpet. Russia wanted to blow the trumpet where a country is taking oil. So Nigeria quickly decided to unveil the mess so that everything will work as they planned. But Russia is even aware of what's actually happening in the Nigerian oil and gas industry. So I don't want to mention them, but we also knew those people that are interested in our oil. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you, Rohan.
Quickly, 15 seconds. Can I just respond to something this guy said, Ovia said, that if you are not doing anything, whatever you say, you have to be doing it immediately. Is for him, if a doctor prescribes any medication, no, because that's what you said. You said if I wasn't in Nigeria doing it like you are, like other people are doing, then why am I saying those things?
No,
What did you say? Then what did you say? Let me hear it from your own voice, because that's what I heard you say.
Okay, hold on. Let me get round up from Ike first. You two will come back and then sort it out. Ike, go ahead.
Good afternoon.
Yeah, welcome.
I just want to say that some of us are ready to die for Nigeria. For example, my very personal self. I've been living outside Nigeria for so many years, and I've refused to take the passport of the country where I'm living. I still hold my Nigerian passport because I have hope for a better Nigeria. My kids and my grandkids, they have Dutch passport, but I've refused to take it because I love my country, and I still believe I'm a Nigerian. I am an Igbo man. I schooled in Lagos, CMS Grammar School. I lived in Lagos for more than 18 years. I lived in the north for 6 years. I'm a tribalized Nigerian. So all my whole friends in Nigeria, they're Hausas, Yorubas, Igbos, Middle Belt, name it from wherever. I still believe there are decent and honest Nigerians who want a better Nigeria. And for ever so many years that I've been living outside, I want to let you know that I've been fighting to defend Nigeria anywhere, at the airport, anywhere in the world. Because if you live in the West, you travel, you see how they treat Nigerians with Nigerian passport. All of us are condemned criminals anywhere in the world once you show your green passport. But I've never stopped. I know how many times I've lost my flight because of trying to defend Nigerians with Nigerian passport at the port of entry in many parts of the developed world in Europe. Why am I doing it? Because I still believe in that country called Nigeria. I lived in Mali for 13 years. I was the president of Igbo community in Mali. I was an executive officer of Nigerian community in Mali for so many years. But it is among us, is our problem. Because I remember vividly when Abacha was in power, when he wanted to come to Mali, some of us resisted that no Nigerian community would go and welcome Abacha in Mali. But some of the executive of Nigerian communities, they go and took money from the embassy and they went and welcomed Abacha in Mali. But some of us who are still honest Nigerians, we resisted that. We welcomed Obasanjo when he came. We welcomed Abdul Salam when he came. I've been a community leader for so many years. While in Kaduna, I was an executive member of Igbo community in Kaduna. You know the problem the Igbos were having in Kaduna with the Hausas in Kaduna state. But a time came when the Igbo decided that enough is enough. And when we took up with the North, they said, no, it's not more with you people, it is with the people of the Southern Kaduna. And we told them that the Southern Kaduna people, they are Igbos also. If you touch anybody from the Southern Kaduna, you touch an Igbo man. By the time that I was still in Kaduna, the Igbos were able to regain our pride in the midst of the Hausas in Kaduna. My best friend today is from North, from Kano, from Bebeji local government in Kano. He's an Hausa man. He was the man who used to give me information whenever the northern people planned to attack Igbo traders in every Friday after mosque. He will come to my house and tell me, hey, I go and tell your people that this Friday, these people has planned to attack your shops. So let us stop generalizing so many things in Nigeria. We know the problem of Nigeria. The system we are talking about today, that is what Peter Obi is saying that he wants to dismantle. Why is it? Can't we be honest to ourselves? Why is it that every political party is after Peter Obi? He Even though we are saying that he cannot do it, even though we say that the system will not allow him to do it, why is everybody after him? He is a politician. He know the system. Buhari was the petroleum minister for 8 years. For how many years have you heard about the pipe that they are using to siphon Nigerian oil? Until when Peter Obi started talking about it for the past few weeks ago. And now every part of Nigeria, government, politicians, APC, PDP, everybody is talking about oil stealing. But for 7 years, nobody talked about it because all of them are involved in the business. Now the man who knows what they are doing is telling you that this is the system he wants to come and dismantle. Prove me wrong. It was not after when Peter Obi said about what is happening with Nigerian oil. That now it is the talk of the day. Every day you open Nigerian news, everybody talk about oil stealing. Why has it not been talked about during the time of Jonathan, during the time of Buhari for 8 years? Let us not feel that because we know that the system is rotten, because we know that these people who were talking about this system, they don't want to leave this system. But if people like you and me who are genuine Nigerians, who really desire change, we can make it work. Because all these people you are talking about, they are the problem of Nigeria. Governor Wike went to Lagos and gave the wives of commissioners and where to do wives of government officials in Lagos. People who came with Lexus and Prados and so kind of expensive jeep. He went there and gave them 300 million. Why the next state, Bayelsa, his neighbor, which is supposed to be the same state, Bayelsa that is supposed to be part of River State, he has not said anything. He has not visited the state. He has not done anything. Governor of Abia State was celebrating birthday last week. He went there and gave him 200 million. Listen, can't we just see this? Can't we just understand what these people is all about? The people that are where to do it, that are the people that they are sharing the Nigerian money with. And when Peter Obi went to do what he did, they say it's politics. I don't know that most of you, if you are honest to yourself, most of you know the story of Peter Obi. This is what he has been doing in his entire life. He has said it several. He gave money to charity more than the so-called politicians who, when they give 1 million naira, they go to the newspaper and publish that. He has been doing this all his life. That is his character. That is his life. There is no politics that is attached to it. That is a sign of a leader. Your president, your leader of your country, the most populated black nation in the world, even in the midst of this flooding, he's appealing to South Korea. And we're here talking about Nigeria, talking about this politician, to talk about Tinubu, talk about Atiku Abubakar. I lived in Lagos for more than 23 years. What did the Tinubu do in Lagos? Lagos was the former federal capital of Nigeria. Every institution was established by the federal government of Nigeria in Lagos. Why should we forget so soon what Jakonde did in Lagos State? Jakonde, what is it called? Tinubu succeeded in siphoning the economy of Lagos and making it his own personal property. And somebody will come here and say, what Tinubu did in Lagos. What did he do in Lagos? You are telling somebody who doesn't know Lagos. I schooled in Lagos. For 23 years I lived in Lagos. I did business in Lagos. I was a student in Lagos. I know every nooks and crannies of Lagos. So please, let us tell ourselves the truth. Let us forget about this politics of tribalism and ethnicity and religion that these people are trying to force us to play. If you are a genuine Nigerian who is living outside this country and your conscience is not telling you truly, that there is something that Peter Obi and Datti can do if they will, I am telling you that you are not an honest Nigerian. There is something that you have in your mind. Showore was supposed to be there. But what is his problem right now? Because he felt that Peter Obi came and take his glory. And now he's after Peter Obi. Does it make any sense? They can work together. People like Showore are the people who are supposed to be the head of EFCC. But what is he doing now? He's after Peter Obi. Because he felt that he has taken everything he's supposed to get. But because he was playing politics with an activism, he should have been able to separate politics and activism. Know that two of them doesn't work. So let us be on. Listen, by December, I'm going to be 60 years. I'm not just talking, but by December, I will be 60 years. My kids has never gone to Nigeria because I said they will never go. Am I happy that I am still living outside by the age of 60 years? I need to go home to Nigeria to retire at my old age. But which Nigeria are you going to? The same family, the people who are wishing you to come, they are the same people that is going to organize the people that are going to kidnap you to get money. The same people you send money, you train their children to the university level. You give them money to do something for you in the village, they will eat the money, squander the money, tell you so many stories. Because they believe we are plucking money on the tree. I know some of you today, you are using your friends instead of your family, brothers and uncles to do something for you in your village. Because that's the reality. The same your family people who want you to come home, they are the same people who want you dead. But this is what we want to change. I cannot risk the life of my children and my grandkids to go to Nigeria in the name of emotions and feeling, oh, we want to go to Nigeria. No! I've been traveling all over the world. One of the countries that I refuse to go is America. Where I'm living is 2 hours to Miami. But I refuse to go to America because the same thing that the black people in America are suffering is the same thing we suffer in Nigeria. I don't want to glory in what they think that they have achieved. When the black man in America has no say, when the black man is treated like an animal. So please, I am begging us, let us stop this politics. Let us face the fact. We cannot say, I cannot defend Nigeria. I defend Nigeria because I know that I love my country. And I want to go back to Nigeria. My green passport, I respect my Nigerian green passport. Irrespective of what those people in Nigeria are doing. Because I still believe that it's a better future for this country. But this is the greatest opportunity that I know that Nigeria have come closer of achieving that. Finally, before I stop, I want to tell CM, sometimes you get angry and you oversay so many things. I follow you. All of us are in many platforms together. Peter Obi is not a saint. Peter Obi is not spirit. Peter Obi will not know anything. But he's a man that adapts to change. He's a man that listens. He's a man that takes correction. He's a man that wants to hear what you want to tell him or her. He's a man that is ready to say, listen, Nigeria, I am sorry. He has shown it in so many areas. So please, sometimes try to mellow your emotions. He cannot be right all the time. That at times he might be speaking. Maybe you are not a politician, but maybe you have knowledge of how people are supposed to run an affair. But he's a politician also. You should also understand that. Politicians have their language. It is some of us who are not politicians that will stay by the side and pinpoint those things. Pass that information through the proper channel that he can be able to hear and understand the feelings of the people. You are an intelligent young man. You have vast knowledge about what is going on in Nigeria and outside Nigeria, just like some of us. But please try to low your emotions. Because I know that Peter Obi knows what he's doing. He can never be perfect. But we can only help him, and that's Baba-Ahmed, to achieve this. Because these people are real genuine Nigerians who we want to hand over this country to. We are living outside here. I know personally what I am doing, encouraging my family and friends in Nigeria to get their PVC. I know what each and every one of us are trying to do to make sure that our people participate in the election. So please, I am begging all of us, let us keep it up. Nigeria, I know, is going to be a better country. And the man who was talking about Mali, listen, I lived in Mali for 13 years. Anybody who tells you that there is no insurgency in Mali, that person is not supposed to come to the public platform and say anything. Because I lived in Mali. You go to Mopti, you go to Gao, you go to Timbuktu. Mali right now, only Bamako, from Segu to Bamako capital, is the only place that is safe in Mali. So if you tell me you don't know that there is insurgency in Mali and Burkina Faso, look at what is going on in Burkina Faso. The last military coup, a boy of about, is it 24 or 34 years, the president of Burkina Faso. They have driven away the French people and welcomed the Russian people in Burkina Faso. This is West Africa. But what is it? Buhari is using the Nigerian wealth, financing the country of Niger and Chad, because that is where his generation comes from. And we all put blind eyes to it, as if we don't know what is going on. So please, all of us are Nigerians. We lived in Nigeria. We didn't fly from the blue. We have the privilege to live outside Nigeria today. But what I'm speaking is because I am a tribalized Nigerian. I've lived every part of Nigeria. And all my friends till today, they are from every part of Nigeria. Because I'm a true Nigerian. I might not be a politician. I might not be a popular person. But I am happy. Because I am a servant of God. I preach the gospel of Jesus Christ. But also I'm a politician. I'm a political animal. I'm a Nigerian. What happens to my people concerns me. The God has blessed me for what I do. But it's not enough. Because every time your family will call you, why can't we make sure that we want a situation whereby everybody, every graduate in Nigeria can be able to have a job? The first daughter of my senior brother, after 7 years of graduation, it was just last month that she was able to get a job in the bank. This is what we are talking about. We have so many graduates in our families that are not doing anything.
All right.
And we say it is okay. We say it is all right. We're talking about Atiku and Tinubu. And Nigerians that are eating with their mouth are going after these people. To say that I'm APC, to say that I am PDP. What is the difference between PDP and APC? It's just like a coin. You turn it the other side, it's PDP. You turn it the other side, it's APC. They're the same thing.
All right. Thank you, Ike. We really appreciate your contribution. On that note, I want to thank everybody. Oh, all right. Hold on. I have to get Bumi. She's been Bumi, welcome.
Yeah, so,
I'm here
can
too.
I address that point previously with
No. Please.
Yeah.
Who is saying I'm here too? Oh, Pansat is there. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Oh yeah. Okay. See, I didn't see your picture. I forgot. Okay. Pansat, and I just want Pansat and Bumi to make comment, and we have to go. It's over 5 hours. We should do 4 hours on Sundays. Go ahead, Pansat.
Thank you. Good to see you, Miss Bumi. And Ike Alamefule, your honor is shining right on your forehead. I'm so happy that nobody interrupted you as you disperse that wisdom and that Igbo green that we have, the chin. Everybody could see that you're true Nigerian. You don't have to say that. Patriotism, as the question, the pose that we have here, it's trying to imply that patriotism is to the government, or to APC, or the president, or the army, even Niyi, who is here. Our patriotism is feeling of love, devotion, and sense of attachment to one's country, our country. That the Southeasterners, Igbos, before Oyibo decided to destroy Africa, when Nnamdi Azikiwe and so many other people from that section of the country were merely helped by other parts of the country to bring independence to that country and remove Britain from there. You know? So, but the rhetoric has gone to where we can't even claim our country as our country. Now, I know time is very limited, and by the way, Rudolph, we have to thank you for what you're doing, and you stay here so long. Unfortunately, you got to place crowded with people who have no business being on a platform. Maybe they be in the chat room like I stay in the chat room sometimes. A lot of people come up here for what? You're gonna have to try to narrow it down if you want to cut the time down. You're not gonna cut out the main thing for chat. You have to bear that in mind. So let me say, when we come up on these platforms, there's nobody lays a foundation. If you say you're a lawyer, if you're a doctor, you have to lay a foundation. Who are you? What research did you do in some of the things that you're contributing on the air, right? So discussion takes many forms. Some are a meeting. You go to a conference, you go to an evaluation, you go to a talk, a dialogue, interlocution, a discourse. What is this platform made out of? I want to, from today, let's divide this into epochs, okay? Epoch. Our main focus now should be on that election. We don't have a country without that election that's coming up. So with all due respect, Mr. Adeniyi, I had Rudolph to ask you a question for me. That's why I came on here to ask you a question. So at the end, I will ask you that question. As a soldier, I'm not somebody who's going to just respect you because you're a soldier. No, you don't even know that there's no way. Do you know what the process it takes to get a constitutional amendment? It's a long process, arduous, especially what that amendment is talking about. If you're trying to amend the constitution to affect these politicians, you may never get it. So my question at the end for you would be, knowing that you're not going to be able to get a constitutional amendment between now and February, right? It's impossible. Who do you, after noticing that country, being in service, being a soldier, seeing our country go to hell, you have the Chibok incident where a truckload of our girls, almost 300 girls, you didn't do anything to bring those girls back or complain about it since you've been here as a soldier that's supposed to defend that country. Supposed to show up your face here and apologize to us for those girls. 300 students who went to take an exam. You think we're going to just forget about it? Or those soldiers that went to Zaria in southern Kaduna in 2015 and shot almost 1,000 of our fellow citizens just because they're nemesis to the Sunni Muslims. These are Shia Muslims. I can't tell one from the other one. I don't like either one. But they deserve to leave. But if somebody killed them, we are supposed to find out who did it and punish them for doing it. I don't care if he's the president. Nobody's gonna get away with that crime. That is such a humongous crime. Not to talk about what's going on in the southeast, on other parts of our country. So no, patriotism is not respect for your government, it's the love for your country. So if you take a look at this APC administration, because Mr. Niyi, you're gonna have to be answering these things when you appear on a platform. This administration has failed in all fronts. In the last 6 years, worsening insecurity and mass killing of citizens, intrinsic corruption, even beyond that of Jonathan, mismanagement of our national economy, so as unrelenting assault on our national diversity. The country is in shreds. So when you come up here and you know that Peter Obi is the hope of the youth, who are from all tribes, okay? Yeah, look, Kwakwanso or Ovie, you could smack all you want. You have no business on this platform. You go get a haircut. When everybody's making a point, you're smacking and laughing. I don't know why you have them on here. So we've got all these killings in our country. The country is disunited. There is no hope. The economy, $1 is 700 and something naira. So I don't have enough time to make my points, but I want to yield the rest of my time to Mr. Adeniyi. If that election is held today out of Tinubu, Atiku, and Peter Obi, who are you going to vote for and why?
All right, thank you, Pansat. Adeniyi, you want to take on this?
Yeah, let me just respond briefly. You see, please don't get me wrong. Let us have an open mind in resolving Nigerian problem. Like I said from the onset, it is not an individual that will come and solve this problem. Why I don't expect, oh my country, I don't expect the House of Assembly or because number one, the constitution is against them. What I want for this country is that the people, it is not those in the House of Assembly that will amend. It's not a matter of amendment because we are talking of total departure from presidential system. Wasting money, wasting resources, spending money. We don't need it because at the end of the day, anybody that wins this election now will go back and recoup all this money that they are spending today. So we want to stop this money politics. This idea of spending money, bribing people, primary elections that paying billions.
Hold on. We know that Tinubu will do that. We know that Atiku will do that. What about Peter Obi? Why do you say that? Yeah, tell me why you say that. Yeah.
Is he not spending money too? He's spending money. He's moving up and down the country. Is he not spending money also? Is he just going to waste money like that after he has won the election? What people that have helped him? He will be settling there with contracts and all these things. Let us put an end to this system that is inherently.
That's the whole point. Ahead, why do you say that?
There's corruption in the system already. If anybody that is going to be part of this system, you cannot let me see. I'm a strategist. I thank God for the country. The country has trained me to that strategic level. I'm talking like a strategic leader. I don't just solve problem. Listen now, listen. I don't solve problem on the surface. I go deep to the foundation. Oh, see, Peter Obi and the other Datti, they are all businessmen. See the deputy, the vice president to Peter.
All right. Okay, so we have to stop it there. Let's hear from Bumi, and then we have to call it a day. Bumi, your turn.
Good evening, everybody. I am gonna say something maybe that might be out of topic, but I just want to address that. I think we know that the politics in Nigeria, the politicians and the government, they hold a huge they are a huge aspect in the problems of Nigeria. But in another way, I also want to address that the people too themselves are also kind of a problem. And that's why, for example, and I want to pick something that Brenner Boy said. He said something about like how the Nigerian problem surpassed Jesus. Now in this case, let's say Peter Obi is Jesus. But the problem is way bigger than Peter Obi. Like Peter Obi might be a good man, Peter Obi might have good ambition for the country. But if the other 2 million people don't want to change the country, Peter Obi can do so little for it. And it goes, and I feel like we're looking at the problem from the top, and we have to look at it from the foundation. And that's why I always say you need to start like small. For example, start in your own state, start in your own town, start in your own local, your village. We obviously know certain people who are a problem in our society, but we do not speak about it. And we let all those people continue from those small places and they grow and they get bigger. into the government seats and all that. And that's why I think that getting a new president is not the big solution to Nigeria. Like I still say we should vote for Peter Obi or whoever we think is better, but we should, but it starts with us. Like we need to start bringing those change, because I can give a good example. I can give a good example. I know a friend who plays football, and I was recently talking to him, and he told me that he hasn't been paid for 6 months. Obviously, me being someone from Europe, I'm like, what do you mean you haven't been paid for 6 months? Go and fight them or quit. And he told me it's not that easy. And I told him, gather all your teammates. I think they're like 40. And like, if 40 of you say we are not playing today, they will have to pay you. He went, and only 12 people came out. 12 people can do so little. So they saw it was only 12. Or they have other players. They only need 10, 11 players to play football. So if only 12 people want change, that can go. So that's not really going to change anything. And that's why they told them the solution they gave them was they have to even pay money to even leave the team. They can't even leave. So they even bribed them again. Those people that wanted change, they made it impossible for them to even acquire change. And that's Nigerian problem. We might want change for Nigeria, but there are 200 million people out there who are okay in this situation, or who do not realize that you continue taking little things affects the future again. For example, policemen that will take money from the citizen. I'm like, you're taking money now for the future, but tomorrow you're destroying the economy. Bag of rice was what 30,000 how many months ago? Now it's 48K. People don't realize that the little things, maybe it might not be that amount, but people don't realize just those little things keep on contributing to the country and keep on making it fail. And we only look at the big picture about Tinubu. It's like, start with your governor. We all know how many governors that are corrupt right now, and we don't do anything, and we're only focusing on the president. It's like we need to start small. We need to start with your family, your town, and slowly we'll be able to create this change, because nobody is united. And we need to start bringing them united, and slowly we'll be able to fight for Nigeria. Because if I want to die for Nigeria, they'll just kill me like that. But I need at least 1 million people who will fight for me, and a change will be created. That's just what I want to say.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Bumi. Thank you so much for joining us. I want to appreciate everybody who joined us today. It's been a long day and very interesting, and I really valued your time. I want to say that next Saturday we will have Dele Farotimi, who was supposed to be here today. He will join us on Saturday. We start at 11 New York time, 4 p.m. Nigerian time. He will join us an hour after we start. Also, next Sunday, we have Professor Nimi Wariboko. So I appreciate all your time. Jude, thank you so much for being here. Forefathers, thank you so much for being here. CM, thank you so much. Ike, thank you so much. Rohan, thank you so much. Kwankwaso Ovie, thank you so much.
Last
Mr.
word,
Scribe, thank you so much.
Pastor no no book. That's why they talk like that.
Rudolph,
No book.
let me join.
I'm gonna get what do you call them? Gizba to give you a haircut. So
wait.
Oxygen will get into that head of yours.
Stand
Pastor
down.
no book.
Pansa, thank you so much for joining us.
Your insecurities are too much.
Bumi, thank you for joining us. So everybody, those who watched and those who on the comment, I see all your comments. I appreciate that. And those who are at home watching, if you can like the video, that will help us a bit. So everybody, thank you. I will see you next week. You can, those who want to hang around after show, you can hang around. We will be right back.